May 1960, a teacher named Antonia Ribera of Spain had been on a motorcycle trip enjoying the nice spring weather when he came to a stop at the crossroads of Arcos de la Frontera and El Bosques, 2 towns in Cadiz. It's here he would have one of the strangest cryptid/humanoid encounters. According to Antonia, as he sat there at the stop, he would notice about 500 feet in front of him that the road started to make a steep incline, and on the side of the highway was a being that was red from head to toe. This thing stood about 6.5 foot tall and seemed to have trouble walking. Antonia specifically cited he walked like a mechanical doll or robot, whose arms seemed stiff. At this point, Antonia must have been wondering if he was hallucinating, and as he stared at this thing slowly walking about, another one appeared out of nowhere and began to follow him. This one was of a much smaller stature, being close to 4 foot tall. It too was dressed in red, but had one black boot on. The two creatures would walk a bit before turning across the highway at an angle, and that's when Antonia spotted another anomaly. These beings looked specifically like one well-known character, the Michelin Men. That's right, the official company mascot of the Michelin Tire Company, which was created in 1894. It's that unique, widely recognized shape that immediately resonated with Antonia. He couldn't believe it, and he knew he had to get closer. So he accelerated his motorcycle that way, and when he reached the top of the hill on the curve, he pulled over to look down the slope and see the humanoids were gone, vanishing as quickly as they appeared. If this was a one and only account, you could just blow it off, or maybe laugh. But interestingly, there's a couple more. But it would be about 8 years later when a similar sighting would take place, on the other side of the world, at Reunion Island in the Indian Ocean, a French territory with about 900,000 people. It's here that a farmer named Luce Fontaine was in a clearing of a forest picking grass for his rabbits, when about 80 feet away, he spotted an oval-shaped craft hovering about 15 feet off the ground. This craft was sorta translucent, and because of that, he spotted these two beings. The first one was about 3 feet tall and was wearing a suit similar to that of the Michelin Man. The second figure he could barely see, but he appeared to be wearing a helmet. Just then, a flash of bright light hit the clearing, like a welding torch, and with a gust of wind, the craft was gone. Fast forward to 1976, and we have the accounts of Vicente and Carmen Correll. The couple had been driving through the Castilian region of Spain when they seen a white oval floating to the left of their vehicle. They at first thought it was the headlights nearby on a hill, but as they continued to drive, they would describe a feeling like they were driving into a luminous tornado. They stopped and flashed this thing with their high beams, and that's when they discovered it was some kind of humanoid. It had 2 legs, a tail, and had a close-fitting one-piece outfit. Suddenly, the headlights on the car went out, and their senses were overwhelmed with the smell of burnt wires. And this creature that had been outside was now gone. That would be all the reports for nearly 4 decades, when in 2015, a paranormal radio show received an email from a listener who recalled a very similar story from July 1971, and this time, it would take place in the States, specifically northern Minnesota. Apparently, this person, who wished to be anonymous, was in the woodlot behind the barn when their pet dog started barking and running towards the edge of the woods, causing him to chase it. As he got closer to the small field, he spotted his dog looking up towards the sky. When he looked up, he seen a bright yellow light coming down. It grew in size, and the dog began barking more before running away. The rider, however, was too scared to move. He began staring into the light and saw a shape. He would even call it a balloon man, its body being rounded with segmented legs and arms. The head was a yellow light that was so bright he couldn't make details out on the face, but he was able to tell it was about 8 foot tall and very wide. He could also feel the heat coming off of it. It was so hot he had trouble breathing. After hovering around him for a few seconds, the thing vanished. The rider then collapsed, felt cold and sick, and laid there for a while, until his mom found him later. She would have to call on his older brothers to come carry him back home, where he laid in bed sick for a week. The doctor that visited him stated he had a severe reaction to the poison sumac, and the boy would keep a sore red rash on his face and arms for a short time. He closed the email with an attached artistic rendering of what it looked like. These are the basic well-known encounters of the humanoid known as Michelin Men. However, a browse online will quickly show you other sites like Reddit, where users have told of similar encounters. This is one of the oddest humanoid mysteries we have ever covered, so I'm sure the theories are going to be interesting. Let's start with the supernatural variety first. The being is sometimes classified as a cryptid and other times humanoids, but I think for the sake of simplicity, we'll classify it as a humanoid, maybe even alien, especially when you take into account that in some of the sightings, a UFO accompanies it, or they're spotted in spacesuits. It could even be some kind of interdimensional being, considering how easily it just suddenly appears and disappears with no explanation. Now, for the more realistic theories, and I know you're thinking this one is ridiculous. Why even bother covering it, or take it seriously? But it's because of these theories, which might make it the most frightening humanoid out there. See, one of the big ones is, this is all some kind of neurological issue. Perhaps a brain lesion, or a tumor, or maybe the person could be having a stroke. Any of these can produce vivid hallucinations, without feeling the fear response. There's also other scary theories, like an infection, which leads to sepsis, high fevers, kidney failure, or even tuberculosis, can cause people to see things, especially visions of giants or odd figures. There's also the possibility that it could be environmental in cause, like carbon monoxide poisoning or a natural gas leak. Even some modes can trigger similar responses. Then, there's the psychological root causes as well, like schizophrenia or psychosis. And finally, sleep paralysis, which could definitely explain a lot of the stories in which the subject claims to awaken to see the Michelin Man. All in all, one of the weirdest paranormal stories, but perhaps one of the most dangerous. September 1st, 1983, Napier, New Zealand. 14-year-old Kirsa Jensen would walk out of her home around 2:45 p.m. to go for a ride on her horse to a local beach, something not uncommon to the teen. She had actually planned to go with her friend, who at the last minute canceled. But as time drifted later into the evening, Kirsa's parents began to worry, as she usually did not stay gone too long, and around 5:45 p.m., about 3 hours after she had left home, her parents decided enough was enough and they began to search for her, but not before calling the police to report she was missing. And it didn't take very long to find Kirsa's horse, which had been tied up near a bridge about 4 miles away from her home. But Kirsa, that was another story. There was not one sign of her. It was then that her family and police knew something was very wrong. Soon, a huge number of volunteers joined the police to help search for the teenager, but they didn't have much luck. They even turned to local rivers and other waterways, but nothing. 5 days later, a $5,000 reward, or almost $16,000 in today's money, was offered by a local newspaper for any information leading to the recovery of Kirsa. And although this didn't lead to the finding of her, some substantial tips did come in, because the most important piece of information to come out was someone who noticed a girl that resembled Kirsa, although he wasn't sure. But whoever it was, he did see her standing next to an old World War II gun emplacement at the mouth of a river. The girl was being held at arm's length by a white man, about 5'9" tall, and 45 to 50 years old. The same witness noted a white utility vehicle with brown sides parked nearby. And this did not end up being bad information, because right after that, another witness called in and stated that they had actually stopped at the gun emplacement to talk to Kirsa, who had a bloodied face. When he asked her what had happened, she claimed she had fell from her horse. Kirsa then told the Good Samaritan that someone had gone to get her parents and they should be here any time. This was followed by a third witness who told police around 4:30, just an hour and a half after Kirsa left, there was a white utility vehicle coming off the bridge. This time, the description of the man was quite different. He was said to be brown-haired and 20 to 30 years old. In the passenger seat was a girl, and the man had his arm around her shoulders and he was driving with one hand. Now, was this the same man that was thought to be 45 to 50 years old, seen at the gun emplacement? The description was quite different, but it probably was the same man. Police did believe that she had been there for sure, though. This was almost certainly confirmed when they found the horse's bridle and hoof prints near the gun emplacement, as well as a part of a rope that was believed to have tethered the horse before it broke free. But more importantly, there was blood. But it was a bit odd in the fact that it had been recovered in droplets, suggesting a minor injury, possibly from coughing or flicking blood from a hand, and that it had not came from a severe wound. Decades later, in August of 2024, blood that had been recovered near the gun emplacement was finally tested and confirmed to be that of Kirsa. Although the case did get off to a slow start, detectives would eventually find out who this man was, or at least who they thought it was, and that man's name was John Russell, a man who had already been convicted previously for sexual assault. And this wasn't just detectives taking the easy way out and pinning the crime on a previously convicted felon of a similar crime, because when police interviewed Russell, he straight up told them he was the man who had been seen with Kirsa next to the gun emplacement. He is who the witnesses seen, but he stopped short of a confession, and other than him being around the emplacement when she disappeared, police didn't have much. But Russell tried to help detectives. He claimed he had seen Kirsa with a bald middle-aged man near the beach. Police, however, were unconvinced, and they thoroughly searched Russell's home and truck, and they did come up with a little find: 2 hairs in his vehicle that were said to be a strong match for Kirsa. But it wasn't conclusive, and Russell suggested it came about via accidental hair transfer, and he admitted he had talked to her. And police had to concede that Russell was right. It could have just gotten there accidentally, but detectives would catch what they thought was another break when John Russell, in 1985, 2 years after Kirsa vanished, confessed to murdering her. So why is this a mystery? Well, see, that's where it gets interesting. Sometime after Russell confessed, he retracted his confession, citing his mental illness, which will come into play later, leaving police again back at step 1. The case would go cold and would stay that way for another 7 years, when something would happen that brought the case back to the forefront. In 1992, John Russell would delete himself in Hastings, some 25 minutes away from Napier. Sorry folks, I got warned about using the other word. He did not leave a note, nor did anyone know why he decided to take his own life, but it was soon discovered that he had just left a psychiatric facility where he had been getting help for his mental health condition. In fact, his mental health had been deteriorating ever since Kirsa disappeared. He even went to visit her father at church and his home, and it's thought he may have tried to delete himself prior to this in a sketchy automobile accident. And while police initially wondered if maybe he did this because he felt guilt over Kirsa, or, more than likely, the pressure of getting caught was just getting to be too much, they eventually started to change this line of thinking. And by 2009, the lead cold case detective in charge of looking into Kirsa's disappearance stated there was now more evidence that suggested Russell was not involved versus evidence that he was involved. And basically, that's it. Other than another man who came forward to falsely confess in 1999, there have been no persons of interest, at least none publicly, and it's not even 100% confirmed that there was foul play. And I guess I should note here that Napier is a town that actually sits near the ocean, and because of that, some think the sea may actually have the answer. Now, I don't know why this would have played out, or why some people speculate it, but there seems to be somewhat of a popular theory that Kirsa, after falling off her horse, if you believe that one witness, walked down to the ocean to sit and wait on her parents, and then accidentally fell in. Maybe she was even concussed from the fall and was dizzy. Taking that line of thinking, some wonder if she was confused after the fall and wandered into a cave or fell into a mine or something like that. But what if it was foul play? Well, police now believe that it most likely wasn't John Russell, although they haven't completely ruled him out. So that brings up one huge problem with this entire case. If it was not John Russell, what are the odds that another pervert just happened to be driving by and seen Kirsa? If you believe his account that he was there. To add to this, what are the odds she had just fell off her horse and was waiting to be picked up by her parents, who had not been contacted by anyone? And while this was going on, a convicted pervert that had already served time for such an offense, John Russell, was just standing there nearby watching this whole thing play out. There's also the strangeness of all those other witness sightings. Like, was that really her riding in the white utility vehicle? If so, I'm going to guess Russell's vehicle was not white, which probably helped police eventually move past him. But it still leaves the question, was that even her in the vehicle? And if so, did this stranger say he would take her back to her parents and she jumped in with him? And what about the witness who said he was keeping her at arm's length? Or the witness who said he had his arm around her shoulders as they drove off? Likewise, there were two very different suspect descriptions. One in his 20s with brown hair, and another much older man, around 50 and bald. This is one of those cases that just had too much going on to ever sort the truth out. But hopefully, the families do get some closure eventually. September 19th, 1952. Grange, Queensland, Australia. 22-year-old Betty Shanks would go to a night lecture at a high school in Brisbane, some 10 minutes away. She had just recently graduated from the University of Queensland and had began work as a public servant for the Commonwealth's Department of the Interior, and the lecture ended sometime around 9 p.m. The lecturer, Edward Milliken, would give her and two other students a ride over to the train stop, where she intended to board and ride back to Grange, where she could then make the short 1/2 mile walk back home where she still lived with her parents. However, although it should have been a very brisk walk home, she was late, and her father wondered where she was. Being a concerned parent, he stayed up and waited, but she never arrived, and her father did not take things lightly. He woke her mother up, and they notified the police at 1:30 a.m., and going somewhat against how we view police of the 50s, the response to the search for Betty was pretty quick, as they started looking all over for her, and it didn't take them long to find her either. Just 4 hours later, at 5:35 a.m., when a local resident, who was also a policeman, Alex Stewart, would stumble across her, and she was deceased. But this was far from a regular assault and murder. Betty had been beaten severely. Several of her teeth were found 10 to 20 feet away, while her face and legs had traces of a black boot polish where she had been kicked. And most mysteriously, there was an unusual dotted imprint on her forehead before finally meeting her demise via being strangled. The next thing Alex noticed was her bra straps had been broken and her underwear had been removed. He wouldn't know it now, but an autopsy would reveal that strangely, she had not been sexually violated, suggesting that the attacker was interrupted and fled. Regardless, Alex notified his fellow officers who arrived on the scene shortly and taped off the area and started doing a search. It didn't take them long to find two large bloody handprints that had been left on a neighbor's fence. From this and the blood splatter around the scene, detectives deduced that the attack had taken place in the backyard and that Betty was either thrown or pushed over the fence before she was attacked. And like we referenced so many times in these stories, investigators began working backwards, trying to retrace her steps, run down leads, figure out a timeline, and unlike some cases we cover where hardly no tips come in this one, there were quite a few clues and witnesses. For one, we knew where Betty was. She had attended a lecture, and we also knew she did make it to the tram stop, and other witnesses for sure seen her exiting the tram around 9:30, just a half a mile from her home. And because of the tips that came in, police would actually get a very small time frame that this could have occurred, because 7 different witnesses would tell detectives they heard screams in the area at 9:40 p.m. One of those residents was Alex Stewart, the off-duty police officer. According to him, after hearing her screams, he looked out the front window towards the street in front of his home, as well as looking over at the nearby schoolyard, but he didn't see anything unusual. And it's really just bad luck, because Alex could not see his neighbor's yard, and that's where the individual was attacking her, just several feet away. So of course, when the all points bulletin went out for officers to go out and search for Betty, and when word made it back to Alex, he didn't have very far to walk to see her, which is why she was located pretty quickly. But there was more. 17-year-old Marie Patton was on that same tram with Betty, and eerily enough, she got off before Betty and began walking home, which was along the same route that Betty lived on. So she was about 1 minute ahead of her on their walk. and in spite of that, she didn't hear or see anyone on her walk home. So if this attacker had lied in wait, he simply let Marie pass for some reason and instead went for Betty. Likewise, the location of the attack was less than a 2-minute walk away from when she got off the tram and began walking. However, she was actually attacked 5 or 6 minutes after she departed the tram. So, where was she and what happened in that time frame? Detectives were not sure, but they wondered if Betty may have stopped to talk to someone. This actually became an even bigger theory after one witness claimed to have seen 2 people walking along the same route at 9:36 p.m., but this person could not identify who they were. Likewise, a passenger from the tram that came right after walked by the backyard at 9:53 p.m. The time that it's believed Betty had died, going by her watch, was stopped at that time, and it's most likely the killer was still there. And again, it's just a bad break that this witness did not see him. 47 minutes after her watch stopped, a taxi driver picked up a man with blood on his face and clothes about 1 mile from the murder scene. Police, nor the taxi driver, were ever able to identify him. The motive seemed obvious, although police were not as sure. One thing was clear though, there was no robbery attempt, as Betty's jewelry and handbag were untouched. Although the contents had been spilled over in the area, police soon realized that whoever done this most likely had a history of violence, as this was a brutal assault. One key thing to remember was this was the 1950s, a long ways off from modern criminal forensics. Police basically had to use good old-fashioned detective work, and one of the early suspects that came up on the radar was the man in the brown suit. Apparently, before the attack, 4 different witnesses claimed a tall man with a brown suit was restlessly pacing around the tram terminus. He was described as being about 6 foot tall with a round face and a good head of hair. Some believe this man was named Eric Sturry, a married man and local blacksmith. Just a few months prior, he had been hired to change some locks on the Shanks' home. In spite of his marriage, he was very interested in Betty, but she was not interested in him. But just where did the police come up with this theory? Apparently, Eric Sturry's own daughter, Desh, told police on 2 separate occasions that her father, Eric, had become infatuated with Betty after changing the locks on her parents' home. And on the night of the murder, she seen him burning his clothes, and a pair of leather boots she claimed matched the imprint left on Betty's head. And eerily enough, Marie Patton, who had left the tram first and walked ahead of Betty, said this man walking around at the terminus did look like Eric Sturry. But maybe the biggest clue was when Eric Sturry died in 1997, and his family began looking through his belongings. They found a family photo album, and inside it was a picture of Betty he had kept 45 years. He had even written on the back, Betty Thomas Shanks, murdered 1952. Betty's supervisor would also report 2 days before she had been killed, she had received a mysterious and unsettling phone call from an unknown man that really shook her up. Now, was this the same man in the brown suit? That is unknown. Another early suspect was a local doctor named Doug Carter. See, this case became a nationwide story, and you can see why. But everyone in Australia had been following it through the newspapers, and just coincidentally, this well-known doctor apparently deleted himself just a few days after her murder. This was all the press and public needed to begin speculating that he was the killer. However, decades later, using DNA evidence that was found on Betty, ruled Carter out as a suspect. But what if we go back and discuss that dotted imprint found on her head? See, investigators soon realized the same evening of the murder, the Army had a number of officers at the nearby exhibition grounds, practicing for an event, one where marching bands, bagpipe players, etc. all come out for a parade type event, and these Army officers wore canvas gaiters, ones where the bottoms were not unlike the unusual dotted imprint left on Betty. But when investigators pursued this theory, it also led nowhere, and police were back at square one, until they received a tip to look at their own. Soon, a rumor swirled that a police officer riding a motorcycle through the area deliberately hit Betty and drove away, only to worry that she may have not died, so he returned to the scene and strangled her and fled the scene. Apparently the motive was this man had made advances on Betty only for her to turn him down because he was married. Then, according to this theory, the police helped to cover up the story. I could never find this officer's name, but the main thing going for it was her injuries, which investigators believed matched the handlebars of the motorcycle, and some of the markings on her forehead were said to match protective gear worn by cyclists, as well as the fact that a few witnesses reported hearing a motorcycle around the time of the screams. Other theories involved a violent sexual predator and Betty was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, or that Betty was attacked in the mistaken belief that she was a doctor's receptionist named Edna Hamilton, who looked a lot like Betty and walked the same route at the same time every night. Except for this night, she had actually taken an earlier tram, and just why she was targeted is interesting and makes a lot of sense. Edna carried keys to the doctor's office where surgeries were performed, which means the man was probably looking for drugs. But when this assailant attacked Betty and could not find those keys, he, in his drug withdrawal mental state, started beating her, trying to get her to tell him where the keys were. Over the decades, numerous people have confessed to her murder, with one coming as late as 2022, and all of these have been investigated and ruled out. December 17th, 1977, Council Bluffs, Iowa. 24-year-old Mike Moore was driving through Big Lake Park with his wife around 7:45 p.m. when suddenly they spotted something extraordinary. There, in the sky, was something odd. They at first thought it was an airplane from a nearby airfield in Omaha, but this thing hovered, and while it hovered, it dropped something down to the ground. Something in flames. Mike would state that it looked like a ball of red fire, which was dropped from a high point in the sky and then the craft flew off. Now if this was it wouldn't be much of a mystery. But there were more sightings. Around the same time, a group of teenagers were cruising in town when they seen a reddish object about 500 to 600 feet in the air fall straight to the ground. They then seen it disappear behind the trees as it dropped, and then they seen a flash of a bluish-white light and two arms of flame shoot up, suggesting that an impact had been made. They would then head towards the park, and there they pulled up behind a couple in their car, a Kenny and Carol Drake, who had also come to see what it was that had fallen. When both parties got out to look, they seen a glowing orange blob which had a bluish crystalline substance in its center. The lava-like material sat on an embankment about 16 feet from the road, and it was running down into a ditch as it appeared to be cooling. It was super hot, and they couldn't get very close, and it actually started a small grass fire. It was about this time that the fire department was contacted, and they arrived on scene 15 minutes later to find a still glowing molten metal which covered a 6 by 4 foot area that was 4 inches thick. The assistant fire chief, Jack Moore, stated that it was a mass of molten metal which ran down the edge of a levee boiling along the way. He also stated the metal was so hot it looked like blue flash bulbs. The assistant fire chief would request the police, who also didn't know what to make of it. Once it cooled down some, they were able to get closer and observe that it was for sure a kind of metal, but they could not break it or bend it. They soon started to wonder if this had something to do with a nearby airbase, so they contacted Epley Airfield and Offutt Air Force Base. Not only did neither one of these have an idea what it was that had fell, they didn't seem to care too much. It was around this time that the police would get another call, which cited they had also seen a bright red object that had rocketed to the ground at the park. Now, knowing what else to do, authorities took samples of the metal and sent it off to be analyzed, which eventually, the results came back showing that it was a simple high-carbon steel made of a type common in manufacturing. In the meantime, the fire department loaded most of it onto a truck and took it back to the station, leaving a few pieces behind which were picked up by local residents and held on to as souvenirs. And that's pretty much it to this mystery. What in the world brought this molten metal here? The first theories were obvious. It was a meteor. But, no, meteors are not metal, they're rock. Maybe it was an aircraft then. Well, the problem with that line of thinking is that it was in a semi-molten state. Some suggested that it was a satellite that had fell from space. But that was ruled out too, since satellites are made with a lightweight metal that has a high alloy content. They also looked at space junk, But the problem there was, there should have been an impact crater, and there was none. There were other suggestions that were a little plausible, but still didn't make complete sense. There was a railroad track that ran nearby, but it was 50 yards away from where the molten metal had been dumped. There were even 2 smelters that operated in Omaha just about 5 miles down the road, which totally could have produced what was found here, but that ignores the obvious issue. The assistant fire chief stated there was about 1,000 pounds of molten iron on the ground when he arrived, and for it to have been in the state that it would have had to been near 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Actually, the Journal of Scientific Exploration would later state that it would have been closer to 2,500 degrees when it was found. So, how did someone transport that down a heavily traveled road and dump it in the middle of the park? And there's also the question of those 4 to 8 witnesses who stated they seen it falling from the sky, from some kind of aircraft. While 11 witnesses in total, a few of these police officers and firefighters confirmed that there was molten metal on the ground. So what happened? Crazily enough, some people still believe it was a hoax. In fact, the 4 teenagers that were allegedly driving around when they seen the fire fall from the sky and then drove over to the park were suggested to be the culprits behind it, although I have to disagree. Apparently, these teenagers only stopped briefly to ask the other bystanders if they saw something fall from the sky too. When the others acknowledged that they had, the teenagers drove off, because they apparently did not seem interested in something rare as glowing molten metal in the middle of the park. So, according to this theory, they must have been responsible for it, and probably shot a flare into the sky to create the illusion of something falling. Like I said, I don't really believe this one, and that's because it ignores the question of how they got a substance that was nearly 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit to this spot, especially if they were driving the tiny car they were seen in. Of course, the supernatural theory is that it was aliens and a UFO, of course. Dr. Jacques Vallée stated that he had uncovered at least 9 other similar incidents where an alien craft ejected molten metal to the ground, which may have been a byproduct of the alien craft in distress or malfunctioning. And finally, although the military denied having any involvement, it's possible that they were working on some experimental aircraft or a classified project, but considering they didn't seem that concerned, it kinda dismisses that theory too. When it comes to magic, illusions, and showmen, there's never been anyone who has done it better than Harry Houdini. Born in Budapest, Hungary in 1874, with the real name Eric Weiss, he and his family would immigrate to the US in 1878 and would begin practicing magic and illusions as a teenager under the direction of magician Joseph Wren. Houdini would then start his career at 16 years old, and unsurprisingly, he didn't really take off. But it was once he introduced his escaping from handcuffs act that things would begin turning around for him, because in 1899, he met a man named Martin Beck, who was impressed with his act and advised Houdini to focus on more escape acts. And by the following year, he would go on tour with a vaudeville show in Europe that saw him start his rise to fame, as his biggest act was challenging the local police forces on this tour to keep him locked up, which they could not do. And before long, the escapes got more and more complex. Sometimes he was chained up, other times he was hung upside down in a straitjacket, and of course, the ever so dangerous straitjacket underwater. So it's with all of these dangerous escapes that his death seems so odd to many. It actually began on October 11th, 1926, when Houdini actually suffered an injury at a show due to a faulty piece of equipment. His left ankle was shattered, and his doctors ordered that he rest. But Houdini could not accept this. He was on tour and could not just abandon it in the middle of it, so he continued to perform on his bum ankle. And 11 days later, he would go to Montreal, where he gave a lecture to college students at McGill University. It was here that he invited some of the students to come and visit with him in the dressing room, where he could at least prop his sore ankle up. That's when student Jocelyn Gordon Whitehead would walk in and ask Houdini if it was true he could resist hard punches to the abdomen, because there had long been claims that Houdini would state this at his shows. And when he asked Houdini, he replied, yes, he could withstand the blows. Whitehead seeming like someone who had a lack of intelligence, immediately swung 4 to 5 hard punches into Houdini's unprepared stomach. Houdini winced in pain, but he did his best to brush it off. But later that evening, he began to feel worse, and by the next day, he was in severe pain as he went to Detroit for his next show. By now, his fever was 104, and his doctor suspected appendicitis and stated he needed to go to a hospital now. But Houdini refused to miss the show, and went on that night and powered through, and collapsed as soon as the final curtain dropped. He had to be taken to a hospital, where it was soon found his appendix had ruptured and was poisoning his insides. The doctors would remove the appendix, but it was too late, and Houdini died a few days later. The whole thing was odd and rare, as traumatic appendicitis almost never happens. Actually, scientists believe it's probably not real at all, and Houdini's fans simply could not believe it either. How could the man that could escape anything die from a few punches to the gut? It didn't make sense, and for the people that believed it was odd, they might be onto something. Because see, Houdini had an enemy, one that despised him, the people known as spiritualists. This was a group of people in the late 19th and early 20th century that claimed they could communicate with the dead. But why would they have beef with him, you may ask? See, it may be one thing to believe in spiritualism, but it's a lot different when you begin telling grieving family members that hey, you can talk to their dead loved ones, for a price that is. Yep, a ton of spiritualists around the country were taking in money left and right to talk to the dead of grieving people, and Houdini didn't like that. And since he was an illusionist himself, he began debunking spiritualists all over the country. It got so bad that they started losing money, a lot of money, and eventually they started suing Houdini. But it wasn't just spiritualists. He even exposed America's top psychics and even testified in front of Congress in support of a bill to outlaw fortune-telling, which brings us back to Houdini's death being suspicious, because some people believe a group of spiritualists plotted his demise. According to the authors of The Secret Life of Houdini, William Kalush and Larry Sloman, a lot of these spirit mediums actually worked under the umbrella of some organized crime syndicates, which means Houdini was actually upsetting not only spiritualists, but potentially the mafia, the mob, crime families, etc. And the authors would take it a step further and point out that spiritualists also had a history of poisoning their enemies as a form of assassination. And it's worth pointing out here, Houdini was never given an autopsy. Others take it a step further and suggest that maybe J. Gordon Whitehead wasn't the nitwit that he seemed, and instead, he may have acted on behalf of the spiritualist, perhaps for a fee, because they had threatened to have Houdini beat up before, and it's possible that Whitehead was stalking Houdini through Montreal and never had the chance to attack him in private, and then just acted like a dumb student, punching him backstage as a warning. But there's never been any real hard evidence that points to that, and most scholars dismiss murder. Most consider the real mystery to be if the punches could have ruptured his appendix, or did the punches cause Houdini to ignore the pain of appendicitis, thinking he was just hurting from the blows. Henry Tandey is a name you may not be familiar with, but he was a legend among British infantry. It was during World War I he would receive the Victoria Cross, the highest award given to British and Commonwealth forces. He was also the second most highly decorated British private of the First World War, and there was good reason. One story retold the events of Tandey leading 2 men over no man's land under heavy machine gun fire, where he then bombed the trench and took 20 German prisoners. That isn't even the one that got him the Victoria Cross. That came later, when again, under heavy machine gun fire, he crawled to the gun nest with another team and took out the machine gunners. They would then restore a plank bridge while receiving fire, and to top it off, later that evening, he and his 8 comrades were completely surrounded and taking heavy fire. Tandey jumped up and led a bayonet charge and actually was able to drive 37 Germans back and into the British company. He did all of this while receiving 2 wounds and refused to leave the battlefield until the fight was over. But although he was an excellent soldier, he was known to be a merciful man, as apparently in the past there had been a few times when Tandey had spared unarmed or wounded soldiers. But could one of these men that he spared come back to haunt him, and maybe the entire world? This would become the mystery 20 years after World War I, when Hitler and Germany began implementing their plans to conquer Europe. The story would start with the British Prime Minister, Neville Chamberlain, the man later known for his appeasement of Hitler, actually went to visit the man at his Bavarian retreat in an attempt to talk Hitler out of war. It was here that Chamberlain seen a painting on the wall of Hitler's study which showed a soldier carrying a fellow soldier to safety. This army was British, and the man was Tandey. When Chamberlain asked why he had that painting up, Hitler told him that on September 28, 1918, the same day that Tandey had fought in the battle that earned him the Victoria Cross, near the end of the battle, a wounded German soldier walked into Tandey's line of fire, and he chose not to shoot. The German soldier nodded his head in thanks and wandered off. That man, Hitler claimed, was himself, and the painting, upon coming across it, he immediately recognized Tandey as the soldier he met. But was any of this true? Or was this an attempt by Hitler to just further make himself look like he was shielded by fate for bigger things? That's long been the question that has never been answered, but historians seriously doubt his claims. First of all, German war documents that have been researched since reveal that Hitler's unit in World War I was actually about 50 miles north of where Tandey was stationed. Furthermore, Hitler had taken leave between the 25th and 27th of September, one day before he was allegedly spared, which means he had just returned or was returning to a position 50 miles north of where the battle would have been taking place. And although it's not impossible, it's not likely he was at the battle. Or it's possible, if he was, and he was spared, it could have been a different soldier, or maybe even a different battle, and Hitler was just confused, although those are less likely. The story would take on a life of its own after the meeting between Hitler and Chamberlain. Soon reports came out that Chamberlain called Tandey to verify if this really happened or not. Although this part of the story almost certainly didn't happen, considering Tandey didn't even have a telephone, and Chamberlain was very busy at that time, and probably wouldn't spend time trying to track down a private to ask him about claims from 20 years ago. Likewise, Chamberlain never recorded anywhere that he ever spoke to Tandey. Regardless, word would leak back to Tandey that Chamberlain was told that story by Hitler. And Tandey, in interviews, didn't really say one way or the other at first. He confirmed he had spared some German soldiers, but stated he needed more information to confirm if it was really Hitler that he had let go. However, he would be asked again about the events about a year later by another journalist, and his reply seemed to confirm it, as he stated, quote, "If I had only known what he would turn out to be, when I saw all the people and women and children he had killed and wounded, I was sorry to God I let him go," end quote. The paper went on to claim that because of this fact, Henry Tandey suffered from insomnia and always carried the guilt, the stigma that he may have stopped all this, World War II, the Holocaust. It was all too much of an emotional burden for him. However, that part was only what the papers claimed, because there's no evidence that Tandey really carried this guilt. At least, he didn't write anything about it, nor did anyone that know him confirm it. Likewise, no one really knew who Hitler was in 1918, and at this battle, chances are he would have been covered in mud and potentially blood if he had been wounded. So how could Tandey even possibly remember him? The main theory believed by historians today suggests that the entire thing was exaggerated by Hitler, or he straight up lied to bolster the image that he was destined for greatness. Others believe that since it is known that some soldiers would often spare unarmed and wounded men, that Hitler may have been allowed to walk away like his story claimed, but it was probably a different battle and a completely different soldier who would never know that he let Hitler live. June 1936, a woman named Rachel Mussolini, yes, the one married to Italian dictator Benito Mussolini, was planning a drive to Ostia, just a few minutes outside of Rome. As she sat at the breakfast table with her husband, Benito would wink at her and state, "I wouldn't be surprised if you had a very unusual experience today." This, of course, would puzzle anyone, but Rachel went on about her day, not knowing what to really expect. But it would be something she did not want, because as she got in her limousine and rode off out the city limits, The chauffeur came up on an unexpected traffic jam, and cars were backed up for miles. Outside the vehicles were local drivers, walking around cussing, while many of them opened up the hoods to their vehicle to try and figure out what the problem was. Rachel would demand to know what was going on, and the driver replied that everyone had seemingly broke down at the same time. While they were there discussing that, the limousine's own motor would abruptly die, and the chauffeur coasted it to the side of the road. Now, they were both perplexed. As they were sitting there trying to make sense of the situation, all at once, everyone's automobiles came back to life. It was a weird occasion, but people have things to do and places to be, so it was quickly forgotten about, and everyone jumped in their cars and left. However, while this was indeed a strange incident, it was actually one of the few that had been going on that crazy year, because earlier that spring, farmers outside of Rome had begun to complain to local authorities about something, or somebody, killing their sheep, which was made only more odd by the fact that, in these muddy fields, there were no footprints or other clues ever found. They were often scattered all over the hills, and, upon closer inspection, showed no killing blows or marks. They seemed to have simply fallen over and died without a struggle. When authorities suspected disease, they began to perform autopsies, which they refused to disclose the findings. So as you may imagine, the locals were already on edge, and now rumors began to circle, and many began to speculate that these were not weird coincidences, and instead were related, and potentially caused by someone. Actually, the news became big and spread around the country and the Italian press, and before long, the general consensus on who was behind it fell on one man, that of Guglielmo Marconi. Some of you may be familiar with that name. He was one of the most famous inventors of the early 20th century, whose claim to fame is the invention of the radio, the king of audio until digital streaming came out over a century later. But why in the world would he be connected to the deaths of sheep and cars breaking down on the road? Well, that's because he had been testing out a death ray, or at least, that's what the rumors were. The story actually began in the 1920s, when Marconi, being the genius he was, actually predicted radar being invented almost 2 decades before it became a reality. He stated at a speech in 1922 that after studying these waves, he began to notice that sometimes they would reflect off metal objects miles away, and he speculated that it should be possible to design a machine which would send out these rays in any direction and hit something, say a ship, and then reflect back to the receiver, letting that person know of a ship in the nearby sea, even if it was in foggy weather or at night, thereby making it much safer. Marconi, though, was too wrapped up in his own pursuits of shortwave radio to bother pursuing it. It wasn't until the mid-1930s, after he had basically finished with the radio project, that he put all of his focus into creating a radar. Little did he know that British scientists had already been working on it for a few years and were making great strides. Marconi, however, was starting from scratch, and he soon got the attention of Benito Mussolini, and although Marconi was appreciative, he was cautious of accepting or endorsing Mussolini for obvious reasons. Not to mention, Marconi was apolitical. He actually put off several invitations to meet him for 3 years, but as Marconi's fame grew, and after Mussolini heard he was working on a radar, he told his aides that Marconi should get anything he wanted, and one of his requests was to fly planes back and forth over his laboratory while he tried to bounce microwave beams off of them. It was at points of this experiment that Marconi made a horrifying discovery. Local farmers were really upset because these microwaves, coming from Marconi's lab, were killing many of the livestock in the area. This, of course, spread around the city, and soon Mussolini heard the rumors as well, and he immediately got the idea that a death ray had been invented. Of course, Marconi would just tell him that it was an unfortunate side effect of using microwaves. Mussolini didn't care and told him to stay hard at work. But Marconi, realizing that the microwaves were too dangerous, started using very low frequency waves, or VLF waves for short. And this is when he discovered aiming VLF waves at targets caused a variety of reactions, such as overloading circuits, which caused machines like generators and electronic motors to completely stop. Of course, Marconi told Mussolini about this failure too, and not only did Mussolini have a death ray, but now he had a ray gun that could stop vehicles. Well, other than diesel engines, which did not depend on electrical ignition. After this, Mussolini now wanted him to focus on weapon making and not inventions that could help humanity. And before long, maybe due to stress from a crisis of conscience, Marconi's health began to suffer, and progress on his experiments stalled. He would ask the Pope for a private meeting, which he agreed to on July 17th, and what he discussed at that meeting is left up to conjecture. Allegedly, he wanted to give the Pope updates to his recent developments in wireless, but many aren't convinced, as he had already told family members he intended to immigrate to England alone and take his work with him. Despite loving Italy, he knew it was time to leave. So did he tell the church that he was done with his obligations to create weapons for Mussolini? Some rumors say that Pope Pius XI urged him to stop developments. We're not sure about that, but we do know that he had another meeting set up with Mussolini just 3 days later, and it never happened because Marconi suffered a massive heart attack and died. Actually, ever since beginning to work on the microwaves, Marconi experienced 9 heart attacks in just 3 years, and just like in the story of Tesla's death, all of Marconi's notes vanished, and no one is sure who got them, assuming Marconi didn't destroy them himself, which has left a conjecture open for this bizarre conspiracy that Marconi did in fact create a death ray, which he then purposely stalled on its development to keep Mussolini from getting his hands on it, and for the betterment of mankind, and then perhaps someone out there recovered these notes, or maybe even a working prototype. But is there any truth to this wild story? The answer is most likely not. Actually, the death ray was a common trope that was tossed around a lot in the 1920s and 30s. Not only was Marconi supposed to have created one, but so did Tesla, Harry Grindell Matthews, Edwin R. Scott, and Eric Greichen. So it was almost certain that it was nothing more than fiction. The Hedgehog Bear is one of the more obscure cryptids, known from a single account by legendary frontiersman John Grizzly Adams, a seasoned mountain man with an intimate knowledge of the North American wildlife. Adams allegedly encountered the creature in southern Oregon, near Upper Klamath Lake. The sighting was recorded by his biographer, Theodore H. Hiddle, and has basically remained a cryptid mystery ever since. According to Adams, the animal bore a striking resemblance to a hedgehog, except for its head and its feet, which were unmistakably those of a bear. Unfortunately, the description ends there, and we don't know why that is. It might just be that it was such a brief encounter that he didn't get a great look at it, or it could be one of the few animals he wasn't able to capture, which didn't allow him to study it well. All he said for sure was it was one of the nondescript wonders of the Pacific coast, his quote. Considering his extensive experience with wildlife, the claim, of course, has a lot of credibility. He was not prone to mistaking known species for something extraordinary, making this account difficult to dismiss outright. However, it's the only recorded sighting. Cryptozoologist Matthew A. Ball has suggested that the hedgehog bear may have been a bear suffering from a severe skin condition like mange. If patches of fur had fallen out while coarse tufts remain, the result could have resembled the spiny coat of a hedgehog. Other possibilities include a misidentified porcupine seen at an odd angle, or perhaps even an unknown species of rodent, or something like a weasel or badger. However, other cryptid enthusiasts like to point out that Adams's account did not come with a sensational description. There are no embellishments, no claims of a monstrous size, or any supernatural traits, just a strange encounter that defied easy classification, which, again, lends to credibility. December 9th, 1965, around the American-Canadian border, is where this mystery would first get its start. It happened around the late evening, when residents of 6 states, as well as Ontario, Canada, would witness a large brilliant fireball fly through the sky, with most of the reports coming from Detroit and Windsor, Ontario areas. But this would not be the only thing witnesses seen, because as the fireball blazed through the sky, hot metal debris fell to the ground in parts of Michigan and northern Ohio, starting grass fires. Meanwhile, sonic booms were reported in Pittsburgh, before finally residents of a small village known as Kecksburg, sitting about 30 miles southeast of Pittsburgh, would report seeing wisps of blue smoke vibrations, and a thump that might have something to do with some of the witness reports that stated they seen something crashing from the sky into the woods. Soon after this crash, the Army ordered the area to be sealed off, so the state troopers did just that, and then waited on U.S. Army engineers and potentially civilian scientists. Meanwhile, Air Force personnel, along with the state troopers, searched over the forest and reportedly found nothing. This would only be confirmed by the newspaper the next day, which had the headline that read, "Searchers failed to find object." And just like that, the whole thing was over. Yet, the mystery was just beginning, because this led to several rumors about what exactly it was that fell. And more specifically, was it extraterrestrial? At the time, authorities tried to look for more plausible explanations, such as a plane crash, satellite debris, a meteor, or perhaps even an errant missile test. Astronomers in particular were quick to push the meteor theory, while the Department of Defense eventually came out and stated it was natural phenomenon. Astronomers, however, would continue to research the fireball and soon established a general path that it had taken. They stated the fireball was spotted in Detroit around 4:44 p.m., which was based on 23 reports from pilots who had seen it. Likewise, shockwaves were recorded hitting southwest of Detroit as it passed through the atmosphere. Then it flew on through the area, going northwest to southeast, and ended near the western area of Lake Erie, although other scientists believed it actually landed on the northwestern shore of Lake Erie. This would be the basic story for decades, although there were a ton of conspiracies around the story that never went completely away. And there's probably a good reason for that, because in December of 2005, just before the 40th anniversary of what went on to become known as the Kecksburg Incident, NASA would release a statement which stated experts had examined metal fragments taken from the Kecksburg Incident all those years ago and determined it had actually came from a Soviet satellite that entered the atmosphere and broke up. Unfortunately, these findings had been lost sometime in the 80s, but what they said was quite possible, because just 12 hours before the crash, at around 3:15 a.m., the U.S. Space Command claimed the Venus-bound Soviet Cosmos 96 probe re-entered the atmosphere and crashed in Canada. So it's possible a fragment continued on to Kecksburg. As you can imagine, the people really interested in this story, especially those that believed it was extraterrestrial, did not take this news well. That's when a UFO investigator, backed by the Sci-Fi Channel, Leslie Kean, would sue NASA under the Freedom of Information Act over the lost records. He would go to court for a couple of years, and NASA would finally agree to search for those records, only after being ordered to by the judge. That's when the NASA Public Liaison Officer testified that 2 boxes of papers from the time of the Kecksburg Incident were missing, although NASA claimed that was not unusual, citing the fact that the original tapes from the moon landing were also lost. But that's when speculation switched to the thought that NASA never had these documents. In fact, the people that investigated the site, as you may have heard me mention, were later identified as Air Force personnel, and for some reason, it wasn't unusual for military personnel in civilian clothes to identify themselves as NASA in the 1960s. But does that even matter? Not really. In fact, even NASA in recent years has went back on their theory that it was a Soviet satellite, now stating the trajectory was too steep to have been a man-made craft, more or less implying whatever fell was of a natural source. Regardless, this hasn't stopped decades of speculation about things of a more extraterrestrial nature. In fact, in 1990, the TV show Unsolved Mysteries would cover the incident, and they suggested that it was a UFO crash. They based this on the accounts of local residents who stated they had found an object in the woods shaped like an acorn, about 7 foot wide and 10 feet long with a bronze color. There were no visible doors, windows, rivets, or seams, and on the outside of the craft, it had writing which resembled Egyptian hieroglyphics. Interestingly, the Sci-Fi Channel in their documentary would interview another resident who confirmed the story of the vehicle after claiming he had seen it hauled out of the forest on a flatbed truck by men wearing hazmat suits, as well as stating that military personnel made civilians and reporters leave the area when they tried to get close. This acorn shape has also prompted others to speculate that the craft was actually an attempt to create a top-secret Nazi weapon known as the Glocke, or the Bell. This was supposed to be a wonder weapon capable of time travel being worked on in the early 1940s by the Nazis, and then research was taken over by the US, who kept up the research until the 1960s when this thing crashed. However, most scholars state the Nazi Bell is nothing more than a hoax, or urban legend. Others, though, have went along that line of thinking and suggested the whole thing was a secret military experiment that failed spectacularly and then was covered up. Apparently, a local radio reporter, John Murphy, was one of the first ones to arrive and claimed to have even taken photos of it, only to have it confiscated by the military. He would die a few years later in a suspicious hit-and-run accident. Today, most people believe the Kecksburg Incident was indeed a Soviet spy satellite, and more than likely, part of one which crashed and was then collected by the US and studied. It may have even been a film canister from the satellite, which broke off and crash-landed in Kecksburg. Likewise, it may have been a US satellite that crashed, or a US satellite which had a part break off and then crash and was covered up out of embarrassment. Of course, you will always have those that believe due to its shape, the vehicle was actually extraterrestrial, especially because of the so-called hieroglyphic markings, which some speculated was extraterrestrial writing. September 30th, 1982, Sugar Bush Township, Minnesota. 3-year-old Kevin Jay Ayotte was playing with some toys in the upstairs of the family home, while his older brother Terry was making the bed. He would be about 15 minutes before 5 when his mother Joanne walked upstairs to check on the boys, before she stepped outside for a brief minute and returned. And it's then she would make a terrifying discovery, because as she walked back in to check on the kids, Terry was still there, but little Kevin had simply vanished. Not only had he disappeared, but the family dog, a 6-month-old puppy, was missing as well. And this had happened just within a minute or two of Joanne stepping outside, and Terry had no explanation for it. His mother couldn't believe that the little boy had gotten very far, and there was a good reason for that. They lived out in a very isolated spot, surrounded by a thick forest and a bog. Because of this, she did not call the police right away, and instead focused on finding Kevin herself, along with the help of Terry. But after searching for nearly 2 hours, she eventually called the police, who arrived on scene and also began a search, before quickly coming to the conclusion that he, along with the puppy, had simply wandered off. The search went on into the late night, going through the woods, a swamp, and creek, using just flashlights, and praying to find him before the temperature dropped down into the 30s. But that would be a monumental task, because this was many, many acres of land. In fact, just behind the family's property was forest and thickets that went on for about 5 square miles. As the night wore on with no clues, many of the original searchers went home to rest, while numerous volunteers and other officers would pick up the search when daylight broke. Yet, not one clue was discovered. Shock began to turn to sadness as the searchers pretty much stated there was no way he could have survived the low temperatures or the harsh terrain. But by the second day of the search, new theories began to emerge. What if Kevin had not wandered off at all? What if instead he was somehow abducted from the home without being spotted? Or was it possible he could have had an accident and then was hidden by someone? Maybe someone in the family. Actually, these theories began to gain traction as the search progressed, and people familiar with the area started to doubt Kevin was ever here. Journalists would begin to question Terry, the older brother who was the last to see Kevin, and he would relay his story of what transpired that evening. He recalled they had gotten home from school about 4:30 p.m., and around 4:45 p.m., he began to make his bed. His mom, Joanne, who was downstairs, would go outside to wash the kitchen windows. It was about this time that Terry walked into his mom's room to see if Kevin had went there with some of his toys, but he did not see him. So he went downstairs to ask their mother where was Kevin, but she did not know either. So they started searching around the home, and then, when there was no sign of him, they searched the yard. Before long, the cops were called. Terry would take them to a spot where it was easy to enter the forest, but he was not done, because eerily, he would take them to a bridge about a mile from their home that he claimed Kevin had wandered off to a few times before. However, this led to nothing either. The search continued on for days, But hope was running out. That's when a break came in the case. On the 6th day, the puppy returned home. He was carefully looked over, as well as having a vet pump his stomach, all in an effort to find a clue. The stomach revealed he had not eaten anything in days, aside from swamp grass. Police then got the idea to put a tracking collar on the dog and let it go again, hoping he would lead them back to Kevin, but the pup just kept going back home. The search carried on for 9 days, and again, found nothing. No shoes or diapers, which Kevin had a habit of discarding. Although there was no evidence this had occurred, investigators did classify it as a non-family abduction, but they admitted it could have just as easily been that he wandered away and died from exposure and was never found. But if he was abducted, they couldn't even say if he had been abducted from the home or was taken after he snuck out and started wandering around. After the search was ended and the case went cold for decades, something strange would happen in 2011. Investigators began looking for leads again and ran his name through a database, which revealed Kevin was now living in Michigan, and strangely enough, his parents, who had moved decades ago, were also living in the same area as him. However, when they arrived to interview this man, they soon realized he had simply stolen Kevin's identity for financial purposes, and Kevin's parents living in the area was pure coincidence. So what are the theories? This one is pretty much straightforward. More than likely, he simply wandered off and succumbed to the swampy terrain, and his remains were never found. The dog coming back supports this, as well as Kevin having a tendency to wander off. Plus, there was just no sign that anyone had abducted him. Of course, there is the issue that there also wasn't one piece of evidence that supported he had wandered off. The second theory was that someone abducted him from the home or abducted him when he had wandered off. This would explain why a diaper and shoes were not found, nor any other clue. But it would have been awful risky to snatch Kevin from his home, which means he would have most likely been taken from that bridge. But again, that seems unlikely as well. Finally, he may have wandered off and was attacked by a predator like a bear or a wolf, but again, remains should have been found. Take a good look at this photo. This girl's name is Yerlanin Garcia. She was only 12 years old at the time of her disappearance from Eagle Grove, Iowa, a town of about 4,000 people. The photo, which is very grainy and of poor quality, doesn't give much in the way of a description. However, we do know she was about 4'3" and 100 pounds with black hair and brown eyes, at least at the time of her disappearance. But it's this photo, or maybe the copy of a photo, along with the lack of details, that really makes this mystery disturbing to me. Because, well, you can barely make anything out. And I know most of you are probably sitting there saying, Insomnia, this is not uncommon with old cases. Many times, all we have is an old grainy photo that is almost useless. Likewise, it's not really uncommon to have a black and white copy of an old photo, thus making the identification that much more complicated. But see, that's the catch with this one. This old photo of Yerlanin Garcia is not so old. That's right, she disappeared in 2010, which, with the lack of details, paints a disturbing, eerie mystery. From what is known, which I emphasize again, is very little. She was reported missing on January 15th, 2010, and was said to have been seen at her house around 9 p.m. that night. Now, if that wasn't bad enough, her case details weren't even added to the National Missing and Unidentified Person System, or NAMUS for short, until February 2021, 11 years after she seemingly disappeared. But who actually reported her disappearance first? We don't know. Well, what were the details of her disappearance? We don't know that either. There's actually 0 news articles about her, which you would think, in a town of 3,600 people, the disappearance of a 12-year-old girl would at least make local headlines. But, nope, there's no hits. There's also another odd fact to this story. Judging by the weather records from this time and date, it would have been around 20 degrees. Not surprising for an Iowa winter, which suggests if she did run away, it probably wasn't on foot. But really, the craziest part we have to come back to is this photo, one that looks like it was taken in the early 20th century, or maybe a photocopy of one from a case in the 1980s. It's hard to believe that someone in 2010 didn't have a cell phone that could take a better photo of her. Or if they did take a photo, it's hard to believe that law enforcement in the area could not simply upload it, instead making a black and white copy of it and then uploading it. Heck, there's gotta be school photos out there with better quality. So is this just a lazy police department or something else? Speaking of the police, did they even search for her? Did they take the report seriously? Did volunteers help in a search? Were neighbors interviewed? If they did, there's no record of any of these. Speaking of records, she also does not show up in NCMEC, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Adding to the intrigue is the lack of an appeal from the family or other loved ones. No Facebook pages looking for tips, no loved ones out there looking to do interviews on podcasts or hitting up local media in an attempt to get the story out. So it's all these reasons. One may ask, is she even real? If so, is she still missing? Well, according to Iowa authorities she is, since she is still listed as a missing person. This case reminds me a lot of the Joanna Lopez mystery, which is why I wanted to cover it. I'm sure you are familiar with Joanna Lopez's case, as we have covered it before. But it was a young woman that allegedly went missing in Chicago in 1989, and a poor quality photo would pop up in public service announcements with no details about her case, in spite of the fact she was not listed in the official missing person records. Some even think the whole thing is a hoax, and I think Garcia might be a modern-day version of that mystery, although I don't believe her case is a hoax. Now, unlike Lopez, we may have someone that could vouch for Garcia's existence. Maybe. The case this website is listed on is iowacodecases.org, and it has a comment section below each case. And on her page, a commenter claims to have been Yerlanin's teacher at Clarion, about a 15-minute drive from where she disappeared. This person states she believes that she was living with her grandmother or father when she was reported missing. Now, this is the internet, and anyone can make a comment on that webpage, so it's hard to judge the veracity of the claim. But even if it's true, it still doesn't tell us much of anything. It's also worth noting that there are several commenters there who claim to be locals, stating they have never even heard of the case. Actually, awareness on her disappearance is basically non-existent, and that's pretty much it on this one. So many questions. Who was she? Who reported her? What's the case status? Did she really disappear in 2010? How come records don't come online until 2021? Why is the only picture available appear to be much older than what it really is? Hopefully, we can get some answers soon. April 27th, 2006. Sometime around noon in Webbers Falls, Oklahoma, which is a town with a tiny population of about 600 people, and would play host to this next sad and strange mystery, when a resident was driving down a gravel road in a very rural and isolated area, and would see something that he couldn't quite make sense of. Alongside this old road was a ditch, and it appeared a woman was just sitting there, but something didn't seem to be right about her. It was unsettling. As he got closer and pulled over to take a look, he soon realized this woman was dead. Of course, this unfortunate passerby would call the police, who were soon on the scene, and what they found was even more disturbing. The woman was in a semi-seated position, and her hand was still clutching onto a bloody towel, which was draped over her lower abdomen, while another bloody towel was sitting beside her. Detectives looked over the scene and soon established that the victim had been placed on the ground, not dumped. Whoever done this had stopped and dragged her to the embankment and set her up so she would be found. The woman was also fully clothed except for her shoes, and there were no signs of an assault or any struggle at all. After finding no identification on her, they would send her body to the medical examiner's office to find the cause of death, which they already had a good idea about, considering all the blood had came from her vaginal area. The medical examiner was able to conclude she had been dead by midnight at least, and she was deceased when she was set down at the location about 12 hours prior, and as the investigator suspected, she had died from an intense vaginal hemorrhage, caused either by an abortion or a miscarriage. Investigators were not sure which had occurred, and they really have no idea today because they have never established who this person was, as no one has ever came forward to identify her. At first, they thought they had a pretty good idea of what had happened. The woman most likely had a miscarriage, but was in the country illegally and avoided going to the hospital. But her being an illegal immigrant has been practically ruled out today. Now investigators began to look closer to home. They began to wonder if she was a Native American, specifically part of the Muskogee Nation, which resides in Oklahoma. But even that they were not sure of, as some clues point to the thought that it might have been a white woman of Greek descent, or possibly of South Asian descent. Whatever the case, she was around 30 years old, 5'3", 150 pounds, and had brown hair with a reddish tint. As far as what did happen, investigators are unsure, but if it was a botched abortion, that leaves other pressing questions, like why did this person set her out to be found? It's almost like the person did care, because you would typically think, in an incident with malice, the body would be hidden. Instead, she was placed where she would soon be found. It also goes along with the evidence, or maybe I should say, lack of evidence, that she was an abuse victim. There were no bruises, no other signs of trauma, or anything that would indicate that. Although, it is possible that the person that placed her here just didn't find her until rigor mortis set in, which explains the seated position. Perhaps she was sitting in the floor when she bled out. But if we go back to the miscarriage theory, that too does not make sense, since investigators are now pretty confident she wasn't an illegal alien, so why not seek medical care? Of course, others suspect a much more grim theory, that she was the victim of trafficking. This case, as dark as it is, will probably have an answer soon. They have DNA, and although I can't find an update on it, I have to assume they are trying to establish her identity via genetic genealogy, something that takes a little bit longer with Native American DNA, since there is not a wider pool of candidates to draw from. August 27th, 1979, Stephen, Minnesota. Deputy Sheriff Val Johnson was on his routine night patrol around 2 a.m. when he would end up having one of the more significant UFO encounters in history. It all started when the patrolman was driving along and seen a beam of light just above the road. This light, which was bright white and well defined, was about 8 to 12 inches in diameter and 3 to 4 feet off the ground, and it made Johnson think that an aircraft above him was in distress. So he began driving towards the light, but to his surprise, the light began moving rapidly towards him, and, according to Johnson, covered about 1.5 miles almost instantaneously. Then it engulfed his car, and in the process, blinded Johnson, who soon heard the sound of glass breaking. What happened after this is anyone's guess, because Johnson would fall unconscious for 39 minutes, and when he woke up, he noticed his car was stalled and had skidded across the highway. He felt very sluggish and shaky, and he radioed for assistance at 2:19 a.m., stating that his vehicle had been attacked by something. But when his fellow lawmen got there, they were greeted by a strange scene. The vehicle's driver's side headlight, the inside one, was smashed, while the outer one remained intact. There was also a circular dent about 1/2 inch in diameter on the left side of the hood. The windshield had also cracked on the driver's side with 4 impact points. They then looked towards the roof antenna, which had been bent at a 60-degree angle 6 inches from the base, while the trunk antenna had been bent at a 90-degree angle near the top. Even stranger was Johnson's watch, which was 14 minutes behind, along with the patrol car's clock. Looking over the scene showed that the car had traveled 854 feet from where Johnson claimed a light had intercepted him, while 99 feet of skid marks were also left before the vehicle stopped sideways on the road. Once a doctor examined Johnson, he discovered bruises on him, along with eye irritation that the doctor said was similar to that of a welder's burn, which is the painful inflammation of the cornea caused by exposure to UV light coming from a welding torch. Lastly, Johnson also had some fractured teeth at the gum line. His law enforcement friends didn't just take his word for it. They did investigate and came up with nothing. They even contacted Ford engineers to ask about the vehicle's damage. Interestingly, when it came to the windshield fractures, they noted It had been made by simultaneous inward and outward forces, and it was extremely unusual. Detectives, for their part, ruled out collision, hoax, and a low-flying aircraft. They claimed they just couldn't find any proof for any of these, and as surprising as this was, Johnson was in no way prepared for what would happen next, because he soon found that this story was not only being talked about locally, it was picking up a ton of steam in the national press. And within 2 weeks, he was invited to appear on the Good Morning America program. However, it didn't last long, because Johnson would eventually tell reporters that the sudden influx of attention was starting to cause a great deal of emotional strain on the family, and he soon stopped taking interviews. But maybe most suspiciously of all, Johnson refused to take a polygraph test because he believed it, quote, would only satisfy people's morbid curiosity. And besides, if you follow enough true crime mysteries, you already know polygraphs are useless. But in spite of that, it does add doubts to Johnson's story. Although, something did happen to his car. What that was, we don't know. But some skeptics claim that he damaged the car intentionally, all to pull off this hoax. However, many ufologists consider this to be one of the more important UFO encounters ever, with Jerome Clark stating that it was one of the top 10 most influential, citing Johnson's reputation as a law enforcement officer, as well as the physical evidence left behind, and the fact that he didn't really have much to gain and a heck of a lot to lose. He also quickly got out of the limelight and didn't cash in on his story. Actually, he grew tired of it quick and uprooted his life and family and moved to Eau Claire, Wisconsin, where he avoided talking about the event anymore. He did eventually become chief of police in Oslo, Minnesota, before retiring to a customer service job. He would state in one of the few interviews he did many decades after the event that he still couldn't explain it. And I know you are dying to hear the theories on this one, so let's start with the obvious. It was a real extraterrestrial encounter. This could explain why there was so much evidence that something had collided with the vehicle, while no evidence of what slammed into him was left behind. Likewise, it could possibly explain the burns to his eyes. Others suggest that Johnson may have ran into something almost as rare as aliens, that of ball lightning, which can appear as a bright orb and can cause electrical disturbances, but that doesn't explain the damage left to the vehicle. Of course, it's also possible Johnson was drunk and crashed, and then his police friends covered up for him, but that doesn't explain the burns to his eyes. All in all, a crazy one. September 9th, 1972, Grand Island, Nebraska. It was the opening of the college football season, a huge day in Nebraska where seemingly everyone follows Cornhusker football. But it was on this day that 53-year-old William Peak and his 50-year-old wife, Bernice, along with their 14-year-old daughter, Barbara, were alone in their beautiful home after an abrupt change of plans. See, Bernice's old college friend, a lady named Georgia Stone, along with her husband, had invited the Peaks over to their cabin in South Bend, about a 1 hour and 50-minute drive away. But Bernice would call Georgia sometime before the drive and let them know she wasn't feeling good and they weren't going to make it, but would see them later on. But the real reason she canceled might have to do with the Peaks making other plans. In fact, Bernice's parents were actually coming over later that evening to watch the Nebraska game with their daughter, son-in-law, and granddaughter. Now the families must have been pretty close, because Bernice's parents showed up later that evening and simply let themselves into the home, where they sat down and waited on Bernice or William to come down and greet them. But they never did. Even stranger was the family's dog. An English setter named Meridoc was barking like crazy, and the dog would not let up. And it was then that Bernice's father, Ron, felt like the dog was trying to get him to follow her. So he did. And when he began walking, the dog went to the master bedroom, and Ron pushed the door open and discovered a nightmare. There was his son-in-law, William Peak, dead, along with his 14-year-old granddaughter, Barbara, and his daughter, Bernice, who was still clinging to life. The white carpets the family laid on were soaked with blood, and Ron looked across the room at the sliding glass door that led to the patio and the lake, which was nearby, and assumed that the perp had escaped that way. But he didn't have time to speculate, and he called an ambulance for his daughter, who might actually survive the onslaught. The police arrived on scene too, and soon began carrying out their investigation. They looked over everything and were a bit puzzled. First of all, there were no signs of a struggle, nor were there any signs that either one of the girls had been sexually violated. And for Bill, he was strangely lying with his cigarette near his hand while his lighter was under his body, while Bernice was draped over his body, and Barbara had died near a dresser. They were all victims of gunshot wounds. The earliest theory detectives had wasn't a bad one, because it wasn't much later that they found Bill's credit cards in another part of town, while his wallet was found on the other side of town. I could not find if the cards had been used though, but considering they didn't pursue the robbery theory long, I kinda doubt it. In either case, no fingerprints were found on either of them, so investigators were at a loss. Now strangely, there was one rumor that hung in the air for a while. This rumor suggested that the Peaks were about to reveal a wife-swapping arrangement. Now I looked for more details on this, but could not find anything, so I'm not sure if it was their wife-swapping arrangement, and for some reason they were about to go public, which I doubt, or if they knew of another couple that were involved in it, and for whatever reason, they wanted to expose it, and this embarrassed the couple who then killed them over it. Regardless, police must not have thought much about it, because they didn't really pursue it. But there was a crazier theory. See, Bill had been in the military his whole life up to that point, and he was an intelligence officer. Actually, it's never been disclosed what he did exactly, but we do know he served on the Eastern Bloc at the height of the Cold War. So detectives began to wonder, did a Soviet spy track him down all the way to Grand Island, Nebraska, just to get rid of him? For some kind of spy versus spy reasons. This is why the US government became interested in the case. However, there was one thing that stuck out that kind of pointed away from this. It was sloppy. Why would they leave Bernice alive if this was some kind of Soviet secret operation? Investigators were now back at square one, but this is where Bernice's brother would come in, a real fighter for her case. Bob Allen and his wife Georgine had been attending the Nebraska game in LA and heard the news after they left the game and flew back home immediately. The well-to-do businessman became a champion for her cause, putting pressure on the local government to find the killer, along with contacting several governors over the years trying to find a resolution to the case. And at first, he may have actually helped, because right after, police got a tip about two long-haired young men seen in the area on the night of the murder, and they were driving a blue Impala with Nebraska plates. These men were actually found way over in Billings, Montana, about an 11.5-hour drive away. They were picked up by local authorities there for drug possession. Soon, Grand Island detectives would fly out to interview them, and came up with nothing. Meanwhile, tips from all over poured in. One deputy would even go to Las Vegas running down a lead, which didn't pan out. Bernice's brother Bob, for his part, was convinced that it was a voyeur or peeper who had been spying on his niece, 14-year-old Barbara, and then got caught and panicked and killed the family over it. But this one seemed odd, since police couldn't find any evidence of that, nor had Barbara been violated. But back to Bernice, who was now in the hospital, and told detectives that it was multiple people that had shot them. But there was one issue with this. Bernice was in no condition to talk. Actually, she was speaking incoherently, and she couldn't even write anything other than illegible scribbles. So, her saying multiple people involved meant very little. But the good news was, doctors thought she was recovering. However, this would change, and a couple of weeks later, police were advised by doctors to not ask her any more questions. She held on a couple more months before succumbing to the wounds, never being well enough to provide clues to the murders. It was this that caused Bob to redouble his efforts. He offered reward after reward, starting off with $10,000, which, adjusted for inflation, is about $60,000 now, and he even eventually upped that money in 2008, 36 years after the crime, to $100,000, before he would pass away 2 years later. And that's pretty much it. We have zero in ways of DNA, so unless there's a deathbed confession, this one will almost certainly never be solved. But that doesn't mean we can't discuss theories, and it's basically the three we already brushed over. The big one was Bill's days as an intelligence officer. Could suggest it was a professionally executed hit. There were no signs of a struggle or forced entry, and because of the execution style, it comes off as well planned. But there's no real proof that's what it was, although I'm unsure if the CIA would disclose that anyways. Second was, what if Bob was right? What if it was a voyeur? I can never find where he got his lead for this, or what made him think that, but he was convinced. And he had hired private investigators, so maybe he had a good lead. Maybe they weren't even spying on Barbara, and instead were spying on Bernice. And in either case, he could have escalated. Maybe Bill caught him, and then it spun out of control. The downside to this is, peeping Toms are not really the type you would think to go around heavily armed. There are also those that believe it was a crime of passion, related to wife swapping, and because of the taboo of the situation, the investigators just didn't really want to go down that avenue. Finally, it might have been those two perps caught with drugs in Montana, and investigators could just never find that piece of conclusive evidence to arrest them. February 24th, 2022 is one of the most pivotal times in modern history because it marks the start date of the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, which has led to the chaotic world we live in today. But buried in the craziness of all that is a creepy YouTube mystery. It all started when a channel called Kevin Wesley, whose account joined on New Year's Eve in 2006, would post an incredible, yet unsettling video. This was never before seen footage of the second plane hitting the World Trade Center on 9/11, and it was from an insane vantage point on a boat, as the cameraman, I assume Kevin Wesley, was standing and recording the smoke from the first plane crash when the second one would roar overhead and slam into the second building. Now the footage is haunting in itself, but it's brought up an interesting question. Why wait so long to post it? Of course, YouTube was not a thing until 2005, so I get that part, although I'm not sure how it didn't get uploaded somewhere else in that time frame. Regardless, we also know that by 2007, Kevin Wesley had a YouTube account, so why didn't he upload it? Well, Kevin had a weird explanation for that. He would explain, I posted this video in the 2000s, but accidentally left it private for until now. I gave a Sunday service on a scout trip to Shiloh Battlefield about one of my religious journeys and showed this video. I noticed the video was private and made it public. And there's two weird things about that description. First of all, it sounds like whoever typed this had English as a second language. Secondly, although he claimed he uploaded it in the 2000s, you can see the upload date is clearly February 24th, 2022. Regardless, after this explanation, he would go into a long religious sermon that is just too much to unpack here. The video, though, went viral, racking up 9 million views at this point. But it's really only the beginning of this one, because since that video, he would post a 9/11 compilation of low-quality images mixed in with his clip, and a song from the Fellowship of the Ring soundtrack, whose lyrics are kinda dark considering the occasion, which reads, "The earth shakes, cracks, splits, will no one save us? Fire, fire in the deep, flames lick our skin." So as you can see, at the very least, it's distasteful. He would then follow this up with a compilation video of his time in Iraq, and he entitled it Horned Owl, which is also the name of a military spy drone project, as well as an occult symbol of the Freemasons. The case would get stranger yet when someone searched Kevin's name and easily found his LinkedIn account, which showed he had worked at the Pentagon and then other defense departments, as well as Boeing. And that's pretty much it. I mean, there's not much in the way of theories. Maybe he really forgot to upload it after that long. Or maybe somehow he did leave it private and it used the published update as the date of the upload. Others think, with his military background, he was somehow involved. September 24th, 1911, Ten Sleep, Wyoming. At the Red Bank Ranch, a 17-year-old, Rhoda Spees, and her friend, Mary Ribideau, were sent out on an errand from the main ranch headquarters to another cabin known as the Canyon House. It is here the former governor, William Richards, lived with his daughter and son-in-law, 21-year-old Edna Jenkins and 22-year-old Thomas Jenkins. Now William, he was out of town on a hunting trip, but these girls had been sent to check on the newly wedded couple, as no one had heard from them in a couple of days. As they got closer, they were struck by something odd. Their cabin was eerily dark and silent. But it wasn't just that. As they passed the corral and barn, they noticed the door was wide open, which was typically not the case. As they passed on by, trying to make sense of the mysterious situation, they suddenly seen 3 horses dash out and run away. It was pretty dark, and Mary was unsure, but she could have swore she seen a man running out behind the horses. Not knowing exactly what was going on, the brave girls continued to ride forward, until Rhoda's horse bucked up on her and refused to go any further, seemingly afraid to walk past a certain tree. Strangely, the tree had something bundled lying underneath, which neither of the girls could identify because the light from the day was fading, but it's probably what spooked Rhoda's horse. Unable to go any further, Mary tried to ride on up. Her horse was much calmer and actually kept on walking, and she made it to the back door of the cabin. Since both girls were here often, she knew that there were always fresh drinking water, which was kept in 2 buckets on a bench just inside the door. As she made her way up, she noticed it was too dark to see inside, but she felt around in the bucket for the dipper and found one of the buckets empty, and the other only had warm, stale water. The girls now found themselves in a peculiar situation, and the only thing Mary could think to do was to go back to the tree to see what that was laying underneath it, since Rhoda's horse was still too spooked to go. So Mary would get closer and closer, while Rhoda's horse kept dancing around. Mary then caught sight of something that shook her up. What she thought was a random bundle was a human body, a deceased body. She was now scared, and with the light fading quickly, she didn't get a great look, but she suspected that it was an Indian. She quickly jumped on her horse, and both her and Rhoda took back off at full speed towards the headquarters. Now the next part is a little strange, because when the 2 girls told the men about what they had seen, they didn't seem to be interested in going to check everything out. I couldn't find out why that was. Maybe it's because the girls thought it was an Indian, or maybe because the light was fading. Regardless, they would put a party together and leave a few hours later at about 8:30 p.m. And sure enough, when they got to the tree, they found the dead body. And it was that of Edna Richards Jenkins, who, as I mentioned previously, was the daughter of the former governor of Wyoming, William A. Richards. And the cabin that Mary had checked for water earlier was owned by him. What was strange was Edna's husband, Thomas Jenkins, was nowhere to be found. The 2 had only been married for 4 months, but I'm sure, considering the situation, everybody was suspicious of him at first. But when they walked into the house, they found Thomas had been shot through the heart and was lying on a bare mattress on the bedroom floor. Mary's body, on the other hand, had 3 bullet wounds, 1 in her temple and a couple in her chest. The strangest part was the pistol was sitting in her left hand, and another one was laying next to her body. And it's also important to point out now, she was right-handed. After studying the scene and taking the 2 bodies to the coroner, Edna's father, the former governor, William, was sent a telegram. He had been out of town hunting and would immediately make the long trip back home via automobile, which was still something new to the world and not incredibly fast, since this was way in the early days of criminal investigation and out in the middle of nowhere. Police had no idea where to start, nor did it help that there just wasn't much evidence of what exactly happened. But the fact that Edna's father was a former governor, well, resources would be allocated to find the murderer. And you may think this sounds like a simple murder-suicide, and that's actually what the first coroner's jury found. But their theory was really kinda insane. Their finding was the 2 had gotten into an argument, and then Thomas shot Edna twice in the lungs, which incapacitated her. Thomas then felt guilty about what he had done, went inside the home, set his mattress on fire, laid down, and pulled the trigger. About this time, Edna would regain her composure, stumble to the home, seen the mattress on fire, took water from the bucket and put the fire out, then, seeing she was too late, grabbed both guns, walked outside to the tree where she ended her own life, which you have to admit seems like a huge stretch. This might be why the local newspapers suggested the 2 had made a pact to end it together, which also seems strange that one did it in the bedroom and the other one did it out in the yard. Regardless, as crazy as that sounded, there was some evidence to back it up. Or maybe I should say, lack of evidence, like there were no footprints in the area other than Edna and Thomas. nor were there any signs that any other person had been here in a while. Meanwhile, Edna's father, the former governor, would return and start his own investigation and released a statement to the press which said he did not accept the coroner jury's verdict because there was no evidence that suggested that either Edna or Thomas had planned this. In fact, William had been living with the couple in that cabin for a while and knew their habits. Actually, it was him that was able to come up with the time for the murders because he knew when they had done their chores. He pointed out the laundry had been cleaned but was still damp, which meant they would be ironed Saturday morning, just like the bread they made on Friday afternoon was still setting out where it had been left to cool, leading him to the conclusion that this happened sometime between Friday afternoon and Saturday morning. But he also noted there had been no trouble from the couple leading up to this, and soon investigators found letters from Edna to Thomas as well as her father, and both were happy and affectionate in tone. But what really tipped the scales was when investigators found 2 more bullets in the bedroom wall and 3 in the living room. One of these had been fired through a portrait of Edna. There was also the fact that cash and jewelry had been missing, and thinking back, why was the barn door opened? And was that a man that really ran out behind the horses? Because of all these new findings, another coroner's jury was held, this time about 2 months after the crime, and they released a new verdict. Edna and Thomas both died at the hands of a person or persons unknown. In addition to the bullet holes found, authorities had other evidence which was not made public until the former governor got involved, and he made it go public. Like, Edna's right shoulder had the imprint of a heavy hand with a thumb on front and 4 fingers on the back, which clearly left spots on her skin. The bone above her left eye had also been broken and indented by a blow from a smooth object or instrument, which never broke the skin. She had also been wearing a nightgown with her bathrobe over it, and there were 2 bullet holes in the gown, but not in the robe. In addition, her legs had been cut and scratched and had been bleeding, and the ball of one toe was completely torn off, yet she had knee-length stockings on that were undamaged. And maybe the most crazy part, there was no blood under the tree where Edna was found laying. But that's not the only oddity. The carpet underneath the bed, as well as the mattress on the floor, was absolutely soaked with water, which, as mentioned earlier, probably came from the empty bucket of water that Mary had found upon first arriving, and it was probably used to throw onto the mattress, which appeared as if it had been set on fire. Richard's notes on this investigation, which we still have, also pointed out he had unloaded 3 revolvers which were at the cabin before he went out of town on his hunting trip. Yet, when he got back and did his investigation, he found that all the cartridges had been reloaded, which he suggested meant that Edna and Thomas were afraid of someone. He also had an answer for the mattress being on the floor. That simply meant they were trying to stay out of sight of the nearby window, or they wanted to be able to escape quickly. Although, it has to be pointed out that some accounts say the bed had been made up but not laid on, while other accounts claim the mattress was bare. The investigation went nowhere for a while, but they would soon catch a break, because a newspaper subscription salesman and reporter named Edward T. Payton would randomly show up in the vicinity of the ranch and was, quote, clearly out of his head and caused so much trouble that the sheriff was notified. It should be noted, Payton had been in and out of the mental state hospital 4 separate times and was known to have fits of mental illness, but it's during this episode specifically that he would constantly mutter about the dead woman and made other remarks that detectives found suspicious, which they never divulged what these comments were. It also looked pretty suspicious because he had attacked Governor Richards in newspaper columns in the 1894 election and accused him of fraudulent land deals, although that was never proven. Regardless, he was known to hate the governor. He would be the only person ever arrested in connection with the case, but no evidence against him was found, and questioning didn't really lead to anything, so he was released a couple of weeks later. Then, 2 other men were also briefly suspected, a O.K. Fullerton, who was a handyman that did odd jobs around the ranch. He was said to be attracted to Edna and was widely known to be a thief in the area, while a Tom O'Day had been in a gang and served time in prison, and that gang had frequently traveled along a trail that went by the ranch, and allegedly, O'Day had been spotted there or near there on the day of the murder, but there was no real evidence that he was connected to the crime, and T2 was soon forgotten about. And that's pretty much it. The case was never solved, and it's one of the most perplexing in the history of Wyoming, not only due to the fact that one of the victims was the daughter of a governor, but because of the other oddities. No footprints, yet Edna's body had been moved, but Thomas could not have moved her because there was no gun in the room for him to have ended his own life. So who put Edna's robe on? Why did they put the gun in her left hand when she was right-handed? How did the mattress catch fire? Or, if someone did set it on fire, why throw water all over it afterwards? Who shot the portrait? And maybe most importantly, did Mary, the young girl, really see a man fleeing out of the barn behind the horses? Or was the light from the dusk playing tricks on her eyes? That's something she could never answer for the rest of her life. February 9th, 1964, Nampa, Idaho. It was during the late night hours of 1:30 to 2 a.m. when a resident of Sherman Avenue would see the headlights roll in. Across the street was 51-year-old neighbor Lillian Richey. She had just came back from a nightclub in Garden City, about a 25-minute ride away. The neighbor would then strangely see Lillian's car back out of the driveway and be driven away by a man. The neighbor now at this point had seen the kitchen light in Lillian's home turned on, so he thought nothing else of it. But it would be 2 days later, when Lillian was scheduled to show up for work, that she didn't arrive, and people began to wonder. And they soon put it together that no one had heard from her in a couple of days. Part of the reason for this was Lillian lived alone as she was a widow, and her 2 sons were adults and had moved out long ago, and they didn't even live nearby. Regardless, the police were notified, and they soon went over to do a wellness check on Lillian. And now, strangely, her car was back in the driveway, but she was not there. The door was unlocked, and the officers walked in and found nothing out of the ordinary. No sign of forced entry or a struggle. But they did find a note, which strangely read, "Dear Lillian, have been here since 11. Have looked for a note and haven't found a thing. I don't know what to think. Have gone to Harmony Cafe to have breakfast. Then plan to go to John Yoder for a short time." The note was then signed at the bottom, and this signature has long been a source of discussion, since it's kinda hard to make out what it says exactly. One blog, which discusses missing person cases, has made the argument that the signature was Arthur Tooby, coincidentally a California cattle rancher and member of a cattlemen's association, which will be important later on. But no one is certain if that is the name. I mean, to me it looks like it says Kurt Tosley, but what do I know? But here's where things get strange. Police would actually find this man, and they've never publicly identified him, which I will tell you why in a second. And they didn't disclose how they tracked him down, but upon finding him, they began to fill in the blanks. They wanted to know what had happened the night before last when he had went out with Lillian. And according to him, he was actually from California and had came to Boise to attend a cattle convention. And in that time frame, he met up with Lillian. Now, had he known her before this, or was this the first time meeting her? That is unknown. But that evening, they would go to a club together where they stayed out to about 1 a.m. or so, and he took her back home. And it was here he would drop her off and leave, as she had allowed him to borrow her car, which was confirmed by what the neighbor had seen that night. As to how the car got back in the driveway, well, the next morning, they had planned to meet about 11 a.m. where he would drop the car off and have breakfast with her, and he was going to bring along a male friend. And this other man, we know even less about. But when they got there that next morning to drop it off, they saw the garage door open, and when they got up to the door and knocked, nobody answered, so they went inside. They walked around and called for her, and she never replied. Soon, he would write the note and leave, and that was basically it. Now obviously, you know these guys would be the top suspects, but that ended up not being the case. The police grilled these two extensively, but they were cooperative, and eventually completely cleared, much to the investigators' own frustration. Going so hard after these two was basically a waste of time, But it wasn't just the questioning of them that allowed them to rule them out. Nah, there were other things that went against them. Like, Lillian had wore a black evening wrap around her dress that evening, and when she got back home, she left it there, along with basically everything else she had. Even a plane ticket she was going to use to visit her sons later that month. But what was missing made it even more perplexing. Although her purse was left behind, a few items from it had been taken. There was also a green and brown plaid dress that had been removed from the closet, and this was not the same dress that she had worn to the club, which was a black cocktail dress. On top of that, there was a different purse which was missing, and was possibly used to carry the missing items from the other purse. And finally, a book called A Man Named Peter, the #1 seller in 1951, was also missing, and that's pretty much it. The case went cold before the end of the year and didn't have any movement on it whatsoever for the next 60 years. Her sons had even hired private investigators over the decades, and they too never found anything. There was just no evidence of a break-in or anything that suggested she was attacked or abducted. There was some slight movement in 2018 when the local police performed a new search, even digging for her remains under the school administrative office, after hearing rumors that her body had been buried there. But it ended up being just rumors. And as far as the two men go, obviously, their names were protected once they were determined to not be suspects. Actually, they weren't even considered persons of interest. And that name, Arthur Tooby, if that's what the signature says, he was just a cattleman that lived a very normal law-abiding life. So what actually happened? Well, there's not a lot of theories on this one. It's one of the more bizarre cases we have ever covered. One theory you can find suggested is accidental death. Lillian most likely had alcohol at the club, and maybe she was disoriented and fell, and ended up with a head injury. This one is very possible, but where did she go? And shouldn't someone have found her? And how far could she have gotten if she was that drunk? But it makes more sense than an abduction, since there was no sign of a struggle. Some obviously still believe the men were involved, but police were confident they weren't. Sadly, this case will probably never be solved. September 4th, 1964, Cisco Grove, California. 28-year-old Donald Schrum and a group of friends decided to go bow hunting, but unfortunately for Donald, at some point during the hunt, he became separated from the rest of the party and could not find his friends. As the evening turned to night, Donald knew he would have to find some kind of way to remain safe, so he climbed up a tree where he planned to sleep for the night. However, this wouldn't be as safe as he thought it would, because as he got comfortable and began to drift off, a white light at a low altitude began to zigzag through the trees. This relieved Donald, of course, because he thought it was a rescue helicopter that was searching for him. So he jumped down from the tree, pulled out his flares, and began lighting them, in hopes of trying to capture the attention of the pilot overhead. As soon as he done this, the light would turn towards him and came to a stop about 50 yards away. Donald then waited as the craft slowly lowered to the ground, but as it got closer, he soon realized it was not a helicopter. Donald would go on to describe it as cigar-shaped and the size of a 14-story building. As this craft hovered, a smaller scout aircraft would exit the larger one and then land nearby. Of course, this frightened Donald, who immediately began climbing back up into the tree. From here, he recalled that 3 beings would get out of the aircraft and approach the trees. 2 of them were humanoids, a little over 5 feet tall, with silvery uniforms that covered their heads and wearing something similar to welding goggles. As the 3rd being approached, Donald would state it looked more like a sci-fi robot. He was darker in color and had 2 reddish-orange eyes. In the place where it would typically have a mouth, he seen a slit-like opening that would drop down like the door of an oven. Donald began to panic because now all 3 beings were down below him, and they grabbed the tree and began shaking it in an attempt to throw him out. Donald described vividly that the robot entity would lower its jaw and then a rectangular gap would emit a puff of smoke in his direction. This smoke would spread out like a mist and cause Donald to lose consciousness as it reached him. And if you're thinking Donald would come to and see that these alien beings were gone, well, think again, because they were still below him, shaking the tree. That's when Donald started to get nauseous. But you see, he came up with a quick plan. He would take extra bits of clothing, light it, and then throw it down at them, which did actually make them back off, although only for a short time, before coming back and shaking the tree again. Donald studied the situation carefully, and that's when he started to speculate that audio signals from the UFO seemed to be directing these aliens. He then thought maybe the best course of action was to shoot an arrow at these things, and he did just that. The first arrow hit one and a spark came off of it, indicating that they were indeed metallic. He would shoot 2 more times, which caused the beings to scatter. However, this was not the end, because now a second robot left the aircraft and made its way to the tree, where it emitted a white vapor which caused Donald to lose consciousness a second time. When he awoke, he saw 2 of the humanoids were now climbing the tree, so he began throwing things at them to slow them down. This would go on all night long, and by the early morning, more humanoids arrived, and after another batch of smoke, Donald passed out one final time, and he woke up to see all the aliens were now gone. But unfortunately for Donald, he had been tied up to a tree by his belt. His friends by this point had also located him, and they helped him get out of the tree. And if you would think nobody would believe this story, one of these other hunters had also gotten lost, and he would confirm he had seen the same UFO, but he had never seen the aliens. Once untied, Donald would collect all of his belongings from the ground that he had tossed out at the invaders the night before. Then he sought medical attention for possible radiation exposure, but was determined to be okay. Eventually, the events would reach the McClellan Air Force Base, who contacted him and arranged a secret meeting to take place at an empty house off base. They would take the arrows, which still had metal shavings on it from the robot, and they began to pressure Donald to doubt his memory, and they offered up other explanations for him to choose from. He eventually agreed because he was afraid, and stated he didn't know what it was he had actually seen, but he did stick to the same story for the next 50 years. And that's pretty much it. A crazy story. But what really happened? Let's start with the obvious. It was really alien visitors from another planet, or even another star system. The sophisticated technology would point towards this. Things like the cigar-shaped UFO, scout aircrafts, and the vapor emitters are pretty advanced. And a lot of ufologists point to this case as being one of the more important ones in UFO history. Others suggest secret military technology, like drones, which would have been really advanced for the early 60s. However, the most plausible explanation is something psychological. Maybe him being lost caused immense fear, and the isolation caused something like sleep paralysis, which led to hallucinations, although the arrows with metallic sparks would seem to rule that out, if they exist. Overall, a very crazy case. February 10th, 1990, Las Cruces, New Mexico. It was a morning that would start off like any other for the city's first responders, but it was this morning, around 8:30 a.m., that they would get a call that would lead to one of the most infamous crimes in the town's history. It all started when a call came in from a young and very scared girl named Melissa, who had been wounded by gunfire. As she told the dispatcher, she had been shot at least 5 times. She would then go on to say that others had been hurt too. When the dispatcher asked how many, she would count up to 7. But this wasn't the only phone call, because several of the town's residents began to call in about a fire at the bowling alley, which is where this girl was calling from. The police and fire department quickly responded, and the fire was actually very minor. But when they walked in, they came across something they could have never prepared for. Maybe we should start at the beginning. It had actually started just an hour or two earlier that morning when 34-year-old Stephanie Sinek, the manager of the bowling alley, was in the office early that day getting everything ready before opening the venue. She was accompanied by her daughter, 12-year-old Melissa Repass, the one who had made the phone call. And along with Melissa came her friend, 13-year-old Amy Hauser. The 2 girls actually planned to supervise the daycare, which was also a part of the bowling alley. Finally, was the bowling alley's cook, 33-year-old Ida Houdini, and it was her where this terrible tragedy would begin, because as she was in the kitchen preparing the food for the day, the door outside would suddenly open, and two men rushed inside. One immediately pulled his .22 caliber pistol and pointed it towards her and directed her to go to the manager's office where Stephanie was getting money out of the safe for the day's business. As Ida was taken in, she would see at this point that the other intruder had already made it there and had Stephanie, Melissa, and Amy under his control. All four of them were ordered to lie down on the floor while they took around $5,000 from the safe, or about $12,000 in today's money. And it's impossible for us to say how things were planned to go that morning, but a wild card would enter the mix that would send this robbery into a massacre. Because at that same moment, a 26-year-old man named Steve Tarrant was making his way into the alley. See, Steven was actually an employee who was the pen mechanic, and that morning he had brought along with him his daughters, 2-year-old Valerie Tarrant and 6-year-old Paula Houdini, no relation to Ida. Steve had actually tried to find a babysitter all morning, but had no luck, and decided to just bring the girls in with him and leave them in the alley's daycare. But when he walked in and did not see anyone, he figured everyone must be in the office. Little did he know, he was walking directly into the robbery in progress, and this set off a chain reaction, which saw the perpetrators line up and shoot all 7 victims at point-blank range. Amazingly, 12-year-old Melissa actually survived the gunshots and lay there quietly while the men took some papers from the office and set it on fire and fled. Melissa would then get up and go call 911 from the office phone. It was this, plus other locals, who by 8:33 a.m. had began calling in to report the fire, that first responders would arrive to the scene and see the carnage they would have never expected. There lie Melissa's 13-year-old friend, Amy, deceased, along with 6-year-old Paula and her father, Steve. His daughter Valerie had actually survived to that point, but succumbed to her wounds at the hospital. Melissa would survive, along with her mother Stephanie and Ida, largely thanks to Melissa calling 911 as quickly as she did. But for the moment, police knew they were actually dealing with 2 psychopaths that would strike again soon, and they wanted to do everything they could to apprehend these guys. They responded quick by setting out 10 roadblocks surrounding the city. This all happened within an hour of the crime occurring. They screened everyone leaving the city, and since they had gotten a description from the survivors, they had to feel confident they would catch them quickly. But when they didn't apprehend them right away, the U.S. Customs Service was made alert, and them, along with the Border Patrol, and even the Army, would respond with an overwhelming search of the area with planes and helicopters. I mean, they used every resource they could get their hands on, and you can see why. The city, heck, the state, could not risk something like this occurring again. This was 7 people gunned down at point-blank range from ages 2 to 34, shooting multiple times trying to make sure there were no survivors. But there ended up being the 3 that I mentioned, or at least temporarily. Sadly, Stephanie would actually die from long-term complications these wounds caused some 9 years later in 1999, marking the 5th victim of this heinous crime. Which brings us to now, 5 victims and 35 years later, and no arrests have ever been made. Despite getting good descriptions of the 2 and having 2 good sketches, the Las Cruces Police Department still actively investigate it, and they claim it is not a cold case. Actually, in the past few years, they announced they had evidence from the scene that they believe could be used to build a DNA profile. But do we know anything about these 2 men? Sadly, not much. Actually, this case is not as well known as you would think it would be. You may even have a similar reaction that I did, which was I thought there was way more publicly available about it, and that's because it's very similar to a case that is insanely infamous, that of the 1991 Austin Yogurt Shop murders. That one too is unsolved and shares a lot of the same characteristics of this case, and in some ways, it overshadows the bowling alley massacre. But back to the question, what is known about these 2? Well, both were probably Hispanic. One was about 5'11", 30 years old, and had dark wavy or kinky hair, light-colored eyes, and no accent. The other man was about 5'6", heavy-set, and between 45 to 50 with thin and salt and pepper hair. He had a dark complexion and a slight Spanish accent. Both men now, if those ages were accurate, would be around 65 and 85 years old. We also know that, although the fire was weak, it did destroy a lot of key evidence, mainly because the fire department rushed in and extinguished the fire. This set the case back immediately. Investigators did find fingerprints, but they were inconclusive because so many people had visited that bowling alley. Detectives would also eventually admit that, although the roadblocks were set up almost immediately, the criminals could have easily bypassed them in a number of different ways. There's also a lot of conjecture over the quote-unquote real motive of the massacre, as some believe robbery was a cover, noting the brutality of it. One of these people was a survivor, Ida, who believed the crime was a hit aimed at the owner, who was allegedly connected to either drugs or something of an illegal nature. Or possibly there was another motive altogether, but she did not believe it was a simple robbery. She also noted she had seen these same two men hanging around near an alley earlier that morning. Today, though, most investigators, from what we know, still stick to the robbery theory and suggest it was all done to cover their tracks, or it's even possible they planned on letting them leave until Steve walked in. It's also possible they immediately fled over the border as part of a broader pattern of cash crash shoot jobs that were done in Texas and New Mexico at the time. October 4th, 1988, East Vincent Township, Pennsylvania. A woman named Christina O'Donnell would take her 5-year-old daughter, Lauren Jackson, and 12-year-old sister, Diana, out for dinner, as Lauren had been asking for a cheeseburger all day long, so she decided to take them to a fast food restaurant before returning back to the apartment. It was here this evening that Diana had plans to go babysit for a neighbor in the apartment complex, leaving her little sister and mom behind, much to little Lauren's disappointment as she wanted to go with her big sister, but her mother Christina would not allow her. It didn't end up being a huge deal though, because Lauren would get to play with another neighbor, a 6-year-old boy who lived just 3 doors down. The two would go out to play around 7:15 p.m., where they were spotted playing and digging in the dirt. Christina would watch the two while she swept off the porch. She then stepped inside around 7:30 to put the broom away and clean off her kitchen counters, not taking any longer than 20 minutes to do so. When she walked back outside, she was startled to see both Lauren and the neighbor's little boy were gone. She assumed that the two had went inside the neighbor's apartment, so she walked on over there. But strangely, when she knocked, no one came to the door. Surely the neighbor would not have left the apartment complex, taking Lauren along without notifying Christina, right? Well, she didn't, as Christina soon found out, because she ran into another woman who told her she had seen Lauren playing alone on the front porch. The woman waved at her before making her way to the back side of the complex. When Christina told her she could not find her, they began looking, and over the next hour, they searched all over the complex. Some people reported seeing Lauren playing. However, nobody seen her leave the area. By 9:15 that night, Christina called the police, and at some point, the neighbor and the little boy that Lauren was playing with arrived back home, and apparently she had taken him to the mall and just left Lauren outside, where the little boy said he last seen her walking back towards her apartment. This information only heightened the fear, and police began mobilizing, with the fire department and numerous volunteers. And it's about that time that Lauren's father, Mickey Jackson, who was no longer with Christina, would arrive. He found a chaotic scene, and it's here that one of the very first oddities from this whole thing would occur. Christina refused to speak to him. Now, I think the majority of people, no matter how mad you were at your ex, if your child was missing, you would put those differences aside. But nope, Christina acted like he didn't exist, and didn't bother filling him in on any of the details or anything. Regardless, around 250 people were now combing the area, while a helicopter combed the neighborhood. This went on over the next 2 days, and it covered a wider area. Bloodhounds were also brought in early the next morning, and found a path that Lauren had either walked along, or was dragged along. It actually went about 1/4 mile away to a motel. They also found what they believed was her footprint near a payphone. Now the FBI could get involved, and they did, and they soon got a tip that confirmed everyone's worst fears. An 11-year-old girl came forward and stated that she had seen a girl matching Lauren's description get thrown into a car by a man who then drove away, and she was certain it was Lauren. However, the case would go cold, and in response, the local area began raising a reward fund until some news popped up that stopped all of that. See, about 1 month prior, Christina had been arrested for attempting to illegally obtain prescription drugs. She actually had been calling pharmacists for months, pretending to be a doctor and giving prescriptions for painkillers for herself. She had a history of drug abuse. She had actually got off lightly, sentenced only to probation and a fine. And when all this came out, people stopped donating to the fund for fear that she would use the money to buy more drugs. This, along with the poor living conditions that Lauren was being brought up in, like a neighborhood known for drug activity, Mickey filed for sole custody of Lauren just 1 month before she vanished, which you can see causes issues in this one, because just a few months after the witness claimed to have seen Lauren being abducted by a man, a new witness came forward and stated they had seen Christina give Lauren away to a couple at a mall. According to her, it was around 7 p.m. in the mall parking lot when she heard a child scream, "No, mommy, no," and she turned around to see a child she believed to be Lauren getting handed to a couple who then drove away and the mother walked off. The FBI took the claim seriously, and law enforcement arrived at Christina's apartment unannounced, and the witness, along with an FBI agent, would hide across the street to observe, and she would 100% confirm that Christina was the woman that she had seen. The problem with this, though, was witnesses at the apartment put Lauren playing in the yard at 7:15 p.m., which was some time after this woman had claimed to see her, so the lead was ruled out. And that's pretty much it. Law enforcement has never had enough to arrest Christina, although they did state she was a suspect. Mickey believed she didn't want the responsibility of raising Lauren, but she wanted to spite him, so she gave Lauren to some other family members. And there were some rumors that Christina's own family did not think she could take care of her, and they may have taken Lauren themselves. In fact, there's even allegations that they were staying at the same motel where Lauren's scent stopped. Christina, for her part, denied the accusations, as well as stating that Lauren would not have wandered away on her own because she had been reprimanded recently for going to a nearby store with other children without notifying her. And of course, defenders of Christina point to the witness's account that she was abducted by the man. However, at least one source states that tip was also ruled out. In the nearly 4 decades since, the case has taken on a lot of twists and turns, but seemingly we are no closer to knowing her real fate. Christina has long since passed away, and if she was involved, she took those secrets to the grave. I've also come across some sources that sadly state that Lauren's older sister Diana also got involved in the drug world, and they can't even find her to question her anymore, although that is unconfirmed. To this day, the main theories are that Christina was involved, possibly with the help of family, and Lauren is alive and has not came forward, or she was abducted by a stranger. Maruhi Gekki Ukiyo-e Senichiya, or Secret Picture 1001 Nights of Ukiyo-e, is a lost media mystery revolving around an anime film that was released on October 29, 1969. It holds the unique distinction of being the first ever anime film to receive an R18 rating. The basic plot takes place in the Edo period of Japan between the 17th and 19th century and follows an artist named Shansai who creates an erotic folding screen based on the affairs between his neighbors Nikichi and Otoyo, whom he gives the fictional names of Haranobu and Otama. However, as the neighbors continue their affair, it causes these two fictional characters to basically escape the screen and become real-life characters in our reality, and they kill Nikichi and Otoyo and go on a killing spree, which sounds like a fantastic plot. Anyways, once the film was released, it was universally panned by critics and audiences alike. I can't imagine why, and it was pulled from theaters in just 10 days. The production studios was then forced to censor some of the scenes, which led to a version that was missing 6 of the original scenes. This was in spite of the fact that it had already been pre-approved by the Japanese censorship authority. It seems that this was just a reaction due to the bad publicity. Regardless, The uncensored version was then released to reel films in the 1970s before the short and censored version was released to VHS in the 80s, which is known because of its appearance in movie catalogs. However, it's unknown how many of these copies were sold. While I'm not big on lost media mysteries, this one is interesting because we know that both the original uncut version as well as the censored version were both sold to the general public, and there were almost certainly copies bought and are still floating around out there somewhere. It's just no one has found it yet. July 8th, 1965, Vancouver. Canadian Pacific Flight 21 would take off from the airport, hauling 46 passengers and 6 crew members. The flight was set to have several stops, with the first being at Prince George, a flight that normally would take about an hour and a half. It was actually an exciting moment for most of the passengers, as commercial air flight was relatively new, and pretty much every one of the travelers had never flown before. But that excitement would change to fear about halfway through the flight, because at 3:29 p.m., the cockpit crew would touch back with Vancouver Air Control in a routine check-in. They would notify them that they were on schedule and were set to arrive at Prince George at any time. But it's just a few minutes after this check-in that air traffic control would try to get into contact with the crew again, and this time they were met with silence. At first, they were not super worried, but were curious as to why there was no response. And just 2 minutes later, 3 brief transmissions came in. Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. And then, silence. Air traffic control, hearing this, would look to radar to see that the aircraft had vanished. It wasn't long after this, calls started coming in to first responders, as witnesses in the town known as 100 Mile House reported they had heard a tremendous explosion in the air, and that when they looked up, they seen a plane overhead split apart and the tail broke away, and they seen objects spilling out. As the plane made a nosedive into the forest, it would cartwheel and ignited the surrounding trees, causing a wildfire. Yeah, and of course, those objects that were seen spilling out were sadly people. The police, EMS, and firefighters made it on the scene shortly, along with the forestry workers, but they were unable to enter the inferno. The area would burn all night long before it was finally extinguished completely the next day, and responders were finally able to get safely in, and they discovered a scene of carnage. There were seats, luggage, various aircraft parts, pieces of bodies, and whole bodies, 29 of which were still strapped to their seats. And obviously, this was a tragic accident. But where is the mystery? Well, see, this was not an accident. Actually, it didn't take long at all for investigators to determine the flight had been brought down by a bomb. There was too many things that pointed towards it, like paint chips that had been blasted into the victim's skins, or an overnight bag that had been found about 1,000 feet away. But maybe the most indicative part was the X-ray evidence, which found a piece of metal that came from a detonator. Air crash investigators began the long process of reconstructing the parts of the plane and would eventually release the official cause, which most everyone already knew. The disaster had been caused by a massive explosion near the rear of the plane in the lavatory. Of course, the next logical question, and the one that brings us to our mystery, who would do such a thing? Well, because this was such a huge case, and because the investigation had dragged on, rumors began to circulate to fill the void left by detectives, and there were many. One of the first, and biggest to spread, was the one about a strange man seen leaving the lavatory right before the plane took off. This one was soon followed by the one about a flight attendant who was smuggling explosives for her boyfriend by hiding them in the bathroom and they accidentally exploded. As time went on, these rumors got crazier and crazier, and investigators would run every one of those down and found out they were exactly that, just rumors. Investigators never really believed them anyways, and they were more focused on the people that were scheduled to fly that day. Soon, they would have psychological profiles drawn up of each individual on the flight, as well as having background checks done on each. Soon, they narrowed the pool of 52 individuals down to 4. First was a 40-year-old man named Douglas Edgar, who had just bought a life insurance policy for $125,000. And when I say just bought it, I mean he literally purchased it in half an hour before getting on board. He was known as a big gambler, and prior to this, he had told family that he was flying to Prince George where he intended to work at a pulp mill. Soon investigators would go to this mill and found out that no such job offer existed, meaning he had no reason to be on that flight. He also brought very little clothing. Soon, theories began to emerge that he orchestrated the entire thing for financial gain. However, police could never prove that he was involved, other than he just happened to buy a life insurance policy before getting on board. And really, that's not as crazy as it sounds, because in the 60s, it was common to buy insurance from coin-operated vending machines at airports. Pretty crazy, huh? And he also did not have any experience working with explosives, unlike the next person of interest, a 54-year-old man, Stefan Kozar, who was a mining explosives expert. He was known to have a really bad temper, and he was also previously charged and acquitted of murder just 7 years prior. He had told people he was on his way to a new job. However, once police began looking into him, they soon speculated that someone with a temper like his didn't really match with the cold, calculated nature of bombing an airline, and without any other thing to go on, he could not be linked either. The third individual was a young man also flying to a summer job, named Peter Broughton. He was widely known as a gun enthusiast, and he had many in his collection. He was also a loner, described as being isolated. When investigators searched his home, they found 3 pounds of gunpowder was missing from his inventory. However, bomb experts were fairly confident that the powder missing from his home did not match the powder used in the bomb. Regardless, the lead investigator for the Department of Transportation, who worked closely with the RCMP, later stated he believed that the police thought Broughton was the man behind it, with the motive of notoriety. There seemed to be a theory that he could cause a small explosion which would force the plane to make a crash landing and he would survive. Other investigators simply thought he planned to bring it down on himself and others. In fact, his mother had told investigators that Peter had told her not to go into his room for several days because there was something dangerous in there. Whatever it was no longer there by the time the police searched his room, although they had found that he had checked 2 books out of the library weeks before this. One was a book about airliners, complete with schematics of the exact model he was set to fly on. Finally, was a man named Paul Vandermeulen, who actually brought a gun on the plane with him, although, again, that was not that odd for these times. His body was found with copper fragments in it, which suggested he was close to the bomb, and he was noted to have been mentally unwell and was described by a psychiatrist as having a deep madness towards the world. In fact, he was noted by his doctor of being capable of, quote, violent, irrational acts. This is important because his doctor made that analysis before the crash ever happened. There was also speculation that he carried the gun on board, perhaps to control people, but like the other persons of interest, there were issues, like carrying the gun on board, along with a lot of cash, doesn't really seem like the behavior of someone planning on bringing themselves down in a plane crash. However, another theory soon emerged. A man named Clement King, who had been employed by a firm that kept records of a major investment company. That investment company had just collapsed a few months earlier, and it was all because of fraud, one of the worst fraud cases in Canadian history, causing many investors to lose everything. And the fraud, of course, was discovered by the firm that employed King, and soon detectives wondered if King had been targeted due to his knowledge of the fraud. But realistically, how many assassins are going to be willing to bring themselves down in a plane with their own target? And it may be at this part you think, well, how do we know that the bomb was placed on board by a passenger? What about the strange man that was seen leaving the lavatory right before takeoff? Well, about that, explosives investigators had a good explanation. There was no timer ever found, and it instead was set off by a delayed ignition, which was flipped and triggered the explosion seconds later, meaning the person had to be on board. Even stranger was the bomb itself. When bomb experts began looking into it, they eventually discovered that the bomb was actually 2 different types taped together, like a hybrid, which investigators never really could figure out why. The case has been cold for decades now, and it's almost certain that it will never be solved. But we'll go over the most likely suspects before we close this out. Today, most seem to believe that it was Peter Broughton. Next is Paul Vandermeulen, whose psychiatrist had marked him as a person who could commit violent irrational acts before the flight. Surprisingly, Douglas Edgar and Stefan Kozar have basically been ruled out at this point, and most suggest that if it wasn't Broughton or Paul Vandermeulen, then it could have been a disgruntled airline employee who just had a vendetta against his employer. In 1905, a man named Sir Cecil Edward Denny would publish a set of memoirs entitled The Riders of the Plains, a reminiscence of the early and exciting days in the Northwest. Denny, although not as widely known as some of his contemporaries who moved westwards across Canada, had a storied career. He was born in England in 1850 and would make his way across the Atlantic in 1874, where he would soon be instrumental in the founding of the Northwest Mounted Police. During that time, he would rise to the rank of inspector, and he would even be one of the signatures on the Treaty 7, which was an agreement between the Canadian government and several First Nations tribes, specifically the Blackfoot. After working for the police for about 10 years, he resigned and became an official for the Federal Indian Department, and maybe the height of his career was when he was placed in charge of several Western Native peoples after the Northwest Rebellion, so it's with no wonder that there would be an interest in his memoirs, as he was at the front of a lot of the important parts in Canadian history. But it's in one chapter in this book that our mystery comes from, the one called A Strange Adventure, where Denny would record in the summer of 1875 that he was traveling along the Oldman River near Lethbridge, Alberta, Canada, en route to the foothills to do some fishing and hunting. It was around noon at Denny's camp when dark clouds began to gather in the north, and then the sound of thunder in the distance found its way to his ears. Since he was only halfway through his trip, he decided to move as fast as possible, so he headed west. But it just got darker and darker. He knew a severe storm was rolling in, and while the storms in the mountains did not last long, he knew they could get intense, and from all signs, this one was going to be rough. And Denny was not wrong. This storm was a bad one. The wind was very strong. Heavy rain poured down, which was then followed by hail. The lightning was the worst part though. It seemed to strike constantly, only to be followed by the thunder, which seemed to rattle the air. By this time, Denny had made it to his lifeboat, but was struggling to get anywhere, as the wind kept blowing him shore to shore. Plus, the river was just so choppy, he ended up sitting in water up to his waist, with sheets of water blowing over him every now and then. He soon realized he was wasting his time and was not going to be able to get to his destination. Plus, it was getting dark, although it was only about 4 p.m. So he stopped and decided to just try and find shelter and wait the storm out. He soon spotted a patch of trees on the bank and made his way towards it. And as he got closer to the shore, the storm calmed down some. And it was then, after it got quiet, that he could hear drums and voices, and he knew he was not far from an Indian camp, and he'd already been told before he went on this expedition that this very camp was in the area. So he landed, tied up his boat, grabbed his gun, and moved towards the ever-beating drum. But by now, the storm had started again, and this time, it was worse than before, with the lightning flashing to the point that he felt blinded, and the thunder felt like an earthquake. He began moving faster, trying to keep away from the trees, knowing the danger of being close to one in a storm. Finally, he came to a large clearing in the distance, about 200 yards away, and he seen the Indian camp. There were men, women, and children moving around the lodges, but something struck him as odd. Typically during a storm, the Indians would keep their tents closed, because they believed that the thunder was the sound of their god tossing rocks from the mountains, and because of that, they always stayed inside. Looking around, he would see about 20 lodges and a band of horses grazing nearby, and he stood there for a moment, trying to figure out which one to approach. But as soon as he took a step forward, the sky lit up with lightning, which was followed by the loudest clap of thunder, so loud it nearly knocked him out. He soon realized that beside him, the lightning had hit a tree, splitting it in half, and the shock from it threw him down to the ground. It took him a minute to regain his senses, but now getting inside on one of these lodges and getting protection with the Indians was the top priority, because this was a very dangerous storm. So it must have stunned Denny to look up and see that the camp was gone. The storm was still raging, but he was able to see well enough to know that everything was gone. No tents, people, or horses. He tried to make sense of what had happened, but it was unexplainable, and now he began to panic. And without even thinking, he ran towards the river about a quarter of a mile away, dropping his gun as he went. He finally made it and looked back, and there was still no camp. Nothing, other than the storm and the trees. He was exhausted, but had few choices. He was too scared to go back to the boat, so he made the long walk down the river to a fort about 15 miles away. He was soaking wet and made it about midnight and went straight to bed without telling anyone. He was just too tired. The storm raged all night. The following morning, he would get up and went to breakfast and began telling his fellow officers what had happened. They all just laughed and stated he imagined the whole thing, but Denny knew what he had seen, and he planned on going back to that very spot to see for himself. He knew he wasn't crazy, so he left again, this time with an Indian guide and an interpreter. When they got there, it was completely desolate. There wasn't even any sign that a camp had been there recently, just some old stone rings and overgrown grass. The interpreter told him the area had been the site of a massacre when the Blackfoot tribe attacked and killed a Cree settlement years ago. The three then did a simple search of the area and pretty quickly found 2 old skulls in the grass. They also found that the tree had been struck by lightning, and he also found his gun and boat. Denny would then close the account by saying he knew that it had happened. He was sure of it, but he just couldn't explain it. So what are our theories? We'll start with the most likely, and the one that's mentioned most by skeptics. Denny witnessed a hallucination due to the extreme stress that he was under. He had for quite a while been exposed to the cold and was soaking wet on top of being exhausted. It's thought that the adrenaline from this life-threatening storm triggered the Indian camp. In fact, both lightning strikes and hypothermia can induce vivid visual and auditory distortions. Next is a little bit crazier. Is it possible that Denny suffered a brief neurological disturbance caused by the bolt of lightning hitting so close to him, which delivered a strong electromagnetic pulse? One example of this is called migraine aura, which is a neurological phenomenon that precedes or accompanies a migraine attack, which can cause visual disturbances as well as sensory changes. Or it's more than likely he suffered what is known as a transient neurological event, or TNE for short, a temporary neurological symptom or episode that revolves itself within a short period of time, leaving no permanent damage. Basically, a mini stroke, which can cause one to see complex visual scenes or even flashbacks. Another often suggested theory is it was simply a mirage. With a rapid shift in temperature, the river could have bent light in such a way that it caused a projection of something on the riverbank, maybe like distant smoke, or a camp. But of course, you all want to hear the crazy theory that Denny had one of the earliest known examples of a time slip. Believers of the unexplained phenomena believe that Denny was somehow transported back in time to that Cree camp where he had seen all these tents and Indians moving around on the bank, ignoring the storm, because there was no storm, meaning that he had went back prior to the Blackfoot's invasion and massacre of the tribe. But what do you guys think? On the night of June 7th, 1971, Rosedale, Alberta, Canada, a woman named Esther Clappison was at her home that she shared with her brother Bill when they would experience one of the most bizarre cases of unexplained phenomena in Canadian history. It all started when Esther was sitting alone in her home enjoying the quiet night, when all of a sudden a light shined in through the window in the house and never ceased. Curious as to why someone was outside just shining this bright ray into her home, she eventually got up and, along with her dog George, left the house and started walking around the driveway towards the road to see exactly who it was shining it into the home. She finally found it, sitting out in the field, As she got closer, she spotted a luminous rectangular object about 20 foot long and 7 feet wide, standing nearly 8 foot high. The object, whatever it was, had an entrance where the white light poured out from the interior, revealing that it was an aircraft of some kind. Esther didn't know how to react, so she paused, staring, and was then even more shocked when she spotted 2 humanoid beings moving around inside. But her eyes would then focus on the field behind the craft, and she was stunned to see another one of these weird beings was moving around there. She would describe them as wearing gray tight-fitting uniforms with broad hoods, similar to that of a diver suit. Their hands appeared to have been covered by pointed mittens that had long thin thumbs and fit over their very narrow wrist. She could not see facial details because they were covered by the fabric of the same sort that made up their bodies. However, she could see their eyes, which she described as looking like keyholes. Looking down, she could not see any curves in the knees or elbows and did not see their feet at all. She looked back towards the craft and noticed on the inside that one of the walls seemed to be covered by a control panel. While staring at that, the entities were finally made aware of her presence. Because of this, the being tried to stand in front of the entrance with his arms stretched out, blocking the view of the control panel. The second entity was slightly leaning on the outside on the right side of the craft's wide doorway, and then the first one made some kind of gesture to get the attention of the third one, which was still in the field about 20 feet away. This being now appeared to have been collecting samples of rocks nearby before it turned around and approached the craft. Esther tried to get closer, but her dog pulled her back in a state of panic. She soon hurried back to get her brother to come back down and look, and after being gone only a short few minutes, they returned to find the object had vanished, which seems to be typical in these cases. However, when they went out the next day to look at the field again, they actually found a rectangular shape burned into the grass at the exact position where the UFO had landed, and these matched the dimensions that Esther described, although at least one source states that only partial marks were there, indicating that it was possibly hovering. Regardless, the area was studied further, and it was found that the heat level the grass was exposed to was the equivalent of a forest fire. 4 months later, the Aerial Phenomena Research Organization came out to look at the site and found that the darkest part of the grass was still there. So crazy story, right? But what about the theories? Well, these are just as crazy. But we'll start with some of the more level-headed ones first. Like, the whole thing could have just been a misidentified civilian vehicle or equipment. Think about a flatbed truck or farm equipment with strong floodlights, maybe working late some evening. He would totally explain the glowing box she said she's seen. Not to mention, this is a rural area that is known to have a lot of agricultural and oil field equipment. Workers in overalls could be mistaken for humanoids, while a tarp or canvas could look like a smooth surface vehicle, while the burn in the grass could have simply came from the exhaust from the vehicle while it was parked. Of course, that doesn't explain why she didn't hear the engine noise. There's also the possibility that there were no crafts there, and because of the darkness and her nervous dog, Esther's mind filled in the unexplained scene with these humanoids and craft. Basically, she saw an illusion. Of course, others say she hoaxed the entire thing because this was at a time when UFO sightings were big in the news. Of course, you also have the secret military aircraft theory where the government was testing this craft out. That could explain why it took place under dark and why they were wearing these greenish-gray suits, along with trying to hide that control panel. But another theory you're waiting on is what if it was a real UFO that was for some reason hovering in this location? Maybe that third being had gotten off the craft to take samples of rocks for some bizarre reason. Or maybe they were just taking multiple samples from Earth. Regardless the reason, it's a crazy case, and I'd love to hear what you think. Roswell has been discussed in the paranormal world for decades, which is not a surprise when you consider all the allegations of a crashed saucer, aliens, and government cover-up. Heck, we have taken a look at it here many times as well, so it's no wonder that numerous conspiracies and mysteries surrounding Roswell itself has also popped up. One of the most popular ones is about a woman known as Miriam Bush. Miriam, in various sources online, has been labeled as a nurse at a hospital field in Roswell Army Airfield, but that's actually incorrect, as she was actually an executive secretary, meaning she was an assistant to one of the higher-ranking officers on the entire base, and thus would have knew way more about the Roswell crash than you might imagine. Actually, she was the secretary for a lieutenant colonel named Harold Warren, who was said to have played a pivotal role in the autopsies of the dead people, or dead beings, found in the Roswell crash. And since Miriam was so close to the lieutenant colonel, she was in a good position to see all the mangled bodies which were snuck onto the base. And it's because of that reason that Miriam's life would take a bad turn, because according to her sister-in-law, a lady named Pat Bush, Miriam would come home from work one day extremely anxious about something that had occurred. And during dinner, she told the family that her boss took her aside to show her something. When he opened the door, she seen the bodies of what she first thought were children lying out on tables. But that's when she noticed that these were not children. They had grayish to brown skin covered with linens and had large heads with staring eyes, which of course, these later on would become known as the Roswell aliens. But she would state that they all looked deceased when all of a sudden one of them moved its hand, before she quickly left the room. But the following day it got creepier, because according to Pat, when Miriam arrived, her whole mood completely changed. She was frightened and told her family that they could never discuss what she had told them the day before. And after this, the whole Roswell affair took control of her life. She'd become increasingly paranoid. Her marriage would start to suffer, and it ended up being a toxic relationship. And before long, she began to drink. And in what might not surprise you, she became an alcoholic. She would continually believe she was being watched, and maybe she had a good reason to think so. On two separate occasions, once in 1969 and 1982, rumors began to circulate that listening devices were placed on her home phone. And by December 1989, things would take a sad turn, as Miriam would check into a hotel in San Jose under her sister's name, suggesting that she believed she was being followed. And within 24 hours of checking in, she was found deceased in the room with a plastic bag around her neck, one which had been tied tightly. Of course, detectives arrived and quickly concluded she had taken her own life, although this ignored the very obvious marks on her arm which indicated a struggle had taken place. And that's pretty much the mystery. What about Miriam's death? Was this some kind of assassination ordered by the government? Or did the police get it right and she took her own life? One thing that nobody debates is Miriam's mental health, as this suffered the rest of her life after this incident. She spiraled into alcoholism and was extremely paranoid, and only got more so as the decades wore on. Now you can question, was this some kind of mental illness that she just unfortunately got? Or did something really happen at Roswell that gave her PTSD? Maybe there was a crash which had these alien beings on it. Or maybe it was simply test pilots who were involved in some secret project which went badly and the government covered it up. Whatever the case, Miriam had a steep decline, which leads to our first theory that the detectives got it right. Her mental well-being got so bad that she ended up taking her own life. It's even possible it was an accidental death, and the marks on her body, which seemed to indicate a struggle, actually came from her falling due to being very drunk. And the police, out of respect to the family, just chose not to divulge that information. And obviously, the final theory is, she really did see something that was highly classified, and the government, either using their own intelligence assets, took Miriam out and made it look like she ended her own life, or they used some kind of mercenary to do it. Although, you have to question why it took 40 years for them to do so. Regardless, I'd love to hear your opinion on it. March 1st, 1882, the SS Jesmond, a British merchant ship, was making the voyage from France to New Orleans, where it was to drop off cargo of dried fruit, something it did often. And so far the journey seemed to be going normal. But it would be the next morning when something odd would happen. About 200 miles southwest of the island of Madeira, the captain of the SS Jesmond, a David Amory Robson, would spot something that he truly had not expected. He seen a large island, one that was very mountainous with a smoldering volcano, and was about 30 miles in length north to south, and the island looked like it had just came up from the sea, and it showed up on no charts or maps. Now what made this stranger, at around the same time, underwater volcanic activity was being picked up by monitoring stations in the Azores and the Canaries, and there was even a section of the ocean about 7,500 square miles that had become very muddy and was carpeted by dead fish. A lot of dead fish, an estimated 500,000 tons over this section of the ocean. Captain Robson was on one of these ships that had seen the huge deposit of dead fish, but he was more focused on the island that he had seen smoke bellowing from. He at first actually believed it was another ship in the area, until he got closer. Robson would then decide to take a small landing party to this new island and investigate. And it's here he found that it was largely made up of black basalt and a fine ooze, and there were dead fish covering basically anywhere you stepped. The island was completely barren other than this though, no wildlife or plants, which of course is how he reasoned that it had came up from the bottom of the sea. However, they did note numerous fissures all over, from which steam poured out of constantly. But it was after walking around a bit that the men discovered something even more odd. One of the sailors found a flint arrowhead. This excited them, and they began to search more, and they would notice in this area was some dirt in which they could dig, and so they did. And they had barely got the shovel in when they found more arrowheads and a few small knives. After these crazy discoveries, they would go back to the ship where they would wait until the following day and took some tools and about 15 volunteers to go back. This time, they would search the island and eventually would dig up a spot where they found a stone statue of a woman. It was a bas-relief sculpted into one side of an oblong rock and slightly larger than life-size. The piece had been encrusted with marine growth, and the men continued to search. It would be further inland that they would find 2 walls of unmortared stone. Now the excitement was really building up as they continued to find precious treasures. First was a sword, which was made of a yellow metal that they did not recognize. Then a number of spearheads, axe heads, and metal rings, before finally coming across pottery figures of birds and other animals. They would even find 2 large jars containing bone fragments and a nearly intact human skull, and some sources would even claim a sarcophagus with a mummy inside was taken aboard. However, the weather began to get bad, so Robson ordered them to take the haul back onto the ship so they could depart to their intended destination, that of New Orleans. Before going, however, he noted down the coordinates. They would then leave and reach the city's harbor at noon on March 31st. And it's here he would tell the story, and it would reach the local papers before it slowly spread out across the US. One reporter actually went to look at the artifacts and would get to personally inspect them. He would state, after handling many of the items, he believed them to be the real thing. He would also note that the captain, while in town, would let anyone come by to study them if they chose, which makes this next part that much stranger, because when he would go back to his home in London 2 months later, he left without all these artifacts, and no one is sure where they are today, although Robson had announced his intent to take them back to London to give to the British Museum. This case, now known as the Jesmond Incident, was looked into closely by one researcher, a Lawrence D. Hills, who has put together the most thorough in-depth look into the case. He would eventually conclude that all the metal objects found by Captain Robson and his crew were made of tambaga, an alloy of 80% gold and 20% copper, one that was primarily used by pre-Columbian Mesoamerica and South American natives, and that term originated with the Spaniards who first made contact with them. But could it have a name that went back even further? Maybe that word was known as orichalcum, which is what Plato used to describe an alloy technique metalsmiths used in Atlantis. But how much, if any of this, is true? Well, we do have some data that might back it, because it wasn't long after this, another steamer rode through the area, that of the Westbourne, and it was captained by James Newdick. He was sailing from Marseille to New York, and as soon as he arrived, he would tell of seeing an island at the same exact coordinates of Captain Robson. In addition was the seismic event, which was recorded near the Azores and Canaries, and the miles and miles of dead fish, which was reported by numerous other ship captains, which even found their way to many papers at the time. Some of these fish were even taken aboard and eaten, and that might have been because they were already cooked by the heat generated from this volcano at the bottom of the ocean. There's also the fact that as we entered the 20th century and flight became an option, there have been a few incidents of pilots flying over this area who have claimed to seen what looks like clusters of buildings under the water. And islands popping up in the ocean is not a fanciful tale either. It actually happened just as recently as 2023, right off the coast of Japan, although they usually disappear quickly after being swallowed by the waves. The difference in the story of Captain Robson and the SS Jesmond is this island seemed to have the signs of an ancient city that many speculate was Atlantis. However, there are also many reasons to doubt this story. For one, the British Museum cites they have no records that indicate any shipment of Atlantean artifacts that were en route by the SS Jesmond or a Captain Robson. Likewise, there was a SS Jesmond, but the problem is there were multiple SS Jesmonds, making it impossible to verify which one the story took place on. Same thing can be said with the SS Westbourne, which was supposed to have spotted the island a few days after the SS Jesmond and its crew. There are records, though, of a Captain Robson and a Captain Nudek on an Ancestry website, but did these two men captain these two ships? There's no records to indicate that. There's other things too, like the island has not been seen since, and the New Orleans paper retracted the story sometime after publishing it. And maybe most interestingly was, the SS Jesmond landed in New Orleans on March 31st, and the story was printed April 1st. But maybe the most important part in all this is the competitive merchant shipping game at the time. Considering how lucrative it was, it's extremely unlikely that a ship captain would waste 2 days exploring some random island. It just wouldn't be worth it. However, let's pretend like Captain Robson's account was legit, and all of this is true. Even then, the most likely scenario is they spotted volcanic rock that appeared briefly above sea level before being sunk down below the sea again. The muddy water, dead fish, and steam vents was nothing more than uplifted volcanic mound, and then everything else about the account was faked, like the artifacts. But even if there were artifacts found, it could have simply been debris washed out of the Mediterranean and swept up into the current, making it seem like they had found Atlantean relics. Likewise, if they really did find them, they were probably melted down for the gold, or they had just been misplaced in the back room of a museum somewhere. August 1991, Minnesota. A man named Duke Rialto was driving along a winding rural road headed towards the cabin at the Northwest Angle Resort. He was meeting his friends to spend a week fishing at the lake. The trip was going to be a good one, although the drive was grueling. He had started early that morning, departing from Iowa, and had spent all day on the road. Now it was after midnight, and Duke was beginning to become really fatigued. And unfortunately for him, it only got worse, because after burning up the road all day long, Duke's nearly 30-year-old GM truck would make a loud and sudden clanking sound underneath, and it began to lose momentum fast. It eventually rolled to a stop, and compounding problems was it just happened to break down in an area known as the Northwest Angle, a region largely made up of wild, untamed forest. It was not uncommon to see bears or moose here, and probably other animals. Angrily, he got out and checked to discover the U-joint had been blown, something he could not fix. And since this was 1991, Duke did not have a cell phone, and since he was out in the middle of nowhere, there was no payphones nearby. Likewise, the chances of another vehicle coming through here late at night were almost nil. So, he only had one option. He would have to walk, which understandably made him pretty upset. But he reached back into his truck, grabbed his .22 pistol for safety, and started mentally preparing for the arduous trip that lay ahead. But as he reached down and turned his headlights off, his luck changed, because up ahead, he noticed a yellow glow coming from deep in the woods. Had he just found a cabin? Well, Duke hoped and believed so. So he shut his truck door and walked to the forest line and looked into the abyss. It was a faint yellow glow. Maybe it was a cabin window, or maybe a campfire. He wasn't sure, but there was only one way to find out. Although he was scared, he took off into the woods with his .22 and flashlight, following the faint glow of light in the distance. He specifically remembered the moisture in the woods, which had been left by the dew, as well as the smell of rotting leaves. Briars and branches tore at his clothing and smacked his face. His mind continued to wander as he drew closer, and it was when he got about 20 yards away that he was finally able to make out some details, and what he saw was stranger than anything he could have imagined. He could make out the shape of 3 men, but it's what they were doing that confused him. That glow he seen, yeah, that wasn't a campfire. Instead, it was a large globe which sat on the ground, and it constantly glowed. Even weirder were the men that stood around it. Their movements seemed inhuman. Even though Duke had stumbled across this cult-like behavior in the middle of a forest, he still believed it was safer to ask these men for help than to forge on ahead into the unknown. So, he would call out to them. And that might have been a mistake, because as soon as he did, these 3 men suddenly turned and stood rigidly, and the globe they were standing around instantly turned into a campfire. Duke, not knowing what else to do, continued moving forward, holding his pistol behind his back. As he drew nearer, he noticed how oddly dressed they were. One was even wearing a cape, which was clasped with a gold ornament. Underneath it was a thick shirt with no buttons and matching purple pants. The second guy was wearing these riding pants, which he wore up around his waist, and with a loose black sweater tucked into them, and finally, thin street shoes. The third guy wore a long gray cloak, which covered purple pants with high leather boots. And what made all this even stranger was there was no vehicle in sight, and this was way out in the wilderness. Furthermore, there were no tents or any typical camping tools one might see. The 3 men stared at Duke for a few seconds before trying to play it cool and act normal. Duke broke the ice by walking up to the fire and saying, "Hello," and then explaining he had broke down up the road. The bald-headed man would step up and smile broadly and state, "You have lagged your feet and joined us here to be happy, all 3. The man had spoken as if English was not his native language. Duke was becoming increasingly confused and began to wonder if these people were some kind of foreigners, maybe trying to illegally immigrate via Canada. While he was wondering, the man in the cape stepped forward and pushed the bald guy to the side and asked, "The Eon, is it of, sir?" Duke replied, "I'm not sure what you mean. What do you mean by Eon?" The 3 strangers looked at each other and said, "You more to say, we hear more to say." Duke, by this point, now believed he was talking to some kind of foreign smugglers, and he could not isolate their accent. Actually, they didn't sound like any accent that he knew of. In fact, it sounded more like a true English speaker, just an odd form of English. He stuck around and talked, and they were nice, but the whole thing was just so awkward. It seemed like they were putting words together without knowing the proper context. For example, when Duke said goodbye to the 3 men, the man in the cape said, "For positive, yes." Duke was dumbfounded and made his way back to the road, where he walked through the dark for the next 2 hours, finally showing up to the cabin. He would also tell his buddies about the strange encounter, and being good friends, they all laughed and made fun of him, accusing him of being drunk or hallucinating. That was it, until about a week later, when Duke finally got his truck repaired and returned home. Over that time, he kept fixating on the word Eon, so when he got back from picking up his truck, he decided to look it up in the dictionary and found it meant indefinitely long period of time. Duke suddenly wondered why these men were asking him what eon it was. Could it be they were time travelers? Considering their manner of dress, it seemed possible. He definitely felt like they were not of this time. He actually wondered if they were wizards, or maybe just smugglers for some small part of Europe. Regardless, he never got his answers. However, we will discuss a few theories. Of course, The obvious is, his buddies were correct, and he was just hallucinating. Imagine driving hundreds of miles, only to end up broken down alone, facing the prospects of walking through the dark along a road in the middle of nowhere. It's quite likely his adrenaline was high, and, with his fatigue, he began to see things that weren't there. Another theory proposed was that it was possible that these were just LARPers. That's right, Minnesota has a few Renaissance fairs every year, and it could be that these three men had just attended and were just having fun with it out in the woods and never expected Duke to show up. And when he did, they started an inside joke and improvised everything. Of course, it is also possible that Duke was correct that these were some kind of foreign nationals working along the Canadian border and had a grasp on English that was not so great. Finally, are the more exotic theories, like they were time travelers, perhaps from the medieval age, or maybe they were wizards from another dimension, and they accidentally traveled here. September 17th, 1992, Tacoma, Washington. 14-year-old Misty Copsey had spent the day with her friend, Trina Brevard, at the Washington State Fair, and with sunlight coming down, she knew she needed to board a bus back across town and get home before her mom began to worry. But unfortunately for Misty, she had just missed the 8:40 pickup time. Not having a ride now, she would call her mother and tell her she would just ride home with her 18-year-old friend named Reuben Schmidt. However, Misty's mother was dead set against this because she did not trust Reuben at all, and instead, she would instruct Misty to ask another friend for a ride home. Misty, however, could not find or did not want to find another friend that could take her home. She instead decided to make the long 8-mile walk home. Why she did this is only a tiny part of this mystery, because it would be the following morning that her mother awoke to realize Misty had never made it home. She immediately called the police to report it, but they seemed to not take it very seriously. In fact, they believed she had simply ran away. And part of that is due to what little investigation they did begin with, because it didn't take long for one of her classmates to tell police that Misty called her 2 days after her alleged disappearance and told her she was okay. This was followed by another classmate who seen Misty 4 days later. Investigators, because of this, just closed the case and called it a day. They then announced she was no longer missing, which of course was not the case. But there was another part at play here, because Misty's mother was an alcoholic, one that had past DUIs and welfare fraud convictions, so police were rather skeptical. And because of it, they delayed the investigation and search. In fact, her case wasn't even officially opened until a week after it was reported, and of course, they closed it pretty quick. But it would be reopened months later, and investigators had no choice but to go back to the beginning and talk to the people that Misty had talked to that night. In particular, Reuben, the guy that Misty was at first going to ride home with until her mom said no. He would tell investigators that Misty had decided to call him for a ride home, but he didn't have enough gas to pick her up and take her. And he may have been telling the truth, because Misty had actually been spotted walking down the on-ramp around 10 p.m. that night, so it looked like she did have intentions on making that long 8-mile walk home. However, Reuben's roommate would tell police something else that may have contradicted his statement. He says shortly after Reuben got off the phone with Misty, he left, and his roommate assumed it was to go pick her up. And here's where the story gets confusing, and it becomes a he said, she said type narrative. The girl that Misty had been hanging out with that night, Trina, would also be questioned, and she stated that after Reuben told her he could not come get her, that Misty called him back and tried to convince him to swing by her house and get some money for gas, and then come by and pick her up. To which Reuben replied he didn't even have enough gas to go to her house to get money. That would lead to both Misty and Trina walking to the bus, where they then separated. However, this was all a lie, and Trina had actually gotten a ride from her 23-year-old boyfriend, a man named Michael Reiner, who had been accused of abducting and assaulting an 11-year-old girl at knife point, although he was underage too at that time, at 16. Regardless, he never faced charges for this. The truth was, Trina had tried to get Misty to go along with them, but she felt that Michael was too sketchy and declined. Trina then arrived home without incident, but police began to suspect Michael went back and did something to Misty. However, they would bring him in and grill him, and even put him through a polygraph, which he passed, and they soon turned back to Ruben. Now his story changed as well. After bringing up the second phone call, he said he could not remember, as the experience had caused him to have blackouts. He just remembered waking up at his grandmother's home the next morning, a 40-minute drive away. Of course, detectives went along with it and asked him if he harmed Misty during that blackout, and he claimed he didn't know. And they polygraphed him too, and it turned up inconclusive. Over time, people would come forward to investigators and claim that Ruben did tell them he knew where her body was, because he had buried her on his grandmother's farm. And when detectives would pull him in and question him about this, he would admit he made the claims and stated that it was untrue and he was just lying to these people, mainly to get them off his back. This is when he would take a second polygraph, which he passed. He has since stayed in trouble with the law, having a claim of sexual assault levied against him by Misty's own friend, no least, although she neglected to press charges. He was also arrested once for theft, and his wife later on took out a protective order against him because he threatened to kill her and burn down her house. Now, as the investigation died down, police had little else they could do, but 6 months after her disappearance, they caught a break. A search party actually found her jeans, underwear, and a sock in a ditch line next to the highway. An examination of these soon revealed that they had laid in the elements for a long time, maybe the entire time since she had disappeared. However, there were no bodily fluids left in the clothing, although, with the advancements of testing, a male's DNA was found on her clothing in 2019, a male who has remained unidentified. But there was also something else odd found, something that is yet to be explained. Her jeans had 3 distinctive red paint chips on them. These chips were never traced back to its origin, and unfortunately, they were lost as evidence some years later. Also of note would be Missy's hair pick and toothbrush, which were found about a half a mile away from her clothing. She often carried these items in her purse. Now this case has already had some strange twists and turns, but it would get stranger. Soon, a local resident in the area, a Corey Bobber, would come forward with information about the case, or really just a theory. He would bring up 2 past cases of other teens that had vanished in 1988 and 1990. Their bodies were eventually found within 100 feet of each other. Here was the dark part. The second girl, Anna Chebetinoy, was killed 2 years and 1 month after the first victim, that of Kimberly DeLange, and Misty disappeared 2 years and 1 month after Anna, and to him, this suggested a pattern. He would reach out to Misty's mother and stayed in contact with her for years, and even pushed the police to further search the area where Misty's clothes had been found, as he was convinced all 3 cases were linked. And police, for their part, believed too it was very possible all 3 of these were connected. But soon, detectives and Misty's mother began to wonder if Corey Bobber knew all this because he was responsible. First, he just acted very odd, and he also had done a stint in prison, although it wasn't for a violent offense. But when detectives got curious about him, he offered to take a polygraph, to which he then backed out of. Detectives did focus on him for a while, but considering he had mental issues and a partial alibi, they soon turned away from him. Today, most online sleuths still lean towards Ruben Schmidt as being the responsible party. His alibi of blacking out is incredibly weak, not to mention the fact that he had told many people he knew where her body was. Of course, it's also possible that it was just some opportunistic predator, because 8 miles is a long walk to make that late at night, and if the wrong person drove by, then it could have cost Misty her life. Or was it some serial offender? Maybe the same man who was responsible for the deaths of Kimberly DeLange and Anna Chebetinoy in 1988 and 1990. November 2nd, 1975, Ostia, Italy. A Carabinieri officer, which is basically like a national military police force, was on patrol in the early morning hours of 1:30 a.m. when he came across a car speeding in the area. Curious, and probably bored, he decided to pursue the speeder, who promptly pulled over. The officer would soon run a check on the car's plate, and quickly recognized the name of whom he thought he had just pulled over, a 53-year-old Pier Paolo Pasolini, a man well known in Italy. Although he was known for being a film director, writer, and actor, he's probably more famous for being one of Italy's prime public intellectuals of the 20th century, not only for his film contributions, but his political views, which were very controversial, which was only made more controversial by the fact that he was an openly gay man. After World War II, he had become a Marxist and began to criticize Italian culture. He particularly hated what he called the Americanization of Italy and the degeneration of Italian culture. He believed greed-driven consumerism was taking over the everyday Italian. So this officer would have definitely known who to expect when he walked up to the driver's window. But when he got there, he saw someone else completely different. Instead, he was a young 17-year-old named Giuseppino Pelosi, and he had just stolen the car. Of course, he was arrested and taken in, while officers tried to find Pasolini to give him his car back. But what was first a simple car theft would turn into one of the most famous murders in Italian history, because officers would finally find Pasolini at the beach, dead. He had been beaten and ran over by a car with splinters of bloody wood laying around. But it wasn't just a normal beating. He had been partially burned. His private area had been crushed, along with his throat and his ear, which had been mostly torn off. It didn't take long for Pelosi to confess. He claimed to have killed him 3 hours before. But why? Why would he do it? Well, that was a dark story too, at least according to Pelosi. He met with Pasolini earlier that night, and they went to get a bite to eat. They then drove back towards the beach, where Pelosi claimed Pasolini made a sexual pass at him, and not a normal one. He allegedly wanted to use a wooden stick, which Pelosi refused. And then, according to him, this caused Pasolini to get angry and try to attack him, and a fight ensued where he accidentally beat and tortured Pasolini before trying to escape in his car and accidentally running over him, thinking it was a bump in the road, which is a very weird confession. However, he would be convicted just a few months later with the addendum that stated unknown others had participated in the murder, which totally contradicts everything Pelosi claimed. Yet, a forensic examination pretty much concluded more than one person was responsible. But that would be written out after the final verdict, and Pelosi took the fall. The court stated he acted alone, and it came after a sexual encounter gone wrong. So open and shut case, right? Not so much, because it would be 2 decades later that Pelosi took back his confession. And I know you might be thinking, well, he was probably just tired of sitting in prison. But it was more than that. Actually, conspiracy has surrounded Pasolini's murder basically ever since the first day, and many people doubted the story about Pelosi, since Pasolini was hated by so many. I mean, prior to this, he was openly attacking the ruling Christian Democratic Party. And don't let that name fool you, because it was basically ran by the mafia. So, he was already hated by them. But going back to Pelosi, he would even state he'd only confessed because his family was threatened with violence. According to him, it was 3 men, 2 brothers, and another man with Sicilian accents who beat Pasolini to death on the beach while calling him a communist. By this point, it was 2005, so I assume Pelosi's family were deceased by then, which is why he was able to clear the air. He would take it further 3 years later and even point to fascist cells in Italy who were tied to the state secret service as being the ones involved. But there were other things, like a green sweater in Pasolini's car, which belonged to neither him nor Pelosi. Plus, there was a bloody handprint on the car's roof, yet Pelosi barely had any blood on him. Not to mention, witnesses spotted motorcycle riders and another car following Pasolini's car earlier that night. And other witnesses who told investigators they seen 5 men dragging him out from his car. Then, if we move forward to 2014, new DNA testing on Pasolini's clothes revealed traces from 3 different people, none of them Pelosi. Finally, is the most obvious that, at this time in Italy, political murders were not that uncommon, especially those connected to the far left. Today, the case is still controversial, and although Pelosi died in 2017 while sticking to his innocence, many people believe he did in fact act alone, probably after a sexual advance. Of course, it doesn't really explain the other witness sightings or DNA of 3 people found on Pasolini's clothes, but Pelosi was caught driving his car. But if it wasn't Pelosi, then there's the other theory that it was a group of far-right youths who killed Pasolini for being a communist, a very outspoken one. It matches up with all the eyewitness accounts. While finally, he may have just been mafia-related. September 14th, 1963, Bowmanville, Ontario. 13-year-old Noreen Greenley would go bowling with her best friend, a girl named Bonnie Wilkins, along with Bonnie's boyfriend, Gary Woolner. The evening went along like any typical one, with the trio going out for a bite to eat after leaving the bowling alley. They then left and went back to Bonnie's house, where of course, her and Gary wanted a few minutes alone, so Noreen would say goodbye and go across the street to catch the 11:35 bus to head home. Since it was just after 11, she would have to wait a bit, and since it was pretty cool that night, she started to get cold and walked back over to Bonnie's to get warm. It was there that Bonnie offered her a coat, but she declined and stated that she would just walk back over and wait on the bus. Now what's crazy is Noreen's sister Joyce, along with her friend, were actually outside back at Noreen's home waiting on the bus to make sure Noreen arrived. While standing on the sidewalk sometime before 11:35, here comes this blue car, and it actually weaved towards them, almost ramming them. And as the car drove by, they heard a girl inside screaming, and the vehicle kept on trucking up the road. Joyce was certain that the girl screaming was her sister Noreen, so she ran inside and told her dad about it, along with her brother, who then got in the car and drove down the road trying to find the vehicle but never seen it. Her father then came back and called Bonnie's to see if she knew where Noreen was, and she said that she had thought she took the bus. That's when he would call the police around 3 a.m. For the next week, over 1,000 searchers combed the area. They brought in tracking dogs, drained ponds, and even did an aerial search, which found no signs of the young girl. Detectives went back and tried to go trace her steps, and soon found a family being driven by a man named William Polly, who was in the process of taking his mother back home. And they would actually pass the bus stop sometime between 11 and 11:15, and they noticed Noreen was waiting there. They then followed up with the bus driver, and he stated that when he arrived at 11:35, Noreen was not there. So in that 20 minutes, something happened. But it's what William Polly told them next that disturbed detectives. After dropping his mother off and going back home, they would pass the bus stop again, and this time, they seen the same young girl getting into a 57 or 58 model blue Ford Prefect car. He specifically mentioned the car was in excellent condition, or it had just recently gotten a paint job, but it was being driven by a man in a black cat heading in the direction of Noreen's home. Now this is an instance where police got 2 really good tips and should have had a good start on the case, but they actually dismissed the whole thing. They stated that since Joyce and her friend didn't actually see Noreen in the passing car, they couldn't be sure it was her, and they doubted that incident happened at all, so they refused to notify the media, which is even crazier when you realize that Joyce and her friend had no way of knowing that William Polly and his family had also reported the same vehicle picking Noreen up at the bus stop earlier, and police had both accounts and still chose to ignore it. However, they did eventually come back around to the conclusion that whoever was driving that blue vehicle abducted her. The question was, did Noreen know this person, or was it a stranger? One of the early thoughts by police was that it might have been connected to her job. Yes, Noreen actually had a job where she worked part-time at a gas station in town, and detectives wondered if maybe the customer she trusted stopped and offered her a ride. But there was an even bigger fear. Bonnie would tell investigators that her and Noreen had sometimes hitchhiked, which opened up the door for various other potential predators. Regardless of which had occurred, the investigation went cold, and it laid that way for over half a century, when in 2016, Noreen's family got a tip that had the potential to finally put the case to rest. A tipster called and stated that his dad had made a deathbed confession, admitting that he had killed Noreen. Apparently, this man was a part-time school bus driver, which is how he knew Noreen. He stated he had offered to give her a ride home that night, and later that night, he hit her in the head with a dowel, put her in the trunk of his prefect, waited till Monday, where he then went to his other part-time job at a construction site, and, with her remaining in his car, buried it with a bulldozer, and told his co-workers he was done with the vehicle because it was junk. There was no reason listed to why he had done this, but if you read between the lines, it's pretty obvious. Noreen's loved ones began trying to verify the story. A lot of it checked out. The man had been a part-time school bus driver and a construction worker. And at this time period, there was actually construction being done on a highway in the area the man claimed, and during the time frame of her disappearance. The family then funded a magnetic scan to be done in that area, and they found areas of interest where a car could be buried, so they went to the police. Police, for their part, believed the tipster to be lying, and they doubted the whole story. But to satisfy the family, they would start doing their own scan, and they found nothing, which, according to the family, the police did some questionable things, like they would not search the areas that the original team got hits on, nor would they invite the people that did the original scans of the area. Furthermore, they declined to bring ground-penetrating radar, which would have shown much more of what was underground. But that may be because police believe something else altogether now. See, as recently as September 14th, 2023, the 60-year anniversary of her disappearance, police held a press conference and announced they were working on a new theory. They believed Noreen had actually left voluntarily. They now had pretty good proof that she had went to Oshawa, about a 15-minute drive away, where she stayed for 2 weeks, before moving on to Whitby, just a few more minutes away, where she stayed for 3 weeks, allegedly with a couple named Mary and Gary Benson. From here, she crossed Lake Ontario in a 40-foot cabin cruiser named Barry Bell, owned by a man named Franco. From here, she finally found her way to Syracuse, New York, where she lived out the rest of her life. But why would she do all this? Well, that was another surprise. See, the 13-year-old was actually pregnant, and allegedly, although not proven conclusively, she gave birth to a baby boy and put him up for adoption and then disappeared. But where did police get this information? Well, that's the crazy part. Just 5 years after her disappearance, police got a tip from an unlikely source. Noreen's father, who finally told investigators she had not been abducted, but had ran away because she was pregnant. Unfortunately, it wasn't long after this that he died, and there was never a follow-up. However, was this forgotten or ignored by investigators? That's a mystery to itself. But when the case was looked into again just a few years ago, they went back over the records and found the account. Plus, the original constable that worked the case had confirmed that Noreen was pregnant, according to her own family. It is worth noting, her descendants and remaining family members have all disputed this, but I'll leave theories to you. Was she abducted by the man in the blue Ford, or did she run away? July 24th, 1971, Osoppo, Italy. 25-year-old Simonetta Ferrero would leave her home around 10:30 a.m., intending to run a few last-minute errands before she departed for Corsica later that day. Over the next hour, she would stop at a few shops picking up some supplies for her trip, like air conditioner, deodorant, and a French-Italian dictionary, before finally going to exchange some Italian currency for French. She would leave those shops around 11:30 a.m., intending to head to an upholstery to drop off a piece of fabric, then go to a beautician. However, her plans would change, and it's still not known why to this day, which is just a small part of this overarching mystery, because she would decide to stop at the Catholic University of the Sacred Heart, her alma mater, where she graduated from 2 years prior. Since it was in the middle of the summer, most of the college kids were on break, and the school was pretty empty. There were a few stragglers here and there, along with a custodian and 4 construction workers who were on the first floor pounding away with jackhammers. All in all, there were about 50 people on the university grounds. Now, as mentioned, it's unsure what her real reason was for stopping here, but there are a few different claims, such as making photocopies for a friend, or picking up a book for a friend, or a leaflet. In most sources, there is always the mention that she was doing something on behalf of a friend, but it's also possible she just stopped to use the restroom, since that's where this mystery would play out. Regardless of the reason, this is when tragedy would enter the picture, because Simonetta's parents were at home waiting on her, as the three had intended to have lunch together at 1 p.m. As the time passed, they began to wonder why she had not called them yet to let them know that she was going to be late. It was not like her to just not show up, and even less like her to not notify them. Soon, the wonder turned to worry, and by 4 p.m., when they still had not heard from her, they contacted the police, and they canceled their family trip to Corsica, and they began searching for Simonetta. But the search provided no details at first, and everyone was kinda stumped. She had been spotted by a few individuals at the university, yet no one had seen her leave. I can only guess the people there had not been informed about her disappearance, hence the reason no one searched the university. But 2 days later, after Monday Mass, the seminarian was walking through the halls of the university when he suddenly heard something. It was a faucet, continuously running in the girls' bathroom. Knowing that no one was there, and not wanting to waste water, he simply walked in to turn the faucet off. But as he walked in, he was hit with a foul odor, a strong, acrid smell. He took a couple of more steps, and that's when he suddenly spotted blood on the door. He nervously opened the door to reveal Simonetta was laying on the floor deceased, in a pool of blood, which seemed to be all over the walls, stall doors, and sink. He was of course shocked, and quickly rushed to the custodian, who then called the police. And within a matter of minutes, detectives were combing the scene. The young lady had been stabbed 33 times, or 42 in some sources, with only 7 of the wounds being fatal. They were able to tell that she had fought hard, as there were defensive wounds on her arms and even bits of the killer's skin under her fingernails. Her hands even showed where she attempted to take it away by grabbing the blade. The whole struggle was thought to have taken place over 2 to 3 minutes. And here's where it gets stranger. There was seemingly no motive, because there were no signs that she had been sexually violated, or even any attempt at it. Likewise, her jewelry and a large sum of money were still left on her untouched. The time of the murder was eventually placed between 12 and 2, meaning she was spotted by witnesses just 30 minutes prior. And it's even stranger when you take into consideration of the location, which was that of the restroom. Not only do we not know why she was back at the school, but she walked past another restroom to get to this one, the one that was being worked on from the floor below by the construction workers, which just adds another odd element to the whole thing. As far as who, well, that was weird too. Judging by a handprint the man left on the wall, they estimated he was about 5'11" or 6 foot tall. But where in the world to even start? I mean, there were only a few people at the university, so I had to be one of them, right? Well, that's what investigators thought too. First, they actually looked at the custodian of the school, along with the 4 construction workers, which, speaking of, it's these 4 that actually drowned out the sounds of the attack taking place, as detectives had wondered how such a heinous, brutal attack could have occurred, one in which Simonetta fought back valiantly and was somehow not heard. Well, it's because these guys were down there running jackhammers, which basically muted out any sound. But after the detectives interviewed them, they soon realized that the men had stopped at 1 p.m. to have lunch, and then they got back to work, where they remained busy until 5 p.m. Then they called it a day, and the custodian locked up and left. None of these men had anything pertinent to add to the investigators' case, as they had not heard or seen anything. They even had the clothes they were wearing that day seized by the police and checked for blood, although I'm sure these guys had time to wash them by that point. But investigators must not have thought so, because all 5 men were dismissed as suspects, and they began to look at the case in a whole different way. Knowing this facility was like a maze, they naturally assumed it would almost had to be someone familiar with it, because this layout would throw off newcomers. So because of this, they postulated that it had to be one of the few students on campus, or one of the teachers, or someone involved with the university that day. Actually, they began to wonder if it was the seminarian, a 21-year-old named Mario Tozo. I mean, it seemed awful convenient. He just stumbled up onto the sound of running water. But it wasn't just that, because right after the police were called and arrived on the scene, Mario got on a train and got the heck out of there. He went back to his hometown, which certainly seemed pretty odd. Because of this, police told him to come right back to be interviewed, which he did 2 days later. But what at first seemed like a good theory fell to the wayside when detectives discovered he had no scratches or wounds, nor any trace of blood on his clothes, which again, I wonder if he simply could have not washed them. But police stated he was just real shaken up by the events, which is why he had went home, and he had nothing to do with it. Now detectives had to concede, whoever done this probably did come from the outside of the university, and somehow was able to pull all this off without getting lost or confused or spotted. In fact, they already had a few reports of strange men who had been on the university grounds weeks prior, just harassing female students. Not only is that surprising, but it's very creepy and sad. Anyways, since they already knew that these men were loitering around the school grounds, waiting on girls, they naturally made good suspects. They quickly found their best lead yet, a man who we only had the name of, Giuseppe. He was known to carry around knives, and he was mentally unhinged. After an interview with him, police soon found out that he had a rock-solid alibi, and was nowhere near at the time of the murder. Another man was found that often took the nearby train, where he could be found harassing the female passengers, and he often talked to people that knew him about how attractive the female students were at the nearby university. But what was really pulling them towards him was what they found at his home, a diary where he had written that he hated women and wanted to kill them all. So this had to be the guy, right? Well, unfortunately, he was too soon ruled out. They would then interview a man who was seen at the university carrying women's underwear, along with a 25-year-old man that would often talk vulgar to the girls who walked by. But soon, the stranger theory was ruled out, so they began to look closer into Simonetta's life. One thing that stuck out to them immediately was she had no boyfriend, no husband or lover, at least none that they could find. She was more career-minded, and because of that, she had not really had any serious relationship. She had a few dates here and there, but it was never serious. They also tried to find any men from her workplace who may have been rejected by her, but again, nothing like what had occurred, or not that police could find anyways. Over the next month, police would talk to nearly 360 people, and they were never able to develop one lead. And sadly, by the end of the year, the case was completely cold, and never really recovered, other than a false lead a couple of decades later, when in 1994, a government official was sent an anonymous letter from a woman who claimed that a spiritual director working at the university at the time of the murder got fired 3 years later for sexually harassing a student. Of course, this old lead was investigated thoroughly, and again, nothing was found. It's one of the darkest and most perplexing cases in Italian history. For one, nobody seemingly knew where all Simonetta was going that day, so it's doubtful that someone was just waiting on her. Which means they probably randomly seen her enter the school and then followed her inside. Or maybe they were already on the inside. But the strangest part is, how did he exit with all that blood on him? Obviously, he washed his hands and left the sink running, but police were confident he would have had a lot of blood on his clothing, which is how everyone at the university was ruled out. Or were they? Let's go back to those 4 construction workers. Although they were working at the time, covering up basically any noise of the murder, the prosecutor assigned to the case actually believed one of these men were ultimately responsible. He could never bring a case against him due to not having that crucial piece of evidence, and the motive shouldn't be surprising. He was sexually motivated, in spite of the fact there were no signs of it. More than likely, her fierce fighting back deterred him, which then set him off and led to the scene that transpired. But what about the clothing? Yeah, there's a simple answer for that too. See, one of the details that was released about the case decades later was that there were signs that the killer went to the bathroom stall where he then took off his bloody clothes and put them into a bag he took from nearby. Then he put on a new pair and walked out, which is why no one's seen anything odd. It's also most probable that the other construction workers at least heard the water running continuously and went to turn it off, and either discovered it and covered it up for him, or the killer dissuaded them from going to look somehow. However, this has also brought up another interesting theory, that it was a different motive altogether. At the time, students and faculty knew not to use the restroom because it was being worked on, but she had not been a student for 2 years, and could have used the restroom and the flush triggered a leak, or even flooding, because they were replacing pipes at that point, which was confirmed by local papers. This set off one of the workers, who went upstairs to confront her, and a physical confrontation ensued, and he snapped. Hence, why there were no signs of an attempted sexual violation. It also explains why he would wait until she attempted to exit the bathroom, instead of following her inside. Others are not happy with that theory, since it seems kind of unbelievable, and they instead point to a terrifying serial killer, one known as the Milan Monster, who operated between 1963 and 1976, and is believed responsible for the deaths of 7 to 11 women, and whose murders bore strong similarities. They all received around 30 stab wounds, primarily in the chest and abdomen, and they all occurred close to railway stations, religious institutions, or guest house linked to railway workers. There are other smaller theories, such as someone followed her to the restroom and waited for her to come out and made a sexual advance, which she declined, and it set him off. All the clues point to a spur-of-the-moment decision, so this could be it. Or it could have been something more to do with Simonetta's job, since part of her duties was hiring people, and if she declined an applicant, it could have left him upset, and he set out to get revenge. With it being over half a century now, this one will most likely never be solved. When I was younger, one thing I enjoyed doing was catfishing. Not the internet dating thing either. I'm talking about fishing for catfish. Many a summer nights, me and my cousin would stay out late into the early morning, dreaming of landing a big flathead. Well, most of the time, all we got was mosquito bites. But why do Americans, and people throughout the world, enjoy catfishing? Well, the better question is, why wouldn't you? If you like fishing, that is. Catfish by nature will pretty much eat anything, including other fish, night crawlers, hot dogs, crawdads, chicken livers, and even stink bait, giving the fishermen more opportunities and weapons to catch them. Which, did I mention, their size makes it a challenge to get them in, thereby increasing the fun. And finally, many are prized for their taste, as you can find them in many fish fries across the country. But what if these creatures are dangerous to humans? And I'm not talking about their ability to sting you with their horns. Yes, if you've never been catfishing, they have these sharp spines many people just call horns, and they will sting you. And since they're covered in mucus, it can cause the wound to get all infected. But as bad as that sounds, that's not even what this next cryptid mystery revolves around. No, that has more to do with their enormous size. Catfish, in particular blue cats, can get pretty big. There was even a local legend where I grew up of one blue cat that had eyes as big as car headlights. Well, that was probably nothing more than folklore. The record for a blue cat is 143 pounds and was caught in 2011. There was also the Wales catfish captured in Italy in 2023 that was over 9 feet long and about 280 pounds, along with the Mekong giant catfish in Asia, which has a record of almost 9 feet and 650 pounds. But what if there are bigger ones? What if there are giant man-eating catfish? That's what this cryptid mystery is about. It's hard to pinpoint when this story originated, as it seems like all kinds of small towns around the world have similar giant catfish legends. However, there is one intriguing one, and it comes from the Kali River in India and Nepal. The story begins in April 1998, when a 17-year-old boy was swimming with friends who seen him get dragged under the water, and he never resurfaced. His remains were never found, in spite of a 3-day, 3-mile search. This was the first of a series known as the Kali River Goonch attack, named so because of the goonch catfish. Over the next 9 years, a series of fatal attacks would occur, supposedly perpetrated by this 200-pound catfish. The final attack came in 2007, when an 18-year-old was dragged down by something witnesses described as a mud-colored water pig. The story was interesting enough that Jeremy Wade, the same guy from that show, River Monsters, began to investigate it. He was skeptical at first, but upon hearing that the attacks were occurring in a small area of the river, he took a more open mind to it. The villagers told him that human remains from funeral pyres were often discarded in the river, possibly giving the fish a taste for human flesh. After using a depth sounder, Wade was able to rule out whirlpools as being responsible. In fact, it wasn't long after he started his investigation that a water buffalo was dragged under the water and drowned. Since they typically weigh around 800 pounds, Wade theorized that the fish had to weigh at least 200 to 300 pounds. What about crocodiles and sharks, you may ask? Yeah, those were eventually ruled out too, for varying reasons. Wade soon sighted a group of goonch, 6 of them that were the size of a man, and he came up with a plan. A funeral pyre would be used to see if one of them could be lured in, and sure enough, the following day, a record-breaking 6.5-foot, 160-pound goonch was captured. Wade speculated that it was strong and large enough to eat a small child, and he also theorized that there were probably bigger ones out there. He did state, though, that the one that he had captured could not be responsible for the several drownings over that 9-year period. But these rumors are not just in India. In fact, the Wales catfish in Europe we previously discussed has also been said to have eaten people before. But there's also supposed to be instances of it happening in the Ohio River. One of the earliest comes from 1780, when a story claimed that a man was eaten whole by a catfish, or even one as late as the 1970s, when a controversial news report stated that a boy was eaten by a catfish in Troy, Indiana. While there are also stories from South Africa where divers have claimed upon inspecting a dam wall, massive catfish tried to eat them through a cage. And speaking of dam repairs, that's another part of this story that might just make this whole thing an urban legend, because that dam story can be found in Central California, Lake Lanier, Georgia, Tennessee, Cumberland Lake in Kentucky, the Ohio River Valley, Wisconsin, even in Washington State. It's almost always a dam and a giant catfish, or, in the story of my local town, a giant catfish under the waterfalls. And you'll find that too. There's little variances, like the fish was as big as a Volkswagen, or in the 70s, a Buick, or sometimes even school buses. Heck, one of the most famous stories involves a man named Cato Mudcat Mudger, who in 1902 fought with a huge catfish in the Mississippi River. It was said to be so big that it took 14 men and a crane just to get it in, and when they opened up its stomach, they found a huge boot. So maybe what's really happening is catfish do get big, but divers are typically in the areas with poor visibility and, in addition, wearing masks which magnify and cause them to exaggerate the size underwater. Or it's possible people are even seeing sturgeon, which get much bigger. Or maybe they spotted a submerged log or stump or something like that. Maybe even a school of fish. And of course, they then sprinkle in a little folklore like fishermen tend to do, and then the story spreads. Of course, it's worth pointing out, people do go noodling, which is when an angler submerges his arm into holes or crevices under the water trying to entice the catfish to bite him, and they do. There's also the fact that catfish never stop growing, but they do slow down with age, and since their lifespan is anywhere from 10 to 25 years, well, it could allow for a giant-sized man-eating catfish. If you have ever played a fantasy game like Dungeons & Dragons, chances are you have come across one magical item known as the Ever-Burning Torch, which, as the name hints at, is a torch that cannot be extinguished. It of course worked based on the fantasy element of a magic spell that had been cast onto an ordinary torch. But, like a lot of things in Dungeons & Dragons, this too was based on stories from our very real ancient past. The ever-burning lamp, or torch, is a long-running mystery dating back for centuries, with many ancient scholars attesting to its veracity. But, were they real, or just a legend? First, let's look at some of the examples. One of the earliest mentions goes all the way back to Plutarch, the Greek historian in the 1st century AD. In one of his treatises on the decline of the oracles, he would note that a lamp had been burning over a door at the temple of Jupiter Ammon in Egypt, where priests had confided in him that the lamp stood in the open air and neither rain or wind could put it out, which matches other stories from the time, particularly at the temple of Apollo Carneus in Cyrene and the temple of Atterbane in Armenia. Then, if we move forward a couple of more decades, we have Greek geographer and traveler Pausanias, who would tell of a gold lamp he's seen at the temple of Minerva Polius in Athens. This lamp had actually been created by another ancient scholar, Callimachus, and what made it special was it was able to maintain a flame steadily for a year without needing any fuel added or even having its wick trimmed. This account is particularly important because for centuries, historians believed Pausanias was documenting these things based on secondhand accounts, but now they believe he witnessed them himself. More curious accounts pop up a half a millennia later in 527 AD, under the reign of Byzantine Emperor Justinian, when Persian soldiers on the border discovered an ever-burning lamp and image of Christ sealed over a gateway at Edessa, Syria. This lamp was enclosed to keep it safe from the wind, but according to its inscription, it was first lit in 27 AD, of course meaning that it had burned 500 years straight with no fuel added. The Persians, of course, put it out. But there's more. Let's jump 1,000 years into the future to 1534 AD. This would be when King Henry VIII broke England away from the Catholic Church. As part of that, he ordered the closing down of monasteries in Britain, and unsurprisingly, many tombs in the country were also hopelessly plundered. And it's one of these, in Yorkshire, that a burning lamp was found in the tomb of one Constantius Chlorus, father of the great Constantine. And since he died in 300 AD, the lamp presumably would have been burning for around 1200 years. And these are just a few of the stories, but there's actually over 170 medieval authors alone that document the ever-burning lamp. And before we look at the mystery of if they were real, let's look at how they would have worked, because there are many man-made ever-burning torches now. The difference is, they are almost always connected to natural gas. It shouldn't be a surprise, but these ever-burning lamps have often been said to have been created by ancient aliens, who then passed on the tech to ancient man, and at some point, it was all forgotten. But there is a more logical explanation, and that is our ancient ancestors, who were much smarter than we give them credit for, and a few inventors in their time somehow, some way, created these ever-burning lamps. How they did so is open to speculation. Some have theorized that it could have been an early form of using electricity. This theory is almost always packaged in with the Baghdad battery, which we have looked at in the past. Others think that it might be the work of alchemy, a certain blend of chemicals that made this burn forever. One fascinating suggestion was mercury. First of all, it's well known that that was one of the main chemicals that alchemists dabbled in, specifically because of the odd effects that it could create. Now the blog I found this on, Trendfinity8.com, ran by Dr. Kathy Forty, drives really deep into how this would work, but to save time, I'm going to try to sum up. Basically, in 1705, the first ever gas discharge lamp was created, and it was operated with static electricity, sort of like a modern fluorescent lamp. It would eventually lead to other kinds of discharge light sources, and about 100 years later, one of these was a high-intensity discharge lamp, which used mercury vapor. So it's theorized the ionized gas from the heated mercury could build up in these lamps, or even in a sealed tomb, which in turn creates an electrical charge that fuels the light. In fact, there are some reports of tomb explorers finding silver liquid drops inside, which could be mercury, or why some tomb robbers and archaeologists have reported feeling ill or sick. Maybe it's not a curse, and it's just a mercury. In fact, beneath the Pyramid of the Feathered Serpent in Mexico, there were allegedly large quantities of liquid mercury found by archaeologists. This would also match up with a few other accounts of someone finding an ever-burning torch, only to have it go out once the glass shattered. Others point to a somewhat more simple setup, one which used some kind of oil that was connected to a hidden chamber which fed it for centuries, or they could have even been connected to natural gas vents. Finally, we have the most skeptical take that the whole thing was nothing more than an urban legend passed down over centuries, a story, or at the very least, the lamps were being relit by custodians under the cover of night, and then the secret was kept for ritual purposes. May 10th, 1915. The second year of the First World War was well underway, and in the midst of all the troubling headlines that came with that, would be one story that draped the front pages of the newspapers all throughout the British Empire. The title read, "Torture of a Canadian Officer," and was reported by a war correspondent from Paris. Now, while war crimes were definitely not a surprise in the First World War, this one kinda drew the ire from the entire Western Alliance, because according to this article, Canadian soldiers who had been wounded at the Battle of Ypres were brought back behind lines for medical attention, and it's here they would tell commanding officers of something particularly cruel. German soldiers had apparently took a Canadian officer and crucified him. As you might imagine, not only was this seen as unjust, but it was pretty offensive. The men were pressed for more information on what exactly had happened, and according to them, the Germans had put the man on the wall by taking their bayonets and thrusting them through his hands and feet, before the last one was driven through his throat. Then they fired upon him. Now, according to them, they didn't specifically see it, yet had been told about it by soldiers with the Royal Dublin Fusiliers who had witnessed it. The British government, upon hearing the news, asked the Undersecretary of War for more information, which by now the story had changed to have claimed that 3 Canadian soldiers were bayoneted on a wooden structure. Since he had no information, a formal investigation was launched. 3 days later, a publication called The Times, the newspaper that had originally published the story, stated more information had came about which claimed that it was in fact one man, and he was a sergeant, and instead of being crucified on a building, he was transfixed to a wooden fence and stabbed repeatedly, and may have been dead before the deed was ever done. This is where the story would get more gruesome and more curious. 9 days after this first report, the government official who ordered the investigation, Robert Houston, would go back to the House of Commons with the information he had gathered, and he was asking other officials if they could confirm or deny. According to Houston, a Canadian detachment were temporarily driven back by the Germans, driven back so fast that they had to leave 40 wounded men behind at a barn. Upon stopping the Germans and pushing back, they recaptured the farm. They then quickly checked on their comrades, and that's when they found it. All of the soldiers but one had been bayoneted. This man was a sergeant, and apparently, in this large village, was a crucifix in which the figure Christ was adorned on. The Germans had removed it, and took this Canadian officer, while he was still alive, and crucified him. Still, in the fog of war, no one could get any confirmation one way or the other, and various stories spun around. One Canadian private claimed he had seen 3 soldiers bayoneted to a barn door, while a few English soldiers claimed to have only seen one. Later it was discovered that the areas these soldiers reported the crucifixion had not even been occupied by the Germans. Most of the time, the soldier in question was Canadian, but a few people claimed it was a British soldier, and sometimes the crucifixion was said to have happened on a tree. At another point, one Canadian soldier claimed to have helped taking the crucified soldier down and believed he was from Brantford, Ontario. Later, the press would finally confirm the man's name was Sergeant Thomas Elliott of Brantford. There was only one problem with this. Sergeant Thomas Elliott was still alive, and he would confirm he was not the man that had been crucified, obviously. Regardless, the story was now an international incident, and of course, the Allies didn't waste a chance to use it as propaganda. But the war would wage on a few more years before the Germans were finally brought to the negotiating table. By this point, the crucifixion story was burned into the Canadian psyche, and a British sculptor, a Francis Derwin Wood, completed his work called Canada's Golgotha, Golgotha being the site of Jesus' crucifixion. The piece of art was not met without controversy. For one, the British and Canadian government still could not confirm the story, although they did at least have a name now. They believed it was a man named Sergeant Brant. Regardless of not being able to confirm it, the piece was set to go on display at a museum when the German government, who was still negotiating with the Allies, requested that the Canadian government come out and state the whole story was nothing but a hoax, or at least provide proof that it was real. Since the negotiations took precedence, Canada requested a more in-depth investigation, and then the Germans insisted on being part of it, and Canada balked and said, just forget it, we won't display the piece. Crazily enough, the Canadian government not only banned it from being shown in an exhibit, but they made it illegal to even take photos of, and that was in place for at least 70 years until 1989. Finally, by 1992, they allowed it to be placed into a museum. But here's the whole mystery. Was any of this ever true? Or was it a piece of clever wartime propaganda? And if it was real, who was the unfortunate soldier? Enter documentary filmmaker Ian Overton, who launched a big investigation on the events over 80 years later in 2002. After going over the archives and much of the evidence that was still available, he stated his findings, and that was, it looked legit, and the man's name was Sergeant Harry Band, not Brant, as was reported in 1919. Sergeant Band had been reported missing on April 24, 1915, near Ypres, and Band's family had received letters from fellow soldiers expressing their condolences, and a year later, one of these soldiers wrote his sister to state that he was pretty sure her brother was the man who had been crucified, and it was not a fictional account. Overton found more evidence though, one which included a note from a British nurse, and in this note, she discusses a Lance Corporal C.M. Brown who had told his nurse that a man named Sergeant Harry Band had been crucified after the Battle of Ypres on an open door of a barn with 5 bayonets in him. Now, since Harry Band's body was never officially recovered, it's impossible to verify, and just like this information found by Ian Overton in the early 2000s, it's still nothing 100% concrete. Likewise, the account varied so much in the details. Some accounts said it was a door, others said it was a tree, or a fence, or a barn. Sometimes it was bayonets, other times it was nails or spikes. Sometimes it was one man, other times 3. Others disputed if the man was alive when he was crucified, or if it was done so after. There's also a thing known as Field Punishment Number 1, which was the practice of tying a man to what basically looked like a fence post and leaving them there hours or days. Usually, the punishment was given for things like falling asleep on watch or some other minor infraction. Numerous soldiers would have seen instances like this on the front from a distance, and it simply could have been mistaken for crucifixion. However, it should be noted, the Germans really did hate the Canadians, as they were noted for being particularly brutal and unforgiving, as they were known to massacre surrendering and wounded soldiers. Actually, there's a long-held joke that the Geneva Conventions were specifically created because of Canada's treatment of German POWs, so the thought that Germans would crucify a Canadian soldier is not that far-fetched. But I'll leave it with you, legend or true story. September 1st, 1975. Chain of Ponds, Maine. It was the Labor Day weekend when the Newton family, Ron and Jill, along with their 6-year-old daughter, Kimberly, and 4-year-old son, Kurt, were enjoying the extended holiday weekend which they had spent camping. The campground they were at was about 6 miles away from the Canadian border, and it set out in the wilderness. It was around 9 that morning that the family got up and had a camper's breakfast and then began getting ready for their day of fun. Jill first walked over to the washroom about 50 yards away to clean off her muddy shoes, while Ron would jump into his truck with his axe, where he intended to drive down the campground road and cut up some more firewood. The daughter, Kimberly, remained behind and played a game, while 4-year-old Kurt jumped onto his tricycle, or big wheel, and rode around the camp. It would take Jill about 5 to 10 minutes to clean off her shoes real good and throw them across the clothesline and walk back to camp. When she arrived back, she found her daughter still there, but Kurt, nor his tricycle, were anywhere to be found. His mother at first wasn't too concerned and assumed he had just rode down the road with his father to get firewood, but she did walk around and ask some other campers if they had seen a little blond boy riding around on his big wheel, but no one had seen him. And as she made her way around the camp, she ran into a man named Jack Hansen. He was the groundskeeper of the camp, and she asked him, had he seen Kurt? His response was he had not, but he had seen the tricycle about a quarter of a mile down the road. It had been moved to the side and was on the edge of the woods near a dump, so he grabbed it and took it up and threw it onto the garbage pile, since he assumed that's what the person had intended. But that wasn't all. The groundskeeper's daughter, who was 12, had seen Kurt pedaling down that way, and she called to him asking if his parents knew where he was, only for Kurt to ignore her and keep pedaling on down the road, presumably trying to follow his father's truck. Jill by now was worried, and she quickly headed towards that trash pile. And there it was, the big wheel. It was just sitting there, and no one was around, nor were there any sounds. She began to panic, but her fellow campers insisted that he must have went with his father to get firewood. However, they soon found out that's not where he was, because Ron would show back up and had not seen him. Authorities were quickly called, and the Fish and Game warden with a small search party would soon arrive. They were actually pretty confident. The speculated little Kurt had tried to follow his father down the road on his tricycle, only to pull off to the side and walk into the woods looking for him, thinking he couldn't be far away. However, the pressure was on, because it was expected to drop down into the 20s that night. The search wore on all day, with no clues found, and unfortunately, night came and went, and the 30-person search party never found a thing. It would be early that next morning that bloodhounds arrived to the scene, and they would get the scent from Kurt's pajamas, but unfortunately, there was a mistake. By this point, the search party had swelled to over 200 people, and the dogs followed the scent for just a few yards and got confused from all the other scents, and they were never able to pick up Kurt's trail. Meanwhile, the weather got awful. It became cold, dark, and rainy. Not to mention, the terrain was treacherous. There were holes, rocks, boulders, and root cavities. But the search continued, and authorities would soon state that it was the most intensive wood search in the state's history. Soon, a favor was called in, and the Air Force would loan out a top-secret airplane that was equipped with the cutting-edge technology of its time, like infrared sensors and low-light sensor equipment made for night use. This aircraft would fly over the area for 3 hours, and it too found nothing. The search went on for days, and the aircraft made another flight. Dogs tried repeatedly to find a scent. 11 days later, the official search was called off, although family did continue to search for him, even returning on snowmobiles after the first big storm, which allowed them to go deeper into the woods. Still, nothing. But the family began to wonder, could he have been abducted? I mean, it was deep in the wilderness at a random campground, but how far could a 4-year-old have gotten in such a short amount of time? Well, investigators interviewed basically everyone at the campground, and even polygraphed a few. The only thing they got was the account of a white station wagon roaring out of the campground, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. This happened right after Kurt disappeared. That car was not registered to anyone at the campground, and even stranger, only one witness seen it. And after more interviews given by detectives, she admitted she may have been mistaken. Trackers were brought in to look at the road, which went out the back way of the campground, and they found no traffic had came through there in a while. Wildlife was also looked at, especially when they found out that someone had released a captive bear just a few miles away from the campground. But wildlife experts quickly ruled that out since there were no signs of an animal attack. Investigators sent out descriptions and photos nationwide, and calls came back from all over the country, as well as Canada. These were ran down and dismissed, or could never be verified. His parents did not quit though, and did something unprecedented. This was before the internet, and it was not easy to get the word out, but they, over a 6-month period, come up with a list of every superintendent of every school district in the country and sent out a letter along with 5 posters asking them to hang them up at the schools. The mailing alone cost $5,000, or about $30,000 in 2025. But this too never led to anything other than false leads. Today, most people lean towards the thought that Kurt simply wandered off following the sound of his father's axe and slipped or crawled into a concealed crevice or sinkhole, something like that, and succumbed to the elements or an injury. The fact that the bloodhounds were delayed on getting there makes it possible that he was simply overlooked, while some still lean towards the possibility that a stranger just happened to be going by and seen him. Maybe the person in the white station wagon. They then snatched him and drove away. But I'll let you guys tell me what you think happened in the comment section below. December 13th, 2020. It was time for the holidays, and like a lot of young college students, 21-year-old Jason Landry was leaving Texas State University in San Marcos and heading back to his parents' home in Missouri City, Texas, almost a 3-hour drive. It would be about 10:55 p.m. when he set off with the intentions of arriving in the early morning hours. However, that would not be what played out. Actually, it would be about 3 hours later at 2 a.m. when Jason's father, Kent, was suddenly awoken at home to the sound of a late-night phone call. He would roll over and answer it and hear the voice of someone he did not know. On the other line was a man identifying himself as a police officer, and he would tell Jason's father that he had found his son's vehicle and it had been crashed. It appeared to have spun off a gravel road and hit a tree with its rear end, but the strangest part was Jason was nowhere around. The officer then told him that the car had been discovered about 12:30, but the location it was found, which was Luling, Texas, was odd to Kent because that suggested Jason had only driven about 30 minutes before the crash had occurred, leaving an hour's worth of time between the crash and when police discovered it. Even stranger was the road that it was found on. It was in a very rural and unfamiliar area, a place where Jason would have to leave his normal route just to get to. Oddly, the keys had been left in the ignition, but the front passenger door was locked. A few hours later at 5:30 a.m., Ken arrived to the impound lot to look through his car. That's when he found his phone between the seat and console. Of course, by this point, his father was on edge and went to the location where the vehicle was found. That's when he started searching around the area to see if he could find any clue of where his son may have went. But he found something a bit more disturbing. About 900 feet up the road was Jason's clothes. Among the found items was his shorts, which had a small amount of blood on it, believed to have been caused by a non-serious wound. His backpack was also found, and it carried toiletries, a wallet, laptop, gaming gear, and a small amount of marijuana. And maybe the oddest item, a tumbler cup of water with his dead betta fish inside. This was extremely odd, and now Kent was left with nothing else to do except to go officially report Jason as missing, because up to this point, the police were treating it as a crashed vehicle that had just been abandoned. Now everyone was confused, suspicious, and very worried. For one, it was extremely cold that night, dropping down to around the low 30s, which begs the question, why did Jason walk a short distance from his car, strip naked, and keep walking? It boggles the mind. Within a few hours, sunlight was out, and local authorities would do a much more thorough search, and it continued to grow, with more resources being allotted. This included drones, as well as horses to help traverse the terrain. And of course, sniffer dogs were brought out as well. They even checked out abandoned houses and sheds. Yet, despite months of searching, they found nothing that could point to where Jason had went. And as you may have already figured out, Jason was never seen again. And we still don't know what exactly happened, although police have stated it was just a single car crash. There was nothing that indicated another car was even in the area, although they can't rule out foul play, especially since phone records showed that Jason had been active on Snapchat shortly before his crash, although detectives still believe he was not planning to meet anyone via the app. It's also worth noting he had been using the Waze app, which if you don't know, is basically a GPS, and for some reason, he closed the application shortly before the crash. The reason for that, too, is unknown. And it should be no surprise, the detectives were extremely focused on that 67-minute window between 10:55 and 12:31 a.m. when the crash occurred. One of the bigger theories over the years is Jason had gotten disoriented, possibly from hypothermia, or maybe drug use. There was marijuana found, but it's possible he was dabbling in other drugs. Or did he have a mental breakdown? The fish in the cup suggest that he was somewhat confused. This goes along with a comment from Jason's friend, who notified detectives that he had told him he hadn't slept in days, nor ate, nor drunk, and his friend stated he was definitely out of it. And because of that, he probably just missed a turn, spun off a gravel road, and sustained a head injury that left him confused. The hypothermia set in, causing the paradoxical undressing, and he wandered off, and despite a massive search, remains were never found. However, there have been those who have suggested that there was some kind of foul play. One in particular was a retired FBI agent, Abel Pena, whose nonprofit researched the crash and the site and stated the whole thing appeared staged, especially the placement of his clothes and belongings. Was it possible a third party was involved? Maybe someone acting like a good Samaritan, who stopped to give Jason a ride, and it ended up in an abduction. It's been almost 5 years, and we still don't know. September 22nd, 2022, Salinas, California. The Garcia family would get a call from a local Chevy dealership, who had a startling question. Where is Arelle? But just who was this, and what was his call about? Arelle Garcia was a 25-year-old who just happened to be a service advisor at that Chevy dealership near her apartment, and it was very unlike her to not show up for work. And considering that it was now about 10 a.m., about 2.5 hours after her shift started, it caused more than a little concern. Her family was really close, and Arelle had 6 siblings, and soon they all started contacting each other to find out if anyone had heard from her. That's when they discovered that right before 7 a.m., she texted her sister with the message, "Good morning. I miss you and my baby. Love you." The baby being her sister's son and Arelle's godson, Davian. Unfortunately, her sister Veronica was asleep when this message came in, and she didn't reply back for about 2 hours, around 9 a.m. And although she texted, Garcia had not responded, and now her whole family was texting and calling her and getting the same response, which was silence. They did not wait to see what was going on, and soon her sisters used the Find My Location app, which found her phone was pinging in Big Sur, just over an hour's drive away from her apartment. The family would split up at this point, with some driving to where the phone was showing, and others going to the police to report her missing. The family would continue to follow the cell phone's location until they finally came up on a scenic turn along the highway that looked out over a flat area with a lot of underbrush. In that area was her red car, just sitting there, which is not unusual, cause people often stopped in this location to take pictures or just admire the scenery. The family pulled up and walked over to investigate, and there was no sign of her, and the car doors had been locked. But there was something else that stuck out. Garcia's car had a customized suspension system that allowed her to raise and lower the chassis. and she would always drop it down when she parked. Yet this time, it had not been, which could suggest that someone else had been driving it. By this time, the police would arrive, and they would look over the vehicle, and they seemed to confirm what the family's intuition told them. They pointed out how the seat had been moved back further than Garcia's 5'5" height would have needed. However, there were no signs of foul play, and her phone, wallet, and keys all lay in the car. Drones were put up in the air to search the surrounding area, while sniffer dogs and cadaver dogs were both deployed over the next few days. But there were just no clues that she had been there. Investigators now turned to the people in her life, like her co-workers, but specifically a boyfriend. Interviews with these people led to nothing as well. Soon, they began to run down any sightings that may have gave some details about her morning. Her family knew what her typical morning was like. She was in the gym by 5:30 a.m. and was at work at 7:30 a.m. But this morning, she broke that routine. Security footage showed that she had left her apartment at 6:34 a.m. and she was dressed casually, just in black leggings, hoodie, and sneakers. Her family found that odd because there was no way she could have went to the gym then and still get back in time for work. It was after this, around 7 a.m., that she texted her sister, and by 7:30, detectives were pretty sure her vehicle was seen passing a general store in Big Sur, but with the tinted windows, a driver could not be made out, and it's not even 100% sure it was her car. But there is one more odd thing about the car's abandonment. Just by random chance, a Google driver was out capturing parts of the California coast that same morning, and they drove right by her car and snapped this image, which you can still find on Google Maps today. And although the odds of that are quite small, it didn't offer much in the way of clues, since the photo was taken around noon. And yes, if you're curious, the other vehicles in the photo parked behind her were tracked down and the drivers were interviewed and dismissed. This case has been extremely difficult on the tight-knit family, not only because of the real lack of clues, but because the police have remained tight-lipped about what they believe happened. So it's hard for us to really theorize. However, we can take a look at the most mentioned theories, and the top one is, of course, foul play. First is the obvious, that the car was locked with the keys inside, along with her personal items. That doesn't suggest that she was just going to abandon the car. Likewise was the fact that her car had not been dropped down upon parking, and the seat had been pushed back for someone taller. It's also strange that not one sign of her was found near the car, nor the surrounding areas. But there's also one darker clue that could indicate it, and that is Kaylee Gamble, a 20-year-old who was also living in Salinas, and vanished just 5 weeks before Garcia, and her remains would be found in Big Sur as well. She had been the victim of a homicide, and she sorta resembled Garcia. Her case is unsolved as well, but it's worth mentioning the lead detective on her case has stated that there has been no connection found between the two. The next theory is that she had an accidental fall. The cliff where she stopped, though, is only 20 feet high and not likely to end one's life. Even if it did, she would be out in the open view and would have been spotted. However, just up the road is a bridge over a river that she could have conceivably walked to and fell, or maybe even jumped. That's the only thing that would explain the remains not showing up. However, investigators believe it's very unlikely, and in 3 years, the case seems to have gone cold. January 30th, 2022. Anderson, South Carolina, 29-year-old Alexis Ware was en route to a local gas station to drop off her children with their father, TJ Patterson. The two had split up some time back, but enjoyed a cordial relationship and were co-parenting. She would pull up and talk to him for a few minutes as the kids got into the car with him, but it was during their conversation that Alexis agreed to follow TJ back to his mother's home, who just lived down the road from the gas station. But this would be when something weird would happen. It was about 7:30 when TJ pulled up to the red light and stopped, and he would notice that Alexis, who had been behind him, suddenly pulled up and around his car and hit the accelerator, going through the red light and down the road. TJ of course grabbed his phone and called her to see if she had changed her mind about going, but Alexis did not answer, and soon her car vanished into the distance. And what first started off as a weird turn of events soon became a dark and sad mystery, because that moment of her driving off into the night was the last time she was ever seen. TJ, not really knowing what else to do, but called her family to tell them what had happened, and they immediately were alarmed because some odd things had been going on in Alexis's life. So this was not a spur-of-the-moment deal. First of all, for weeks leading up to her disappearance, she told her family she had been getting unwanted phone calls from someone she did not want to talk to, but she refused to tell him who it was, only referring to him as the devil. Even after blocking this man's number, he was able to call her using different numbers. This only escalated when someone in a black truck began stalking her. And it's worth bringing up now that Alexis had a pretty substantial online presence, as she was a popular hairstylist with a large clientele that often found out about her online. It was not uncommon for customers from other states to drive long distances just to have her do their hair. In fact, her business was growing so much that she was in the process of moving her business to Georgia, where she was going to expand her base. But with all that growth comes the possibility that the wrong people could discover her and become obsessed. In fact, she had told her loved ones about creepy men who had been contacting her through social media, which seemed to have been wearing on her. But let's now go back 24 hours before her disappearance, cause this too would be another odd thing of sorts, because Alexis had spent a large part of her day just crying. She was upset because her 30th birthday was coming up, but not upset because she was getting older. Instead, she indicated to her loved ones that something bad was going to happen to her, which would prevent her from turning 30. She was so convinced that she hadn't even made any birthday plans, which she typically did so every year. Again, she would not elaborate on the details, so it's hard to say exactly why she felt that way, but it's worth noting she had recently started going down the rabbit hole into the signs of the zodiac, which, according to her, allowed her to see things that were going to happen. But let's go back to the night in question, when she seemingly drove off into the abyss. After law enforcement was contacted, and they were able to get a hold of her cell phone data, they found out that about 45 minutes after leaving TJ back at the red light, her car had gotten up to 30 miles away and was headed towards Georgia. In fact, detectives would begin looking over security footage along the route and actually found her car in Augusta, Georgia that same night, which was about a 2-hour drive away. Later that night, the same highway cameras would pick her vehicle up again, this time coming back to South Carolina. Interestingly, Alexa did have an appointment coming up soon in Augusta, but she never actually went to it. But suffice to say, her family, as well as investigators, were perplexed. And if you're thinking this all seems sketchy on TJ Patterson's part, her ex, well, detectives did grill him, and they soon ruled him out. His story, along with the security video, and him having an ironclad alibi, he just couldn't have been responsible. Things would die down for a few days, but soon investigators did catch a break, because it was February 2nd, just 3 days after she had driven off, her car was finally found. It was abandoned on a back road in McCormick, South Carolina. It was very muddy, but peeking on the inside revealed her phone, keys, purse, ID, and a bag of clothing which were sitting inside. Next to the car on the ground was her black hair bonnet, which she had been wearing at the time she had vanished. However, there were no signs of foul play. The area that it was parked at was very strange as well. First of all, her family knew of no reason for her to even be in that area, as they were not aware of any connections she may have had. Likewise, this was a place where the locals often went deer hunting. Detectives were perplexed by the whole thing, but dug deeper. They soon found out from Alexis's mother that on the day she vanished, she had called her to tell her that someone was outside the apartment in a black truck. She got off the phone with her mother and then called the police. The sheriff arrived a few minutes later and checked out the situation, but the truck must have left by that point, and the sheriff did too. Alexis grabbed her kids though and as soon as law enforcement left, she quickly put them in the car and drove off, where she then met up with TJ. This was one strange one. There's so many unanswered questions. Why did she speed off to begin with? Why go to Georgia and then attempt to come back and drop the car off in the middle of nowhere? Who was the stalker in the black truck? For a lot of online sleuths, they are still convinced it was her ex, TJ, who must have been responsible, but considering the police have ruled him out, that's good enough for me. However, he did have a criminal past, and some sources cite that he had an ankle monitor, but that's where it would make it less likely he would leave the area. But there are some oddities with TJ. He told law enforcement that Alexis told him she was heading to her mother's afterwards, which was about 80 miles away, but her mother was not expecting her. There's also another part of this story that really kind of muddies everything. Although detectives have kept most of the details private, we do know that later that night, Alexis's car did show up in an apartment complex back in Anderson, her hometown. Some sources say that her car had even been spotted there a few times before. They will not identify who lives there or why she may have been visiting, so it's hard to really say anything about it, so all we can do is note it. As far as the drive to Augusta, well, there's a lot of rural area along that stretch of the highway, maybe desolate enough to drop off a body. But it's important to remember she did have an appointment in that area soon, an appointment with the State Lottery Commission. Generally, if one wins over a certain limit on a lottery ticket, you have to make an appointment with the state to get the money. Many elaborated that Alexis had won a significant amount, hence the appointment, and maybe she told the wrong people about these winnings. But the problem with that angle is, her lottery tickets were found in the car, which seems like it kinda rules out robbery. Others suggest that she was lured there with a fake business opportunity. Yet, that doesn't explain why she took off in such a hurry. Today, police still have not identified a person of interest. However, most seem to think she was being stalked by someone in that black truck who abducted her and then placed her car on that logging road. Others think she experienced a mental breakdown and was suffering from extreme paranoia, and she was attempting to evade her non-existent pursuer, where she then died from exposure due to the elements after getting lost in the woods, which explains why the police could find no signs of foul play at the scene. March 2009. Residents of Manhattan and Lawrence, Kansas would be shocked at an announcement that was given to them by both local and state investigators. It seems for years that there had been an unknown predator stalking the state's biggest universities, that of Kansas in Lawrence, and Kansas State in Manhattan. Now, because this is YouTube, I have to be careful, and I can't use his nickname or say specifically what it was he was accused of doing, but we will get around it. Basically, he was breaking into the off-campus homes of female students, and we'll say violating them. It actually started way back on October 2nd, 2000, when the first victim was attacked. Now, because of the sensitivity of these crimes, police understandably have kept things close to the vest. But what we do know shows a very steady pattern. But before we discuss that, let's look at the timeline. As we mentioned, the first attack took place on October 2nd, 2000, and it happened at the 2200 block of College Avenue in Manhattan. That is significant because the following two attacks would also happen at that same exact block over a 3-year period. After this, he would hit 3 more locations in Manhattan between December 2002 and June 2004. One of these he hit twice, that at the 1400 block of Watson Place. And remember that, because it will be important later on. After this, maybe he felt like the heat was on, or he was getting paranoid, because he would switch it up and move to Lawrence, Kansas, which is about an hour-and-a-half drive away. From July 2004 until December 2008, he would rotate back and forth, hitting locations in both cities. And in total, from October 2000 to December 2008, 13 assaults occurred. Now again, because police haven't released a lot of info, I'm unsure how long it took detectives to connect the dots. Had they known for years and were trying to keep it quiet in hopes of nabbing the perp? Or did they have no idea and only made their announcement in March 2009 after they finally figured out these were not separate incidents. What is known is that as early as 2003 and 4, warnings by officials were given out to students to make sure to keep their doors and windows locked, meaning they may have started suspecting that there was a serial offender around that time. However, after the assault in December 2008, it would only be about 3 months later in March that the police would have the press conference to announce that there was a serial offender on the loose. Now remember when I said to keep the 1400 block of Watson Place in the back of your mind? Well, that's because after this press conference by the police, the man who now has the less offensive moniker, Midwest Monster, went dormant for 7 years, only to strike one last time in July 2015 at Watson Place, making it 11 years since he had hit that area. And that would be the last time we would ever hear from this man, at least officially, because it's speculated that there are other victims who just didn't come forward. But you might be thinking, these crimes all occurred post-2000. Don't we have the tools to easily nab this guy? Yeah, about that. We have to go back to the MO. In every incident, the assault occurred off campus on a young lady between 2 a.m. and 4:30 a.m. The girl was always asleep, only to be awoken and see him standing there with a gun. And not coincidentally, all the attacks that happened, except for one, occurred when there was a break from school, for example, over the holidays. The trickiest part was how he was getting in. In almost every case, detectives deduced the point of entry. However, just how he got in is still a mystery. Numerous victims were certain that the door had been locked, yet there were no signs of forced entry, which could indicate that he had the ability to pick locks, or somehow had access to the keys, or the scarier thought, he had gotten in prior and was just waiting in the home, hiding somewhere, which is made odder by the fact that many of the dwellings were not all the same. Some were apartments, some were duplexes, and some were single-family homes. Detectives also found that in many of the cases, the victim had been under surveillance for weeks leading up to the attacks, and in all but 2 cases, the victim was alone. Once getting inside, he would wake them up and force them into submission with a gun, while more recent information that was released via a podcast in 2025 documented that he also brought zip ties, a tripod, and a camera. While in one case, the victim reported getting 2 phone calls before the attack, in which the person on the other end remained silent. And in one attempted attack, he stopped and told the victim, "You're not the right one," and abruptly left, suggesting he had a very specific type of target. He would also use a condom and gloves and make his victims shower extensively and brush their teeth afterwards, which is why today we have 0 evidence in DNA. These were also not quick attacks and would last for hours, and the perp acted cold and calculated. Now, although he did wear a ski mask, there were a few times that the victim seen him, which is where we got a description and sketch. He was white and between 5'9" and 6 foot, and 2 things that were described consistently was his pronounced belly and strong thigh muscles. His age was thought to be about 18 at the time of the first attack in 2000, and 33 at the time of the last one in 2015, meaning he would be in his early 40s now. The shift from Manhattan to Lawrence is odd too, because it could be that he was feeling the heat and just decided to move his base of operations. But considering all the reconnaissance he was doing beforehand, it seems improbable that he wouldn't be there for another reason, which has led many to suggest that his job had something to do with property management or maintenance, which would do away with the lockpicking theory and give him access to master keys for all the apartment blocks. Or, as others have postulated, he may have been living in Topeka, Kansas, which is almost the halfway point between Lawrence and Manhattan. Then we have the period where he stopped, which people find particularly interesting. If he was 18 when the attack started, by 2008, he would have been 26, which is when he stopped for a period of 7 years. Did he really stop because of the press conference? Or could it be he got married, had children, or did he get arrested for something else? And why did he only hit once in 2015 and disappear again? This is one of those bizarre ones where one would think since it happened in the modern day that the technology would eventually catch him. But he cleaned up the crime scene so well that, in a way, is reminiscent of Mr. Cruel, that he left police without any clues. Today, most people believe he was most likely some kind of maintenance man who was working for a contracting company and had access to a master key for several properties, where he would then stake out the girl for several weeks at a time. If not that, he could have been some kind of delivery driver, like a UPS man, pizza delivery, or maybe even an Uber driver, something of that nature. Maybe even someone posing as a utility man for the cable or electric company, tricking victims by coming off as a legitimate serviceman. May 11th, 1987, Grand Forks, North Dakota. 18-year-old Carrie Simmers had just finished babysitting and was on her way back home to the apartment that she shared with her aunt, Anna Carenta, as she had just moved in with her from Minnesota a few months prior. The girls were very close, and they were more like sisters, which no doubt had to do with their age, because although Anna was technically her aunt, she was only 1 year older than her 18-year-old niece. The two both worked and went to school, sharing the rent of the little apartment, but tonight, that would all change. As Carrie arrived and unlocked the door, she would walk in and immediately notice something odd, because the two girls prior to this set up night lights throughout the home, since they didn't want to walk into a dark apartment. Yet strangely, all of the night lights had been unplugged. Carrie would begin feeling around in the dark and called out for Anna. She would make it through the living room and kitchen and then went to her room to check on her. But as soon as she took a step in, she almost tripped. She looked down to see Anna's lifeless body. She had apparently been trying to get to the telephone, but the blood splattered everywhere told Carrie she didn't make it, and yet succumbed to her wounds at the foot of the bed. After screaming, Carrie would quickly grab the phone and tried to dial 911, but because of the shock, forgot the number. She tried dialing an operator, which did not work. She eventually called her boyfriend and fled the home, not knowing if maybe the killer was still around. Her boyfriend would show up, her now husband, and checked Anna's pulse before calling authorities, and it was too late. But detectives did arrive shortly and scoped out the scene. And this is where things immediately looked discouraging, because there was nothing to work with. I mean, there was the obvious. She had been stabbed in the torso area and had defensive wounds on her hands, along with being stabbed in the back. The weapon was not there, although it was believed to have been a particularly long knife blade, but that was pretty much all detectives had. For one, there was no sign of a struggle, and no signs of forced entry. Likewise, no witnesses, nor has she been sexually violated. And this only got more baffling as detectives began to dig into her life, because they couldn't find any enemies. At first, they actually turned their focus on one of the least expected suspects, her niece, 17-year-old Carrie. They would even do the traditional police tactic of putting her in a room under a bright light while one investigator yelled at her. They basically claimed it was a dark love triangle involving them and some guy. The fact that they even took this route made Anna's whole family even more discouraged, because they knew the police had no idea where to start. They had zero leads, and they were just shooting in the dark. They soon turned away from her, though, for multiple reasons. The big one being, she had an alibi. She had actually worked all day, and while at her job, she got a phone call asking her to babysit that night. That's when Carrie would call Anna multiple times to let her know she wouldn't be home until around midnight, although Anna never answered these calls. Anna's timeline was eventually narrowed down, and investigators knew she had left her job sometime that evening too, and then stopped to get a bite to eat and made it home about 6:30, with the murder taking place about an hour later. Although the investigators didn't have much in the way of real clues, they were able to deduce one thing really quick, that this was not a stranger. It had to be someone known, maybe known to Carrie as well. Detectives would interview many family members and friends in hopes of narrowing down who that might be, but they never found a suspect. And you may think, let's look at the obvious. What about her boyfriend? Yeah, about that. Anna had been dating a young man that she was crazy in love with, and actually, just a month prior, he had proposed to her, and the two were engaged. Tragically though, her fiancé of just a few hours would die later that same day in a terrible car crash. Anna was destroyed, and unsurprisingly, was still grieving. Because of this, she had not been dating. In spite of that, investigators were sure that it had to be someone like an old boyfriend, but Anna's family was unconvinced. Which goes back to the key question: why did investigators believe he wasn't a stranger? That was the key part. As mentioned previously, there was no forced entry, but what really tipped them off was Anna was in her nightgown, suggesting she knew whoever this was quite well. Likewise, a stranger intending to do harm would have most likely busted in as soon as she opened the door and would have immediately attacked her, dragging her downstairs to the room afterwards. That is not what the evidence showed. No, she opened the door, and this person made it to her room after being invited. Which brings us to the key question: who was it? And why was he so upset? Those would not be the only questions left unanswered. How did he leave when he would have no doubt still have been covered with blood? At a time when there was still sunlight out, there was also not one smattering of blood anywhere in the home other than the bedroom, nor were there any fingerprints left behind by him. Detectives tried hard and even had a few persons of interest, but really, they weren't great ones, as they all had alibis. They did eventually find one man that they felt better about than the others, but he too had his issues, and they didn't have enough to arrest him. Interestingly, the FBI would get involved after the case went cold, and they would develop a profile on who they believed was responsible. They suggested a man in his 20s with a yo-yo type personality, friendly at times, but also moody. He may have went through a divorce at one time and was drinking heavily or using drugs. Now that's interesting because one of these persons of interest fit that profile to a T. The FBI would take another look at the case in the late 90s, and police tried to get an interview with the same men that it had talked to a decade before, and they all refused, leaving the case stuck. But to get back to the other question, why was this man so mad that he went into this rage and killed her? Detectives had an idea on that too. They believed this guy came over to her apartment under the guise that he was going to comfort her because she was still grieving over the loss of her fiancé. But his real intentions was getting with her. And more than likely, after the fake comforting, he made a move. One which she rejected, and he flew off the handle, which is really kind of surprising since he was also so calm enough to realize he needed to wipe up every bit of evidence before he left. Not to mention, he brought the knife with him and hid it the whole time, suggesting that he would have had to planned it somewhat. Almost 4 decades later, and the case is basically where it started. The little DNA evidence they could salvage has already been tested, while the majority of the other evidence was lost in a flood of 1997. The case is kind of obscure, not really showing up on any of the crime forums, which is why I wanted to give it some attention. Today, the leading theory is that it was someone involved in her life who had a crush on her, maybe a secret crush, and he was waiting for the chance to move in. And when she rejected him, he couldn't handle it. He was probably known to some of her friends and family, but not known well. He may have even been someone she was working with at the grocery store, or perhaps a customer, maybe even someone living in or providing maintenance at the apartment where she lived. 1984, a strange story would pop up in 2 Minnesota newspapers that came off as kind of an April Fool's joke at first, until you realize the stories were both published late in the year. The first mention would come in the Pioneer Press from St. Paul, and it was entitled, "Truckers Duck a Convoy of Aliens," while a publication called The Examiner would entitle it, "UFO Alien Birds Attack Truck." And with a headline like that, you knew it would find its way into the Obscure series. The story would tell of a married couple, a Robert Blair, 45 years old, and his wife, 21-year-old Gekki, who had become professional truck drivers for a company called Davis Transport. According to the articles, the office managers at the Truckers Inn in the city of Sauk Center said the Blairs came into the station all upset and excited, and that they wouldn't go any further because a UFO was shooting at them. They said the whole thing began in Billings, Montana, and that they were bird-like creatures that came from a spaceship, and that they were 8 inches tall with human legs and V-shaped heads. They had originally started following the truck before surrounding them. The Blairs then told this office manager they needed to use the phone. Now, interestingly, while this was going on, the manager of the station, suspecting something was up, called the police chief, asking him to come talk to them, but she would refuse to say why over the phone, other than saying they had been employed for months, and she would just like for him to come talk to them. The police chief, a George Trierweiler, would agree and make his way over to the truck station where he found the couple clearly startled. He would talk to them and see what exactly it was that was going on. It's here that the Blairs began telling him about a bubble-shaped spaceship that crashed down on the road next to them and released a peanut-shaped cylinder. Then, the creatures, which we had previously described, followed them all the way from Billings to Sauk Center, about a 10.5-hour drive, all the while shooting these metal filings at them. They then told the police chief that the filings were embedded in the windshield, so he walked over to look, and there were none. At least, not on the windshield. He did find some inside the truck, which he thought probably came from work on the vehicle. Surprisingly, the police chief would leave and come back with the state police, and an officer named Fred Cordy would inspect the truck. Meanwhile, the Blairs would tell the officers the creatures were still sitting on the nearby lamppost watching them. Of course, the officers didn't see anything. While they stared on, Robert would point and exclaim, "Here comes another one now," before ducking out of the way. The officers, in spite of not seeing anything, did think the Blairs believed they had seen it. Part of this was due to the Blairs looking normal. I guess that's the best way to put it. They were quiet, clean, and dressed neatly, which I guess means they weren't crazy. Regardless, the story would get crazier, because one of the reporters of these articles would actually go talk to the Blairs, who end up staying in a local motel that night. It's here that metal shavings were found in their room, and writing just appeared on Jackie's leg, although it was never divulged what that writing said. The story would end with the Davis Transport Company flying out another driver from Washington State to Minnesota, where he could then finish the route. Meanwhile, the flight would take the Blairs back home to Washington. The only other thing of note from this night was, according to the National UFO Reporting Center, there was an account of a large bright object over South Dakota that night. Interestingly, although it was only reported in these 2 papers and never even followed up on, the publications did treat it like it was a legitimate story, and they did not make a joke out of it. So what are the theories? Well, believe it or not, there's actually some pretty reasonable ones. The first being the oh-so-rare folie à deux, or in English, madness of two, which is a scenario where one person's misperceptions or anxiety become so strong that the other person with them starts seeing the same thing and experiencing the same fear. The Blairs would be particularly vulnerable since they were long-haul truckers and would have been physically and mentally exhausted anyways, which can cause visual distortions and sometimes even brief hallucinations. That would go along with the account that they truly believed they were seeing something. Others suggest they just misidentified normal wildlife like large birds, or the so-called metal filings on the windshield could have just been road grit or something like that. Of course, we can't leave out the whole thing, could have just been a hoax to get attention. When it comes to cryptids, among the heavy hitters like Sasquatch and Mothman lies a much smaller, if not as famous one, the Chupacabra. And while it doesn't have a most iconic photo or video like Sasquatch, it has a few over the couple of decades since making its appearance in the 90s. But there's probably one you don't know about, as it's pretty obscure, and it's called the Rafard case, Rafard being the town in Brazil where this takes place. In May 1997, 3 residents, who wished to remain anonymous, came forward with the photograph of an unknown animal taken on the banks of the San Jose Dam. Apparently, this group had been out fishing around 8 p.m. when they were gathering up their fishing tackle and heard a strange sound coming from around the cattails, right where they had been fishing. Then, they heard the noise of brush breaking. They thought it was a wild animal, and they were unarmed, so they were pretty scared. But it was at that point that this animal burst out onto the shore between the brush and cattails to where they could see it. And they didn't know what it was, but it just sat there quietly. And the men were relieved, thinking it must be a capybara. That's when one of them reached into his bag and pulled out a small camera that he was carrying around and snapped this photo. It remained in the camera's storage for about a week until the fisherman could review it, and that's when he realized this was no capybara. Actually, he didn't know what it was, and it was very dark, making it more difficult to see. He would, however, eventually use the computer to bring out the light more, but that didn't really help. It would eventually reach the veterinary clinic, where the vet there would study the photograph. His conclusion was it was some kind of monkey, but its teeth were unusual in the fact that it matched no species of ape or monkey that he knew of. He also thought it was strange that the area that it was found in had been the same area where a bunch of dead sheep had been found. Dead sheep that had its ears ripped off. The vet finished, though, by stating the photo was not good enough quality to draw any real conclusions, but he didn't think it was any unknown animal. The photo would then make its way to a local zoo where it was looked at by a biologist there. This man, too, believed it was a monkey, probably a capuchin. But after he used his magnifying glass, he concluded that the teeth ruled out a monkey, or any primate, and stated that its shape was reptilian, even comparing it to a T-Rex. He also noted its mouth was very large in relation to the size of its head, while the white parts of the fangs did not appear to be teeth, due to the spacing found between one and the other. And after further study, he believed it was just a hoax, and that this creature was a stuffed animal that had vampire dentures attached. He also believed that it was weird that these people just ran across it at the right time and had a camera on top of that, since it was the 90s and most people didn't do that. Not to mention, this was at the top of the chupacabra hype. But the study wasn't done, and it was taken to image analysts that focused on computer manipulation, and they found that it had not been photoshopped in any way. Next, they went to the spot the photo was taken and found that an average-sized man would have had to walk into the pond where the mud would have reached up to his belly, then make his way through all that where he would reach the bank and set the stuffed animal up, meaning it would have been a whole lot of effort for something that doesn't seem worth it. Do you ever wonder just how many satellites are in space? Well, the number might surprise you, as it's around 9,500, but that's just counting the active ones alone. There are at least 5,500 more that are now inactive or just stopped functioning, leaving them as nothing more than floating debris. And speaking of, that's another issue. There's over 36,000 pieces and parts of satellites floating around our solar system, and that's not even counting the fragments too small to track. But how did we arrive at such a number? Interestingly, that goes back to something known as the Registration Convention, which was an international agreement adopted by the United Nations in 1974, where basically every country agreed to register all their space objects, and every country had their own way of doing it. But it's Britain's that we're going to take a look at, because they would create the UK Registry of Outer Space Objects, which has catalogued everything they have put into space chronologically. And it's the first one of these that we find our mystery, because that object was the Skynet 1A, an early military communication satellite going to space in 1969, and it's left a perplexing space enigma. It would be monitored by a team on the ground in Farnborough, where between the years of 1970 and 73, a series of 6 reports was completed which documented its position and performance. At the end of 1973, Skynet 1A was still oscillating near the gravitational well centered around 75 degrees east, a low point in the Earth's irregular gravitational field that naturally tugs on satellites. So far, everything was by the book, but here's where things start to get strange. According to the UK Space Agency's registry, Skynet 1A isn't anywhere near 75 east. After it was decommissioned, it should have drifted eastward over the Indian Ocean, yet it somehow moved close to the other gravitational well, 105 degrees west, on the complete opposite side of the planet over the Americas. And it's not just passing through, it's settled in and oscillating gently, just a few degrees back and forth, right at the bottom of the second well. Now that shouldn't be possible, not without someone on the ground using the controls to move it there. Satellites in geostationary orbit don't just pick up and leave their parking spot due to the Earth's bulge and the tug of the moon and sun. They do drift a little east and west, but always around one of the two stable longitudes, 75 east or 105 west. Physics tells us this satellite was moved. Someone sent commands to push it across half the planet. Now, that would be a lot easier to explain if we had a continuous tracking record, but we don't. According to the UK Ministry of Defence, there are two major gaps in the US Space Command's orbital tracking data, one of them during the critical period in the mid-1970s, right when the satellite seemed to have changed its location. There are two ways to interpret that. One, the satellite was tracked continuously and those records have since been lost. Or two, the tracking simply didn't happen, because back in the early days, small targets 35,000 kilometers away were often missed or ignored. Either way, there's nothing in the archives. No paperwork, no deorbit plan, no notes. Even the British operators who worked on the mission back then don't recall doing any maneuver. And yet, the satellite is clearly there. Over 5 decades later, it's right where it shouldn't be, sitting in a position that requires intentional intervention. So, how in the world did it get there? The most likely theory is, during the mid-70s, when control was temporarily passed to the United States, someone there ordered it to be moved to the west, and for whatever reason, never logged the maneuver. Or it's even possible the British moved it and just forgot to document it. Then, there's the most interesting theory, that it was hacked and moved by someone else. Now, was this an enemy nation or some private skilled amateur? That is unknown, but there's never been any evidence of an uplink breach, so it doesn't seem likely. El Dorado is a name I'm sure most of you have heard at some point. Its translation, the Golden One, is supposed to be a reference to a long-lost city of, you guessed it, gold, or perhaps a chief of gold. It's become ingrained into our culture, tying all forms of media, like music. Both Neil Young and Shakira have El Dorado albums, or even in the genre of video games, like Uncharted, Drake's Fortune, where he looks for the lost treasure, or one of Paradox's 100 bad DLCs for Europa Universalis 4 called El Dorado. But I digress. What is the whole story behind El Dorado? How did it even get started? And most importantly, how much of it, if any, is true? The story really truly begins upon the first contact between Columbus and the natives, where he would spot a few golden ornaments worn by inhabitants of the various Caribbean islands. This was the catalyst that sent the Spaniards in search of more. In fact, there were many just after this first encounter that started to believe that there just had to be a huge source for this gold, since so many of the natives were wearing these little golden trinkets. The reasons for this vary, but some of it has to do with a number of European legends that spoke to cities of gold, and some of it comes down to the Spanish just hoping there was. However, the first settlers that came after Columbus were soon to be disappointed when they found no huge vein of precious metal. But we're just getting started. The first references that Europeans would get about a city of gold in South America would actually come about due to a German conquistador, not a Spanish one. When in August 1529, a man named Ambrosius Dalfinger was made governor of the settlement of Coro in Venezuela, and given the task of finding a passage to the continent to the Pacific Ocean. It was here he began his campaign of wandering around the landmass, which they had greatly underestimated the size of, and he would come across numerous golden trinkets they stole from the locals. Upon asking them where they got it, they always claimed that they had traded for it with a tribe that lived high in the mountains. This was the beginning of the lost city of gold, although it did not have a name yet. That word would come soon though, because 2 years later, another German explorer, Nicholas Fetterman, while still looking for a passage to the Pacific Ocean, began to hear stories of a mountain province called Zeria, which was supposed to be the source of all the gold for the South American natives. Now this location, we don't actually know where it was, but it was most likely a reference to a mountain province called Heria, which was thought to be located on the Muisca Plateau in the northernmost part of modern-day Colombia. In either case, Fetterman headed towards Colombia and had to turn back because of the danger, and ironically, died on his way back due to a poisoned arrow. Now, coincidentally, right around this same time, conquistador Diego de Ordaz was looking for the source of the Orinoco River, and eventually found where it met up with the Meta River. It was here they would be attacked by natives, and after a swift victory, he would take some prisoners and ask about gold, like all Spaniards. This would be where the second part of the legend would come in, because these two native prisoners told Diego de Ordaz that if they followed the Meta River, they would find a kingdom ruled by a one-eyed Indian that would fill their boats with gold. Ordaz tried to find this location, and he failed, and like Fetterman, he would die on his way back. Now fast forward 5 years to 1534, and we have another conquistador, Sebastian de Belalcazar, who would conquer the Incan city of Quito. And after not finding treasure he assumed they had, he began capturing and torturing local chiefs. One of these said he came from a land that was a 12 days ride north. This chief, whose real name is lost, would be nicknamed by the Spaniards the Golden Indian. And just like his name, we have no idea why his nickname was applied. Maybe it was a suit of golden armor, or just an array of golden ornaments. Whatever the reason, they were now interested in this Golden Indian, and the expedition headed north to find this land of the Golden Indian, one step closer to the legend of El Dorado. Meanwhile, during all of this, Colombia was in the midst of being explored and conquered, all because Nicholas Fetterman had heard the source of the gold in South America was in this region of the Muisca Plateau. Now, to keep from sounding like a broken record, I'm not going to cover every instance of this in detail, because quite simply, there's too many accounts. It seems like wherever a Spanish explorer went, natives would tell them about this place that had huge amounts of gold. For example, German conquistador Georg Ormuth von Speyer was told that this land was in the far western part of South America, while Gonzalo Jimenez de Quesada was roaming the countryside looking for the land of Meta. This went on and on for the next few years, and finally in 1539, the first reference to the land called El Dorado was finally documented. After this, it would be another 2 years when Spanish historian Oviedo would document the story he had heard from Spanish inhabitants relating to El Dorado, the Golden Chief. According to the story in this new form, the Indian chief went around his daily life covered in gold dust, and he washed it away each night, then used a gum or resin the next morning to hold the new gold dust on him when he powdered his body from head to toe. Now, where this variation of the story came from is unsure, but it most likely came from an expedition that had just returned, and the stories continued to roll in. One Indian trader that visited the city of Quito told a similar story of the Golden Chief. In fact, he claimed that the gold made him so bright that he looked like rays of the sun. The Spaniards, upon hearing this, gave the chief the name El Dorado, and as they say, the rest is history. But it leaves us with the main question of this mystery. Did this chief, or city, actually exist? Or was there something else for the source of this legend? Interestingly, a lot of historians now believe that this all came from the vivid imaginations of the very greedy Spanish. But there is surprisingly some evidence of the existence of El Dorado, or at least the chief. The Muisca Raft, or sometimes called the Golden Raft of El Dorado, is a pre-Columbian golden piece created by the Muisca people of Colombia, and it possibly depicts a ceremony in which a new chief would set aboard a raft covered in gold dust, where he would toss golden objects into the lake as an offering to the gods, before he himself stepped into the lake, which sounds a lot like El Dorado. But it's worth pointing out, some historians disagree that this piece is actually depicting that, and instead, it might just be showing an ordinary leisure cruise. But I'll let you make that call. Finally, by 1800, nearly 3 centuries after the events, scholar Alexander von Humboldt was hired by Spain to search for El Dorado. After 5 years, he came to the conclusion the whole thing was a myth, partially driven by the Spanish's desire for wealth, and the natives fabricating the stories in an attempt to get the Spanish to leave. But the stories about El Dorado the Chief could be real, or at least inspired by several different chiefs that carried out this ceremony that the Spanish never personally witnessed. Today, the story is more popularly used as a cautionary tale against unchecked ambition, greed, and misunderstanding. In the winter of 1804 and 1805, a 55-year-old man named John Bell would take his family over the dangerous mountains that ran along the border of North Carolina and East Tennessee. The country was still young, and there was ample opportunity for many a young man to make a name for themselves. They would make it through the countryside and finally settle in an area we now know today as Adams, Tennessee, in the northwestern part of the state. The couple were joined by their 9 children, and luckily for John, the family prospered. They may have been the most successful planters in the area, and it stayed that way for close to a decade. But that is not why we're discussing this story. We're actually taking a look because, well, this would be one of the most bizarre stories told in American history, because it was 1817, 12 years after the family had moved to the area, that John had been out on the farm inspecting his corn, and he suddenly spotted something strange. It was some kind of animal he had never seen before, one that gave him a weird feeling. It just sat there in the middle of the corn row, staring at him. It had the body of a dog and the head of a rabbit. Being frightened, he would pull out his gun, took aim, and fired. Nothing happened. So he would fire several more times, and the calm animal simply stared and vanished. John was a bit perturbed, like any of us would be, but life goes on, and being an early 19th century farmer in the unsettled regions of West Tennessee, well, he couldn't simply sit around all day wondering what it was he had seen. So he went on about his business. But it was later that evening when things got stranger, because it was just after dinner that the whole family began to hear beating sounds on the outside walls of their log home. John and his sons rushed outside to see what was going on, but nothing was out there, so he thought maybe this was just a one-off, but that would not be the case, because the beating continued and actually increased with frequency and force, and it happened every night. After this point, things got worse. Soon, John's children would begin waking up in the middle of the night to see rats gnawing on their bedpost. This, among all the other strange happenings, terrified them. It only got worse when their children would wake up to see their covers had been pulled off and their pillows had been tossed to the floor, seemingly by some invisible entity. Little did the Bells know this was just the beginning. As the time went on, they began to hear a faint, whispering voice, which was too weak to understand, but sounded like an old woman singing religious songs. But this spirit, or whatever it was, must have been getting bored, because it soon escalated. Betsy, the youngest daughter, began to get physically assaulted by the thing. He would pull her hair and slap her, leaving her parents to find bruises and handprints all over her face and body. This carried on for a while, and John finally broke down and told someone, because up to this point, it had been a family secret, as they didn't want anyone to think they were crazy. But he soon confided in his best friend, a man named James Johnston. And Johnston, yeah, he did think they were crazy, and he really doubted their story. But John was persistent and asked James and his wife to spend the night. So they did. Now at first, nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but as the night carried on, that would change, and they would begin to witness these same oddities that John had told them about. It finally culminated when the blankets were ripped off the Johnstons and James was slapped across the face. This caused him to jump out of the bed and scream, "In the name of the Lord, who are you and what do you want?" This must have shaken the spirit up some, because it remained quiet for the rest of the night. The next morning, the two families would meet and discuss the night over breakfast, and it's then that James began to speculate that it was some kind of evil spirit like the Bible discussed, maybe a witch. Soon, this witch would get the name Kate, and she began to pick it up. Soon, the singing got louder, and then Bible verses began to get quoted throughout the home, and it carried on conversations with itself. The Bell family would even go on to say that it quoted 2 separate sermons that had been preached in town 13 miles apart. The big catch to this was, it was quoting both sermons at the same time. By this point, the whole thing was becoming a spectacle, and the growing town of Nashville even started to hear the stories. There was even an account that famed general and future president Andrew Jackson would go visit the haunted home, although this part of the story has been heavily disputed ever since. Regardless, the next part is where history was truly made. The disturbances did seem to die down some, and really, the entity only targeted one person, John Bell himself, where the witch often threatened to kill him. And for the following year, John would begin to experience twitching in his face and had difficulty swallowing, and it only got worse over time. By the fall of 1820, he was confined to his home, where he was slapped repeatedly, suffered numerous seizures, and would even have his shoes ripped off if he tried to walk. He would hear the witches scream all over the farm, cursing him. And on December 20th, he slipped into a coma and died. His family, beset by grief, would come across something truly strange. In looking through a cupboard right after his death, they found a vial of strange black liquid. John Jr., smart enough not to touch the liquid, put a couple of drops onto the tongue of their pet cat, and it immediately died. They now wondered, had their father been poisoned? I mean, obviously, he had been bedbound for quite a while anyways, but had Kate the witch followed through her promise and given him poison? Crazily enough, the spirit wasn't done, and apparently was even heard singing during John's burial. Now I know this story sounds completely insane, and probably fictitious, but according to the records we have, this is a true account. But there might be a very plausible explanation. See, Betsy Bell, John's daughter, like any young lady, would soon find herself interested in young men, and one of these was a neighbor named Joshua Gardner. Not only did he live nearby, but he went to school with Betsy, and he had a crush on her too. They would eventually get engaged, and everyone was happy, except for you-know-who, the Bell Witch, who soon made her return and told Betsy to never marry Josh, and the witch would even follow the two around, trying to scare them out of getting married. Now you're probably wondering, what is the plausible explanation that I mentioned? Enter a weirdo named Richard Powell. See, old Richard was actually the school teacher of Betsy and Joshua, and apparently he had taken quite an interest in the much too young schoolchild, Betsy, when she was in his class. The ages are not specifically stated, but we do know Professor Richard Powell was 11 years older than her, and we also know she was engaged to Joshua when she was 15 years old, so I'm going to guess when she was in Powell's class, she was around the age of 13 or 14, and he was around 25. Regardless of the number, the whole thing was weird, because Powell, when he was her teacher, began expressing a desire to marry her when she got a little bit older. Making this even stranger was the fact he was already secretly married to a woman in Nashville, which wasn't that far away. But to everyone in the community of Adams, they thought he was a bachelor. Interestingly, during this time, he did go to Betsy and voice his displeasure that she was going to marry Joshua, but he wished her the best anyways. Now all of this is circumstantial and may not be anything until this next part, because Professor Powell was quite an educated man. Not only was he a math genius and brilliant in horticulture and geology, he also had a pretty good knowledge of the occult, and most importantly, he was a master of ventriloquism. Could he have been the strange voice all along? Well, we don't know for sure, but he seems like a good suspect. Crazily enough, Betsy couldn't handle the stress of this so-called deity following her and Joshua around, since they could never get privacy, and she broke off the engagement. And not long after that, the so-called witch seemed happy and said she was leaving, but would return 7 years later, and did, allegedly, only to talk to John Bell Jr., where she supposedly made a bunch of predictions for future major events, like the Civil War. But the story also has an even more bizarre ending, because 3 years after Betsy broke off her engagement to Joshua, she married Professor Powell. And if you recall, the so-called witch only made one more appearance after 1821, and it spoke to her brother. Now this is basically the core of the story, but there are other variations where other little details are added or removed, like the appearance of an extraordinary sized bird that apparently sat on the fence watching members of the Bell family, or Betsy seeing the girl/spirit in a green dress swinging from a limb on a tree. There was also the account of one of the slaves that told the Bells they had been followed by a large black dog in the evenings prior that seemingly vanished. There's even one bizarre claim that a family friend caught the witch and tried to throw her into the flames, but she was too heavy and the stench overwhelmed him, making him sick. Today, most historians and researchers that look into the case believe something did happen, but what exactly that was is hard to say. Professor Powell is certainly a good suspect though, although it is quite strange that he targeted John Bell for so long to allegedly have had such an obsession with his daughter Betty. By 1849 though, newspapers covering the now nearly 3-decade-old story began to speculate that the real culprit was none other than Betsy herself. The paper specifically claimed that Betsy had mastered ventriloquism too, and it just made a lot more sense for her to be behind the whole thing, because Professor Powell could have never hid in their home for such a long period of time. She did threaten the newspaper after the article, and they had to remove it. After this, she would never discuss the events with anyone outside the family, and she spent the rest of her life terrified of sleeping alone. And that might be because there was really a witch that tormented the family. 2014, Washington, D.C. A woman named Shamika Young had fallen on hard times. The single mother with a mental disability and drug addiction would soon find herself and her 8-year-old daughter, Relisha Rudd, living in a homeless shelter. And it's here that this sad mystery would begin, because unknown to Shamika, an employee for the shelter would develop an unhealthy obsession with Relisha. This was 51-year-old janitor Khalil Tatum. Now Tatum was actually an ex-convict who, other than a few months between 2003 and 4, was in prison basically his whole adult life. Regardless, he had worked for the shelter and seemed to be fine except for one major issue. He was said to inappropriately fraternize with the shelter residents, something that was deemed unethical. Now how far he was taking this fraternizing, I'm unsure, but it seems like he may have been hooking up with some of the women there, and maybe most frighteningly, he seemed to be interested in girls of a very young age. Which brings us to Relisha. He took an unhealthy obsession with her, and after a short period of time, he became her friend, or at least as much as a 51-year-old man can with an 8-year-old girl, buying her a tablet and then even taking her to see Disney on Ice after getting permission from her mother. But the worst was yet to come, because he would eventually convince Shamika to allow him to take Relisha back to his place, where allegedly he was going to bring her to play with his granddaughter. Now I couldn't find exactly what happened next, but I get the feeling that Relisha continued to live with Tatum. What is known is that at some point in February 2014, our mystery would finally begin, because the school where Relisha attended would contact her grandmother, who I'm speculating at this point was her legal guardian, although, again, I'm unsure due to the lack of records online. Anyways, the school was trying to find out where exactly Relisha was, because she had 10 unexcused absences, which automatically triggered an alert due to educational neglect, and her grandmother would tell the school that she was actually in the care of a Dr. Tatum, and obviously he was not a doctor, he was a janitor. And not to sound like a broken record, but again, I'm unsure how the doctor part of this story came about. In any case, the school official would finally trace Tatum down and contact him at a number that they had gotten for him, and they set up a meeting with him and Relisha. But Tatum did not show up. After this, the school wisely contacted the police to report her missing, but sadly, it had been 30 days at that point since anyone had last seen her. So investigators were starting off way behind, but they began the process of running down leads and witnesses, and they finally came across her last confirmed sighting, and it was on camera, and downright eerie. The first occurred at a Holiday Inn Express on February 26th, just a few weeks prior to the launch of the investigation, and it showed Relisha and Tatum were both walking down the hotel hallway. This would be followed 3 days later on March 1st, when Tatum and Relisha were seen again walking down the hallway of a hotel, this time a Days Inn. As bad as everything looked, at least detectives had a solid lead. They just needed to find Tatum and talk to him. But there was one problem. The last time he was seen was the day after he had been at the hotel with Relisha on March 2nd. And this time, he was spotted on security camera at a store, buying a shovel, lime, and 42-gallon trash bags. So police now feared the worst. And considering they were now looking at this footage weeks later, well, they knew they had to rush. That's when they came across another tragedy. Tatum's wife, Andrea, was found deceased in a motel due to a gunshot wound to the head. It happened the same day that Relisha was reported missing. It was all starting to come together now. Yet, police had no idea where Tatum was. But that part of the mystery was answered 11 days later on March 31st, when Tatum was found deceased in a shed at the park. He had ended his own life with the same gun he had used on his wife. But that leaves the bigger question: what happened to Relisha? Well, to most, the answer is obvious. But if she was murdered, where are the remains? To many, that has left open the possibility that maybe she wasn't murdered and instead suffered an almost equally horrible fate. Some believe that her mother and stepfather sold her to a crime syndicate that would use her in awful ways. Ways I'm sure you can figure out. Which seems possible when you take into consideration that even after the police got involved, her mother still did not want to report her missing. Interestingly, the DC investigators have ruled this theory out, although in an interview with the Washington Post, at least one senior law enforcement official stated that it was possible Tatum was exploiting her for money, and his wife found out, which led to him killing her and then himself. June 30th, 1999, West Alton, Missouri. A woman driving down an isolated section of the road along a cornfield would make a horrifying discovery. There, on the side of the road, lay a deceased body. The authorities were obviously called, and when arriving, they found this person was already kind of decomposed and was not identifiable. However, after taking fingerprints, the man's identity was soon confirmed because he was a former convict. His name was Ricky McCormick, a 41-year-old father of 4 who had chronic health issues stemming from his heart and lungs. Detectives looking at the case just weren't sure what had happened, as there was no obvious signs that it was a homicide, nor had any family members reported him missing. With so little to go on, police decided to make a timeline of events to see exactly what it was that Ricky had been up to the past few days. But unfortunately, the last time he had any known contact with someone was 5 days prior when he was getting a checkup at the hospital. Now this is starting off as a standard whodunit and why, but really, this mystery is so much more than that, because there's something else that the police found on Ricky that really sets this mystery apart when compared to ones in the past that we have covered. In his pockets were 2 notes, 2 coded notes, in which have never been deciphered, even after being studied by the FBI's cryptanalysis unit and numerous professionals outside the FBI. No one has ever been able to crack the code, which is unfortunate because the FBI believes that this note would probably explain where Ricky was in the days leading up to his death, and possibly could even point authorities to a possible motive, and maybe even a suspect, since by this point, his death was now believed to be a homicide. Now the contents of these notes are mysterious in their own right, but it's worth pointing out a couple of other things. First of all, Ricky was a high school dropout, And while that doesn't mean he wasn't capable of writing something this intelligent, it did add to the whole mystery, especially when his family came forward and stated that they had never known Ricky to ever write in code. They did state sometimes he would jot down notes that he called writing, but they believed it was nothing more than nonsense, and they believed quite simply he did not have the intelligence to craft one of the most perplexing codes in modern history. He was even diagnosed with severe cognitive issues from an early age, and he might have been schizophrenic. His mom would take it a step further and told investigators that the only thing he even knew how to spell was his name, although he did occasionally scribble. This was contradicted by other friends and family though, who stated he could read and write. Now what makes all of this even crazier is that investigators never even told the family about these notes in his pockets, and instead, they found out about it on the news 12 years later when a local program was airing a segment about Ricky. They found this particularly strange since they had been told about everything else found on Ricky at the time of his death. And as far as his death goes, and the days leading up to it, he had been working at a gas station for two Palestinian brothers who had violent reputations, and investigators suspected Ricky might have been smuggling marijuana for them. In fact, he had made a random trip to Florida via Greyhound just 2 weeks prior, and his family stated he had become very paranoid after this. Could his employer suspected Ricky had double-crossed them in a drug deal, and they needed to do away with him? Well, there was another suspect that police looked at, another drug dealer right in the same neighborhood where Ricky lived, and his name was Gregory Knox. He actually ended up in prison for numerous other suspected murders, and apparently, he had even bragged about killing a black man working at a gas station. However, in the case of both suspects, investigators could never find that crucial piece of evidence. And as far as the notes themselves go, in its most basic description, it's a jumble of letters and numbers, occasionally set off with parentheses, and if you're thinking this is just some random doodling, you would be wrong, because law enforcement is confident that the code is hiding something. Interestingly, the notes have went on to become one of the top unsolved ciphertexts ever looked at by the FBI. They would even go on to post it to their website, asking for help from the public, and they were met with an overwhelming amount of responses from amateur code breakers. Yet, no one was able to crack it. But suggestions have ranged from VIN numbers to circuit boards, or shorthand for medication instructions. Others have even suggested it could have been tech support notes, or even gaming notes. However, most think now that it was not a ciphertext at all, and more than likely, just personal notes made by Ricky that only he could understand. Maybe just jotting down words as they sounded through his dyslexia. It could have just been clusters of letters and numbers for addresses, or even drop-off locations for drugs. In 1864, a little-known man named Eugene Arelle, a French slave friar, would travel to Easter Island where he was to begin his attempts at converting the locals to Catholicism. Little did he know, he would end up uncovering his own little mystery that, to this day, still confuses historians. It was actually on the 24th day of his 9-month stay that he would document something particularly interesting. He would note, quote, "In every hut, one finds wooden tablets or sticks covered in several sorts of hieroglyphic characters. There are depictions of animals unknown on the island, which the natives draw with sharp stones. Each figure has its own name, but the scant attention they pay to these tablets leads me to think these characters, remnants of some primitive writing, are now for them a habitual practice which they keep without seeking its meaning." End quote. Interestingly, this would not be written about again by Eugene. It was practically forgotten until 4 years later when the Bishop of Tahiti received a gift from the recent converts on Easter Island. Upon looking through the items, he found a small wooden board wrapped with fishing line and covered in hieroglyphic writing. The bishop, a Florentine Etienne Josson, knew the significance of the finding because this was a huge anomaly. There were no known writing systems developed anywhere at all in Polynesia. So what were these things? And why were they now just being discovered? Well, he would send a letter to a Father Hippolyte Roussel of Easter Island and asked him to collect all of these tablets, which were now known by the name Rongo Rongo, and to find natives that were capable of translating them. But they soon found out that the few natives they found that they thought were capable of translating couldn't agree on how to read them. Even stranger was there was so few of these tablets left. But Eugene had a thought on this. He would come forward and stated that during his time on the island, he had seen hundreds of these tablets. The problem was, the islanders themselves. They paid no attention to them, because anyone who could have read them originally were long deceased. So the items were used for other things. Sometimes they were simply used as firewood. So the vast majority of this unknown writing was gone. Which brings us to our next question. When was it developed? The question is key because it could answer the question if this was a totally organic system organized by the Easter Islanders, or if it was copied, perhaps after the Polynesians were first exposed to Latin. See, almost 100 years earlier, a Captain Gonzales de Ajedo held a ceremony on the island where he basically announced that Easter Island and its inhabitants now belonged to Spain. In this ceremony, many of the island's chiefs were brought in. Here, they would actually sign the treaty which gave the island away, and their signatures resembled the Rongo Rongo glyphs discovered later on. And it's just possible that the inhabitants, upon seeing this Spanish document and numerous other Spanish documents, they could have been inspired to create their own writing system. This would actually also explain why there were no other documentation of the script before Eugene's visit in 1864, in spite of the fact the Europeans had found the island in 1722. But why could they find no islanders that could read it? Well, there's an answer for that too. Turns out there were slaving raids going on at the time by the Spanish living in Peru. They came to the island and took many people, especially the more educated and elite of the islanders, the only ones who could understand the writing, and anyone left over from those raids who could interpret it most likely died of the resulting disease outbreak left after first contact with the Spanish, meaning this writing no longer had anyone on the island that could read it. And even crazier, it would also mean that the islanders created this complete hieroglyphic system after first seeing and being influenced by Latin. But maybe craziest of all, it would mean that this writing system was created and forgotten about all within the span of 100 years, which would be insane, and is the main reason that a lot of scholars do not believe that theory, and they instead insist that this system was most likely in place for close to 1,000 years, and was more than likely a proto-writing system, which only told very limited information, like hunting and animal movements, etc. Others have suggested that it's not even proto-writing, but more like a memory trick to remember navigation, astronomy, or agricultural data. Regardless of which, it's going to be almost impossible to prove due to the fact that such few texts exist. And also, the modern Rapa Nui language is heavily mixed with Tahitian and wouldn't even reflect what was recorded on the tablets. Unless you just happen to be a fan of 19th century Italian poetry, you have probably never heard the name Giovanni Pascoli. He is one of the most famous figures in Italian literature, right in between the late 1800s up until 1912, and he's one of the most famous poets ever, particularly noted for his ability to articulate the childishness in everyone. But there may be a reason he could tap into that inner child, maybe a dark reason, which goes to this next mystery, because it was on August 10th, 1867, when the Pascoli family were sitting at home, and they heard the horse-drawn carriage pulling up. They knew it was their father, Ruggiero, who had just went to town. Ruggiero was a successful man in his own right, being the administrator of the Lattoria estate, a family of textile merchants. The Pascoli family would all run outside to see that their father Ruggiero had returned, and they were met with horror, because inside the cart was the deceased Ruggiero. He had been shot and slumped to the side, near the 2 dolls he had brought home to his daughters. Seemingly, someone, or multiple someones, had hit on the side of the road and fired as he drove by, and the horses, used to traveling this road, continued along. And it goes without saying, but 1860s police work in Italy wasn't the most advanced, and the case was never solved. The word leads, though. A man named Gino Vendamini, who would later become a politician, noted in his own memoirs that the assassins were well known to everyone except the authorities, implying that the locals remained silent out of fear, or maybe because they supported the murders. But who would have been behind it? That's the problem with this one. There's way too many potential suspects. Like, the local prefect pointed the finger at a political motive, because Ruggiero had politically sided with the monarchist liberals, which upset some of the people on the right. However, the magistrate that was put in charge of investigating it believed two criminals, known for hanging around the left-wing movement, were responsible. But the majority of the public believed it was more likely that it had to do with his job as administrator of the Lattori estate. See, the farmers for the estate were actually involved in smuggling operations to get extra cash, and were working on the behalf of organized crime. Ruggiero's duties involved making sure this exact thing did not happen, and he probably uncovered a major smuggling operation going on and put a stop to it, leading to an assassination that would serve as a warning to other administrators. In fact, other landowners at this time were targeted in mafia-style hits just like this. The Pascoli family, however, disagreed with all of these motives, and they instead believed two hitmen acted on behalf of a person who wanted Ruggiero's prestigious position. Even Giovanni would later state it was possible that this man was even one of the hitmen himself. Regardless, with no witnesses ever coming forward, there was no way to say for sure. April 22nd, 1981, in the small town of Standard, Alberta, 15-year-old Kelly Cook had gotten up and was getting ready for school, like she did every morning, and is during this rush that she would be surprised by a phone call. Although it was around 8:30 a.m., a call this early was still out of the ordinary, but when she answered, a man's voice would reply. He let her know his name was Bill Christensen, and he was wondering if she would be available to babysit that night around 8:30 p.m. Now that wasn't unusual, as Kelly had been babysitting for quite some time and had a good reputation among parents in the area. However, she was unfamiliar with this man, which was strange because usually people would call and tell her that other parents recommended you to me, or I'm a friend of so-and-so, but Bill could not name anyone. Because of this, she had an abundance of caution and did not give an answer at first, telling the man she would let him know later. When getting off the phone, she would discuss this offer with her mom, who also had no knowledge of a Bill Christensen, which she found odd since this was such a small town with less than 400 people. Her mom advised her to go to school and ask her classmates if they knew a Bill Christensen and what they knew about him. However, this plan did not go over well because Christensen was a pretty common name in the tiny farming community, so some of her classmates said, "Yeah, I know him. He's one of the Christensens," while others told her they had never heard of such a man. Despite not getting anything firm, Kelly now believed that everything was safe, and she would really like to have that extra money. So she accepted, after having a discussion with her mother, of course, who gave her the okay to go. And at 8:30 p.m., the man pulled up and Kelly went out to his car, waving goodbye to her mother and siblings as the so-called Bill Christensen drove off into the night. Meanwhile, Kelly's mother would go back inside and wait, because Kelly was supposed to call upon reaching his home, but that call didn't come in. Her mother at first must have assumed that she was meeting the kids she would be babysitting, and maybe she was still getting used to the environment. But as time slipped away, her mom began to worry. After a few hours with no call, she was getting really scared. Soon, she would make calls all around the small town at a few businesses and residents, trying to find anyone that could put her into contact with Bill Christensen. But nobody knew this man. Things became apparent to her mother now. Something was terribly wrong. By 12:30, she would call the police. The police wasted no time in starting a search either, basically combing the entire area, even stopping every car that came through and searching it, as well as looking into the nearby forest and any barns or sheds they came across, but they found nothing, nor could they trace down anyone that knew of a Christensen, and that would be the way it stood for quite a while. But they would get an answer a few months later, on June 28th, when Kelly's remains were discovered. They were near a lake, about 2.5 hours away from her home. She was left fully clothed, and it didn't look like she had been violated in any way. She had been tied with ropes to concrete blocks where her body had been submerged, and it only surfaced because there had been a drought. Her cause of death, too, was never disclosed, although it's been widely circulated that she had been strangled. Soon, the search for Bill Christensen, which was now assumed to have been a fake name, would begin. Kelly's mom would tell detectives he was about 30 to 45 years old, 5'10", and 180 pounds. He was ugly, with weathered tan skin and a nose with a large bridge. She would finish by stating he had short dark hair and a round face. But she was not the only person to see him. Crazily enough, several people interacted with that guy this day. With this, police were able to make the first sketch of the man. Meanwhile, detectives were running down leads and trying to piece together what exactly happened leading up to this. They were stunned to learn that 3 days prior, this Bill had contacted a 17-year-old girl in town with the same request. This girl had actually declined because she had other plans, and the man would ask her if she knew of any other babysitters, and she recommended Kelly, which is how he even got her phone number. She would also tell investigators she had no idea how this man had even gotten her number, and detectives were not able to trace down where he had even called her from. They did find out later on, though, that he had called a school and talked to a principal, asking if there were any girls that he could suggest to babysit. And finally, he made one phone call from a local hotel bar, which we're going to come back to. But that wasn't all. Soon, a local gas station owner would come forward and stated that a guy fitting the sketch had came into the store that day. This time, he gave a slightly different description, saying that the man was 5'9", with black curly hair, light tan skin, and had the look of a farmer. This led to a second sketch, seen here. This guy would ask to use the phone, and was actually kind of rude about it, but the gas station owner let him use it, and seen him dial a local number, and he overheard him discussing babysitting. But as the conversation was going on, he felt that something was off, but he was unsure what. It was now apparent to investigators that whoever was responsible must have been planning this for a month or two at the least, and it's for that reason that police were never able to really get a good suspect or good person of interest, at least not one they disclosed publicly, although they did investigate 2,200 individuals. But that's not the only strange thing about this one. Oftentimes in cold cases, when there is no traction, rumors begin to swirl. One of these claimed that a man had called the school Kelly attended a month prior to her abduction and inquired about a young figure skater who had been in a local newspaper. Upon talking to school officials, he was actually able to come away with her phone number, whom he then contacted, although, thankfully, the story stops here because apparently nothing happened. But according to the gossip, this caller was most likely the same man who abducted Kelly. Then, there's another source that claimed a man showed up to the funeral home demanding to see Kelly's body, stating that he was a family friend. However, the staff refused to let him enter, and I don't know if that's their official policy or if this guy was just setting off alarm bells, but in either case, he was never identified, and investigators do believe it was Christensen. Today, the overwhelming majority of internet sleuths believe she fell victim to a transient serial killer, and most likely, one from the United States, who may have only traveled over the border for work. However, some believe it was someone local, who obviously chose the name Christensen to gain trust, hoping people would think, oh, he's a cousin, or something to that effect. This is even more likely if it was the same man that called about the figure skater after seeing it in the local paper. He also called from local business phones, like the gas station and hotel bar, not to mention leaving her body at the lake, which is really an irrigation reservoir, and that hints that he was most likely familiar with the area. The negative to this was, no one could identify him, even after a dozen or more people had seen him, which seems unlikely in a town so small. July 2nd, 1975, Moncton, New Brunswick. A 7-year-old, Michelle Wedge, was out riding her bicycle around the home. Her parents were both away for the evening, but they had entrusted Michelle with their older siblings, which was not untypical or uncommon for this time. But it would end up being a decision the family would regret forever, because that evening, Michelle's older sister would leave the home, while her older brother would invite his friends over to play, leaving the young Michelle to ride around the home at dusk with no supervision, which typically would not be anything to be scared over in this small town. But it would be when Michelle's older sister arrived back home at 9 that this oversight would turn tragic, because when she arrived home, she did not see Michelle on her bike. She was not in the yard, nor anywhere in the neighborhood. Alarmed, she went inside to look for her to see she was gone, and asked her brother where Michelle was. He had assumed she was still in the yard. This is when alarm bells went off, because he would tell his older sister the last time he had seen her was at 8:30. Suffice to say, the police were called, although I'm unsure if this happened immediately or after her parents got home. Regardless, the RCMP would show up and began to canvass the small neighborhood and ask questions, and they quickly established a timeline as well as a path Michelle had taken. They found out from various neighbors that about 9:10 p.m., 40 minutes after her brother had last seen her, she was riding her bicycle up the street and had made it a few homes away. Interestingly, it was during this initial search that her brother found her bicycle at an intersection. The case now had an ominous feeling, and the possibility of an abduction arose. The anxiety only increased when 2 more witnesses came forward, both young girls, who stated they had seen Michelle get into the car with a man who had tried to get them to get in the car earlier that night. They would give his description that soon led to a sketch. They stated he was in his mid to late 20s, with thick black hair and eyebrows, a dark complexion, with a scar on the right side of his face. He had a full beard, thin mustache, with dark thick rimmed glasses. He also spoke to the girls with a voice they found strange. They said the vehicle was a small dark green car with a black interior, and some sources say that the girls told him he might be in his late 30s and walk with a slight limp. Now this man, and this description, sounds awfully strange, and that might be why detectives were skeptical about these 2 girls that came forward. Not that investigators may have outright believed they were lying, but they found the accounts a little confusing. The man seemed to be very distinctive and should stick out like a sore thumb, and he did. Because it didn't take detectives long to trace him down, they found a man that was very close to the description, and they interrogated him and released him. Although I could not find out much about this individual, it seemed like the police didn't think it was him, which again, might be why they doubted the 2 girls to begin with, although there would be more witnesses that came forward later and corroborated the part about the car at least, but they could not see the driver. In any event, the RCMP would never list Michelle's case as an abduction, instead still listing her as a missing person to this day. Part of that's because of the accounts of the girls that they don't deem reliable, as well as the fact there just was never any proof she was abducted. They even tracked down the main suspect and were able to rule him out quickly. But strangely, just a year prior in St. John, about 100 miles away, a very similar case occurred when a 5-year-old, Shirley Milbury, was walking alone at dusk in the early summer, just like Michelle, when she vanished. Also, they share the fact that both disappearances occurred near a convenience store. Her remains were eventually found. She had been violated by the man. Since then, many online sleuths have tried to draw a connection between the 2 cases. Although the police still classify her as missing and not abduction, most investigators do believe she was abducted, and it may have involved more than one person. They have actually stated within the past few years that they have evidence now pointing to a crime, but they have refused to speak about it.